Chapter 183. First update, requesting for monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Dark Mountain is going all out. The promise is still there, but our monthly votes, today, we only have a pitiful 2 votes. An enormous image was faintly discernible as it enveloped Liu Ran's body. If that wasn't the appearance of the divine beast, Black Tortoise, what else could it be? It really is the divine beast's inheritance. Fuck, what a loss. Haha, we've struck it rich. Following the exclamations of the several 100,000 spectators in the martial practice field, the elders of the 50 different sects on the viewing platform also revealed expressions of excitement. This was especially true for the elders of the 3 rank 7 sections. The gazes with which they looked at Liu Ran already revealed an aura of absolute certainty. Last night, the enormous commotion caused by the appearance of the divine beast Azure Dragon's inheritance had already confirmed the rumors. It was even more conclusive that Chun Hao and Tantai Lien had obtained the Phoenix's inheritance. And now, Liu Ran had obtained the divine beast Black Tortoise's inheritance with their own eyes. What did this mean? It meant that it was very possible that the inheritances of the strongest divine beasts of the divine martial empire would all appear. No wonder the auras of the 100 Empire rankings disciples this time around were much stronger than the previous tens of years. This time around, the divine martial remnant has indeed opened the most valuable area. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that we won't have a share of the disciples that obtained the divine beast's inheritance. However, it's still pretty good. No matter what, the disciples that will obtain this time around are all stronger than before. The elders on the viewing platform were also spiritedly discussing. Humph, the inheritance of the divine beast Black Tortoise. You want to defeat me with just this? You're nothing more than a coward. Watch as I shatter your turtle shell. Go to hell. Collapsing sword slash. On the stage, Wan Yi, who originally had absolute confidence in his victory, was currently not afraid in the slightest despite being shocked. The aura on his body immediately soared crazily once again. His mouth was still as majestic as before. No matter what, he was still a rank 9 martial emperor, an expert ranked 11th on the pagoda stele. How could he possibly be frightened by the divine beast's inheritance? Boom. Just as he finished speaking, Wani took a step forward. Surging origin power whizzed up. In an instant, it condensed into incomparably valiant sword light. It shone with a resplendent, breathtaking luster and a frightening, sharp aura. With a hiss, it was as if 10,000 rays of light shot out from the spiritual sword in his hand. Every ray of sword light contained a frightening amount of energy. It was enough to kill a 7th-level martial grandmaster expert. Such a frightening amount of power caused the entire audience in the martial arts practice field to be shocked, especially the few contestants in the same group as Wan Yi. They were even more terrified. Ranked 11th on the Black Pagoda Monument, the second-ranked expert of the group, he was indeed not someone they could contend against. Xian Wu Change. Liu Ran, who seemed to be shrouded in a tortoise shell, had a gloomy and disdainful expression on his face as he stared at the terrifying sword light that was rapidly approaching him. Black Tortoise Transformation. As the word change came out of his mouth, the phantom of the divine beast Black Tortoise that shrouded him suddenly shrank several times, like a layer of protective gang chi that clung to his body. It emitted an extremely cold aura, and his whole body was shrouded in a mysterious icy blue color. Pung, 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 pung. At the same time, dense explosive sounds were emitted from under Liu Ran's feet. His whole body actually welcomed Wan Yi's attack with his bare hands. Both of his feet tapped on the ground, and wherever he passed, a series of deep pits appeared. His speed became faster and faster, and the entire arena that was shrouded in a barrier began to tremble violently. The terrifying sword light was as fast as lightning, and the moment it was about to collide with Li Yuran, Li Yuran was like an ancient fierce beast, and he let out a violent roar. Above his head, there was a faint phantom of the black tortoise stretching its neck. In an instant, the icy blue light on his body became more and more condensed. With a bang, his whole body fiercely collided with the sword light. Rumble! A terrifying explosion of energy spread out from the incomparably huge arena, causing the entire martial arts practice field to tremble violently. Some of the spectators with low cultivations actually jumped out of their seats in fright, screaming in fear. The might of the black tortoise. Is it something that you can resist? Die. When they saw the scene on the arena again, what shocked everyone was that Li Yuran actually broke through the layers of sword light. Accompanied by a cold and arrogant voice, he threw out a punch. The veins on Wang Yi's face twitched, and he suddenly let out a roar. He gathered all of his cultivation and stabbed out with his sword. Clang! Rumble! The tip of the sword and the fist collided, and there was a burst of dazzling sparks and the sound of metal clashing. With a loud explosion, Wang Yi, who originally thought that he would win, was directly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Although he was endlessly unwilling, when he sensed Li Yuran's rapidly approaching figure, he did not dare to have any hesitation. He fearfully shouted, "I admit defeat." As expected of the divine beast black tortoise, its defensive ability is actually so strong. The elders on the rostrum all exclaimed in admiration. However, the entire arena was in a state of shock. They were still immersed in the shock brought by Li Yuran. He hasn't even completed the first step of fusion, and he's still a 9th grade martial great master. He's no match for me. On the contestants' seating area, a youth restrained his aura. He had a relaxed expression on his face as he stared at Li Yuran, who was flying towards the contestants' seating area. Don't be careless. The black tortoise's defense is the strongest among us. He hasn't completed the first step of fusion. Who knows if he'll have completed it when we meet? Moreover, he'll also borrow the energy from the fusion to break through to the martial saint realm. So what? I'm not just a martial saint. I'm a martial saint who has comprehended the operation of the 5 elements. What's more, my ranking is much higher than his by a large margin. Don't worry, when I easily destroy that worthless inheritance, you'll know how strong I am. He. The youth confidently said to the divine beast, azure dragon in his body. As he spoke, his gaze was filled with provocation and disdain as he looked at Chun Hao, who was not far away. However, Chun Hao's gaze was only fixed on Li Yuran, who had just walked down from the arena. He did not seem to care about the gaze that was looking at him. In the past 2 days, Chun Hao had already gotten used to being stared at by others, even though he was only the 10th and last seated contestant. However, he and Lung Yihan were the most eye-catching existences. Before the experiential training, they were both only rank 8 martial emperors. However, at this moment, they had obtained the qualifications to become seated contestants among over 3,000 disciples. The only gaze that Chun Hao cared about was one of them. It was a sinister gaze that had practically never left him after he appeared. That gaze was very powerful. It was so powerful that just by looking at it, Chun Hao felt that it was an existence that he could not resist. Chun Hao knew who it was. Even without Dongfang Ting and Xian Xian's voice transmissions, he knew who it was. It was the super genius disciple of the Imperial Sword School, Fan Fong. He was an abnormal existence who had advanced from martial great master to Golden Core realm in 2 years. The entire Imperial Sword School valued him greatly. He was a disciple whose name shook the entire cultivation world. Although Chun Hao was confident at this moment, he was not foolish enough to confront him head-on. However, he was not afraid. he would still do what he had to do. Furthermore, he believed that even without the protection of the sect, he had an 80% chance of escaping from his opponent. Following that, the second group, the third group, and so on, the first and second group's contestants all stepped onto the arena. The strength and battle power they displayed were also powerful and brilliant. However, they could not be compared to Li Yuran, who had obtained the divine beast's inheritance. When the first and second group's contestants of the seventh group stepped onto the arena, the entire martial practice field exploded. Even the experts on the platform were no exception. The divine beast Vermilion Bird's inheritance had appeared. The young girl ranked 137th on the Black Pagoda Steel, Chulachin, used the power of the divine beast Vermilion Bird's inheritance to turn the entire main arena into a sea of flames. She burned the 47th ranked contestant half to death. If he had not admitted defeat in time, he would have lost his life. For the first match of the 10th group, number 1 Zhong Yandong and number 2 Tantai Lien, please step onto the arena. Voila! Following the referee's announcement, the entire martial practice field exploded into an uproar. Zhong Yandong was ranked 40 on the Black Pagoda Steel, while Tantai Lien was ranked 30. However, no one thought that Zhong Yandong would definitely win this match. This was because the rumor that Chen Hao and Tantai Lien had obtained the Phoenix's inheritance was the earliest to appear and the most conclusive. The reason why it was so sensational was because Tantai Lien was also one of the most dazzling existences. She, who had been ranked last on the Black Pagoda Steel, was now ranked 30. Furthermore, she had obtained the divine beast's inheritance. Even though it was the most useless Phoenix's inheritance among the 6 divine beasts, it was still a divine beast's inheritance. No one dared to underestimate it. When Tantai Lien took a deep breath and stood up, Chen Hao said softly, "Victory or defeat is not important. Just be careful. I will definitely win." Hiss! Tantai Lien transformed into a stream of light and flew onto the arena. She was dressed in a long pink robe. Her aura was pure and untainted. Just like her name, she was like a blooming lotus flower. But compared to her past self, at this moment, although she was only a willing one, her entire body was filled with a powerful aura. She was no longer as weak and delicate as before. She, who had obtained the Phoenix's inheritance and refined her body with the Nirvana flame, was stronger than an ordinary 9th grade martial grandmaster. Why are all of you so stubborn? Looking at the expression on Tantai Lien's face, Chen Hao shrugged, helplessly. Beauty is also taken. The Phoenix's inheritance requires the union of yin and yang. She is already Chen Hao's woman. I'm so envious. The two of them must have entered the same sect. They have the Phoenix's inheritance. Furthermore, one of them is a martial artist, and one of them is a martial artist. Such a couple is simply a perfect match. I seem to be witnessing the birth of a pair of immortal couples. You probably don't know who Chen Hao offended, right? Fan Fong, the super genius of the Flying Sword faction. Fan Fong. Look at where the disciples of the Flying Sword faction are. It is said that Chen Hao killed Fan Fong's most beloved sister during his training. Immortal couples, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Fan Fong has only entered the sect for 2 years and is already an inner disciple. Furthermore, he has the battle power to challenge core disciples. Such a super genius, the inheritance of a divine beast, is really nothing. The buzzing of discussion came from the martial arts practice field. Obviously, there was no such thing as an airtight wall. The conflict between Chen Hao and Fan Fong had already spread. The others only treated it as a topic of conversation. However, Chen Hao's ears twitched. When he heard these words, his handsome face revealed an incomparable struggle. Who the hell said that the Phoenix's inheritance requires the union of yin and yang? Isn't this ruining little Lien's reputation? Friends who still have monthly votes, please support Dark Mountain. Thank you. Continue to write the second update. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 184. Note, brothers and sisters who still have monthly votes, please support Dark Mountain. Thank you. Damn it. Chunhao couldn't help but curse in a low voice. What's wrong? Li Yifeng immediately asked. Yang Fan and Ni Jianpain also looked at Chun Hao. After 6 months of being together, the three of them understood Chun Hao quite well. No matter what he encountered, he was calm, experienced, and wise. They couldn't compare to him at all. It was as if even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he could still remain calm and composed. But why was he cursing at this time? Chun Hao frowned slightly as he looked at the three of them. He seemed to be very conflicted. When the three of them were a little scared, he finally asked, Do you also think that after receiving the Phoenix's legacy, little Lien and I have already intercourse? Cough, cough. Li Yifeng and the other two immediately coughed twice. Yang Fan and Ni Jianpain immediately turned their heads. Li Yifeng, who was next to Chun Hao, couldn't avoid it in time. He could only look at Chun Hao and say, This, although we didn't receive the Phoenix's legacy, but the records of the divine beast's legacies still say it very clearly. Could it be that you and little Lien haven't done it? Damn it. Of course not. Chun Hao shook off Li Yifeng's arm and couldn't help but curse again. He said gloomily, Obviously, even Li Yifeng and the other two thought that Chun Hao and Tantai Lien had already intercourse. It was also because of this that the three of them didn't interrupt the subtle relationship between Tantai Lien and Chun Hao during this period of time. This was because they truly couldn't sense any desire to possess Tantai Lien from Chun Hao. In fact, it was no different from when he hadn't obtained the Phoenix's inheritance. They couldn't understand, so they didn't interfere. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions in the arena and the cries of surprise from the audience made Chun Hao temporarily put down the gloominess in his heart and look at Tantai Lien, who had already started fighting. Zhong Yandong was very cautious, but he was completely suppressed by Tantai Lien. Tantai Lien was very wild. Her powerful mental strength fused with the majestic and terrifying pure yang energy. Under her control, it transformed into terrifying sword beams. Furthermore, under her powerful control, it sealed off any possibility of Zhong Yandong dodging or fighting. She floated in the air, her eyes were sharp, and her face was cold. As she attacked, she approached Zhong Yandong at a steady pace, but it was filled with menace. She had not even unleashed the power of the Phoenix's inheritance, but she had already gained the absolute advantage. This was what was truly shocking. When Tantai Lien was only 30 meters away from Zhong Yandong was forced to admit defeat due to Tantai Lien's terrifying strength. This was because he really could not be sure if he would be able to survive when the other party unleashed the power of the inheritance. Under countless gazes and exclamations, Tantai Lien flew back to Chun Hao and sat down in silence. She saw Chun Hao's straight and somewhat strange gaze, but she had no choice but to avoid it. Ever since that night, she tried her best not to look or think about it. This was because she was afraid that she would lose even her most basic dignity and modesty. She was afraid that she would fall into those deep black eyes. Chun Hao wanted to say something, but he realized that he was not good with words, especially when facing a woman. At this moment, he was even more speechless. What should he say? Of course Chun Hao knew, and so did Tantai Lien. Everyone else thought that the two of them had intercourse. Although the two of them really did not. For a girl, this kind of thing was too hurtful. Tantai Lien, Fan Fong, will let you die a good death. I will let Chun Hao watch as you die. From afar, Fan Fong's vicious eyes flashed with a strange and evil light. He stared at Tantai Lien, who had flown back to the contestants' seating area, and thought to himself, when he saw the scene of Fan Yin's death in the Seal of Life and Death, Chun Hao was the main culprit who killed Fan Yin, and Tantai Lien was an accomplice. Chun Hao had to die, and so did Tantai Lien. However, staring at Tantai Lien's beautiful figure, Fan Fong, who had already lost his beloved sister, had a twisted mind that could better vent the hatred in his heart. I will let you die a good death. Under the extreme perverted excitement, Fan Fong's face flashed with an evil aura, and he could not help but murmur to himself. Xian, who was next to Fan Fong, was shocked. She frowned deeply, and her eyes imperceptibly looked at Dongfang Ting, who was closer to her. Soon, it was time for the third and fourth contestants of each group to take the stage. In these 10 matches, no more inherited divine beasts appeared. There were 2 matches that were the most outstanding. One was Lung Yihan of Group 3. He, who was ranked 3rd on the Pagoda Monument, killed the disciple ranked 43rd in one move. This was the only battle after the top 20 where he killed an opponent. Chun Hao was shocked to the core, especially the style of Lung Yihan's sword. It was really breathtaking. Moreover, what shocked Chun Hao even more was that the aura that this guy released in an instant had actually advanced to 9th grade martial ancestor. When Lung Yihan had talked to Chun Hao, he had casually said that he wanted to break through a little. At that time, Chun Hao had not thought much of it, thinking that Lung Yihan must have reached the peak of 6th grade martial ancestor and could break through the barrier at any time. That was why he had said that. However, in less than 2 days, a little he said had actually advanced by 3 grades. This was simply inconceivable. What a monstrous existence. At least, Chun Hao did not think that he could do it. Even if he did not have any barriers, how could he advance by 3 grades in 2 days if he started to crazily refine his origin energy? Other than Lung Yihan, which shocked Chun Hao, there was another battle that made Chun Hao feel a trace of threat. In fact, not only did Chun Hao feel threatened, but all the disciples in the top 10 felt a huge threat, especially those who were sure that they would be able to advance. Even more so, Group 10, number 4, Kong Ling Hong. Kong Ling Hong, ranked 20th on the Black Pagoda Monument, was ranked 2nd in Chun Hao's group, 2nd only to Chun Hao. He, who had drawn number 4, had decisively surrendered the moment he appeared on the stage. The 7-colored light shrouded him, dazzling him. That was the symbol of stepping into the martial saint realm. Who dared to fight him? Just based on the realm alone, Kong Ling Hong had directly risen to the level of the most powerful contender for the championship. Moreover, some people had vaguely guessed something. Although Kong Ling Hong did not reveal any aura of the divine beast inheritance, the dragon roar that came from the mountain last night made the cultivators who lived near the mountain and knew that Kong Ling Hong and the others lived on the mountain suspect that Kong Ling Hong was the one who inherited the divine beast Azure Dragon. Kong Ling Hong, who had a complacent, arrogant, and proud expression, flew slowly in the air as he returned to the contestants' seating area, enjoying the glory of being the center of attention. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he looked provocatively at Chun Hao and Tantai Lien, who were sitting together, before returning to his seat. Martial Saint. Tantai Lien frowned deeply and could not help but look at Chun Hao. Yang Fan, Li Yifeng, and Ni Jianpain also looked at Chun Hao. Chun Hao did not look at the 4 of them. Instead, he stared in the direction of the arena with a cold expression. Chun Hao, did you hear the discussion of those disciples over there? This Kong Ling Hong is very likely the one who inherited the divine beast Azure Dragon. Otherwise, How could he, who was originally a ninth-grade martial ancestor, become a martial saint so quickly? He must have used the power of the inheritance to break through. Look at his complacent expression. It's obvious that he doesn't take you seriously. Li Yifeng said, martial ancestor and martial saint are only one step apart, but they are the acquired realm and the connate realm. This gap is not something a martial emperor and martial ancestor can compare to. Chun Hao, as a brother, whether you want to hear it or not, I, Yang Fan, still have to say it. It's not that easy to be in the top 3. Furthermore, Fan Fong wants to kill you. Without the protection of a sect, I really don't know how you can escape. If it's possible, choose a sect. Let's all choose a sect. If you and little Lien work together, you can also unleash the power of the Phoenix's inheritance. As long as you stay in the sect for a few years, I believe that no matter how talented Fan Fong is, he won't be able to threaten you. I think so too, and I Giant Pain also said. Tantai Lien did not speak, but she looked at Chun Hao. Without a doubt, this was what she had been looking forward to the most. However, because of the girl that Chun Hao had mentioned, she had forcibly suppressed this anticipation. We'll see. Chun Hao took a deep breath and said ambiguously, one only needed to imagine the power of the Azure Dragon's inheritance when he and Tantai Lien worked together to make a guess. Furthermore, although he had not truly merged his yin and yang with Tantai Lien, he had completed the first step of merging. As for the second step, he had never thought of completing it. Furthermore, even if he completed it with the help of the mysterious existence in his mind, so what? Without the true merging of yin and yang, the Phoenix's inheritance was of little value. It could not be merged into one body. Furthermore, he had never thought of using the Phoenix's inheritance to rush into the top 3. Looking at Chun Hao's sharp and determined gaze, Tantai Lien, Yang Fan, and the other 3 knew that their persuasion had no effect. Amidst the shock and discussion of the crowd, the duel between number 5 and number 6 began again. Number 6 in the first group, Gao Jianfei, his opponent admitted defeat, and won. Number 5 in the second group, Lu Feiyu, who was ranked 12th on the Black Pagoda tablet, displayed a powerful combat strength and defeated his opponent ranked 22nd in a minute. Number 5 and 6 in the third group had mediocre performances. Number 6 won. When it came to the fourth group, the highly anticipated Divine Beast's inheritance appeared again. This made the low-level disciples who participated in the Shunwu ruins experience very depressed. Up until now, no one had heard of any sect disciple obtaining the Divine Beast's inheritance during the experience. Now, the Divine Beast Qilin's inheritance appeared again. The expert ranked 34th on the Black Pagoda tablet. Number 5 in the fourth group, Ao Huaguang. His tower-like majestic body caused a commotion the moment he appeared. His bulging muscles were like those of an ancient ferocious beast that contained a terrifying and explosive power. Around him, the enormous and majestic body of the Qilin god beast was faintly flashing. This aura made the expert ranked 14th on the Black Pagoda tablet, who was full of confidence, choose to admit defeat unwillingly. The combat strength between 14 and 34 was equal. How could he defeat the lucky one who obtained the Divine Beast's inheritance? Requesting monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Continue to add the third update. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 185. Third update, looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 180. Decision, Awakening Group 10, number 7 Morong Bai, and number 8 Chin Hao, please come on stage. The referee's voice sounded, and Chun Hao immediately flew to the arena. From the fourth group's fifth contestant, Ao Huaguang, to the fifth and sixth contestants, and then from the first group's seventh and eighth contestants, all the way to the 10th group's Morong Bai and Chun Hao's contestants, there were no exciting performances. Only a few seeded contestants showed their powerful strength. The divine beast White Tiger's inheritance that everyone was looking forward to had not appeared yet. It was the only divine beast inheritance that had not appeared yet. Murong Bai was ranked 110 on the Black Pagoda, facing Chun Hao, a seeded contestant who had obtained the Phoenix inheritance, plus the rumors about Chun Hao. He did not have the courage to enter the arena and chose to admit defeat. Chun Hao ran back and forth in despair. He could only sigh that his opponents were too weak. Until now, he and the other three seeded contestants still had not had a chance to fight. The competition continued. In Group 3, number 9 Yang Fan, although he had comprehended the essence of wind, he was still seriously injured by number 10 Zheng Yuanpeng, a 9th-grade martial grandmaster, who was ranked 13 on the Black Pagoda. Yang Fan's surprise attack was absolutely terrifying, but the confident Zheng Yuanpeng used his great strength to counterattack when Yang Fan's sword was about to reach him. When it was time for number 9 and 10 of Group 5 to enter the arena, number 10 contestant Yu Qiyu, a female disciple with an enchanting appearance and a seductive figure, did not show great strength at the beginning. However, when she was completely suppressed by her opponent and was about to be defeated, her aura suddenly soared crazily. The divine beast White Tiger inheritance had finally appeared. She killed her shocking opponent in one move. In one day, after 2 rounds of competition, Chun Hao still did not have a chance to fight. However, the real strong contestants had already shown their talents. The most outstanding contestant was undoubtedly Kong Linghong, who was a martial saint in Group 10 and had a high chance of obtaining the Azure Dragon inheritance. Then there was Li Yu Ran in Group 1 with the Black Tortoise inheritance, Ao Huaguang in Group 4 with the Kailan inheritance, Yu Qiyu in Group 5 with the White Tiger inheritance, and Chu Laqin in Group 7 with the Vermilion Bird inheritance. In addition to these 5 contestants, who had revealed the Divine Beast inheritance, there were also several powerful contestants who entered the public's eyes. Chun Hao. Just as Chun Hao and the rest stepped out of the training ground, Dongfang Ting's figure appeared beside Chun Hao and said, "Let me join you tonight. Senior sister is coming with us?" Chun Hao asked in surprise. "It's a sect mission. I was sent here as a lobbyist to deal with the elders. You don't have to worry about it. Water flows downwards and people walk upwards. I will not affect you," Dongfang Ting said with a faint smile. Although there was nothing wrong with her expression, there was a hint of worry hidden deep within her eyes. That was especially true when she looked at Chun Hao and Tantai Lien. Chun Hao's intuition told him that Dongfang Ting was not simply here to persuade the elders. In less than 10 minutes, Chun Hao and the other 4, led by Dongfang Ting, returned to the courtyard on the peak. As expected, after entering the courtyard, Dongfang Ting called for Chun Hao and the rest to enter the cultivation room together. "Senior sister, what's the matter?" Chun Hao asked with a frown after entering the cultivation room. "During the competition, I received a message from Xian. She asked me to ask about the specific situation when you killed Fan Fang's sister." "The specific situation? I just killed her with a punch. What's wrong?" "Not that. Fan Fang had formed the seal of life and death with his sister. When she dies, Fan Fang can see the scene of his sister's death through the seal of life and death. Xian said that Fan Fang said today that he wanted all of you to die, and it's very likely that he would do something even worse to Xiaolian. And according to what Tai Zigong said, Fan Fang might not let any of you off." Tantai Lien, Li Yifeng, Yang Fan, and Ni Jianpein's expressions changed slightly as they looked at Chun Hao. Then, Tantai Lien said, I'm not afraid. At most, I'll cultivate in the sect. No matter how strong he is, would he dare to attack the sect? It's just that. Tantai Lien looked at Chun Hao and did not continue. Yang Fan and the other two did the same. Chun Hao's brows were deeply furrowed. His black eyes were unusually cold. He did not speak, as if he was deep in thought. His target is the Dragon Transformation list. Tantai Lien could not help but send a message to Dongfang Ting. What? Dongfang Ting's eyes widened in shock. She grabbed Chun Hao and said, What are you thinking? Without the sex protection, with Fan Fang's cultivation, how could you hide? If I'm not wrong, he has already locked onto your aura. Fan Fang may be in the golden core stage, but he can even form the seal of life and death. Do you know what this means? If you insist on doing things your own way, you'll only get yourself killed. The only way is to choose a sect and concentrate on cultivation. When you've truly grown and are strong enough to fight him, you won't have to hide anymore. Can't you even tolerate this? Chun Hao looked at Dongfang Ting in shock. Ever since they met, Dongfang Ting had never lost her temper. But now, the Dragon Transformation list is indeed of a higher level than the 100 Empire ranking. But don't think that your talent is so great that you can stand out on the Dragon Transformation list. Those disciples are all super geniuses from big clans in the cultivation world. If you don't join a sect now, you're like a wandering cultivator without roots. Your cultivation conditions are 100 times worse than those of sect disciples, and you're suppressed everywhere. How fast can you improve? In 2 years, even if you're lucky enough to escape Fan Fang's pursuit, how much can you improve? 6th grade Martial Saint is the minimum requirement to register for the Dragon Transformation list. There are plenty of martial gods, and Golden Core stage is not rare. These are all geniuses below the age of 20. Disciples from our dynasty can't compare to them at all. I don't know why you insist on participating in the Dragon Transformation list, but this time, you must. I'll listen to you. Chun Hao suddenly said, Senior sister, can you let go of my shoulder? If you continue to hold on, my bones will be crushed by your grip. Dongfang Ting was slightly taken aback by Chun Hao's words. She immediately released Chun Hao's shoulder and asked, Are you serious? Tantai Lien, Yang Fan, and the other three looked at Chun Hao in shock. They immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This was a bull, a stubborn guy to the point of madness. Although Tantai Lien couldn't help but tell Dongfang Ting, the four of them didn't have much hope. But now, Chun Hao had actually agreed. Really? Senior sister, does your sect have the strength to protect us? Our sect? Yes, Chun Hao said with a serious expression. Our sect is only of 3rd grade. It doesn't matter what grade you are. I only want to know if your sect has the ability to let us stay in the sect. That's not a problem. Even if it's a 1st grade sect, as long as you're in the sect, no one would dare to do anything to you. Even the sect leader of the Flying Sword sect doesn't have this ability, but we're only of 3rd grade. Chun Hao, you don't have to worry about your relationship with me. My sword will let you choose the 7th grade sect, the Myriad Pill Pavilion. Hearing Dongfang Ting's words, Tantai Lien and the other three looked at Chun Hao. Their expressions were obviously more inclined towards the Myriad Pill Pavilion that Dongfang Ting had mentioned. I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Chun Hao said with a slight smile. Then why do you insist on participating in the Dragon Transformation list? Dongfang Ting couldn't help but ask. For one thing, it's to vent my anger. Secondly, I never wanted to join any sect. I want to be a freelance cultivator. A freelance cultivator with no restrictions. Chun Hao said, A freelance cultivator? Are you crazy? A freelance cultivator can't even obtain a decent cultivation technique. What are you cultivating? This. I don't think it's very important. Chun Hao seemed to say, reluctantly. In the eyes of Dongfang Ting, Tantai Lien, and the other four, he seemed to have completely ignored them. In reality, what they didn't know was that the reason Chun Hao wanted to be a freelance cultivator without any restrictions was because of the secrets of the Taoist canon in his mind. Once he stepped into the golden elixir stage, he would truly begin his own cultivation. How would he lack cultivation techniques? He believed that combining Taoist techniques and martial arts techniques would allow his strength to increase rapidly. Besides this, there was another reason that attracted Chun Hao to be a freelance cultivator. That was because he didn't have to shoulder any responsibilities or concerns. But this time, the news that Dongfang Ting brought and the words that she had just said made Chun Hao understand that it was impossible for people to be free of responsibilities. In the past, he was able to do that because, strictly speaking, he was a person who had completely sealed himself off and refused to accept anyone. Could the current him do that? No. But now it seems impossible. All right, senior sister, I'll choose your Jiaxing sect. What about you? If you think my level is too low, you're free to. Chun Hao suddenly seemed to become a different person as he looked at Tantai Lien, Yang Fan, and the other three. Although he said they were free to choose, the expression on his face clearly said that if they dared to do as they pleased, he would cut ties with them. So what if I'm third level? Didn't you say that? The level isn't important. What's important is whether it suits me. I've long felt that the Jiaxing sect suits me. Of course, I'm fine with it. That's what I thought too, Yang Fan said with a smile on his ordinary face. You've spoken my mind. And I, Giant Pain, who was as solemn as a mountain, actually grinned and said. Tantai Lien only nodded, her face slightly red. This. Dongfang Ting was a little surprised and didn't know what to say. The so-called lobbyist was indeed real. Elder Wu meant for her to fight for Li Yifeng and I, Giant Pain, the two weakest. As for Yang Fan, who had rushed into the top 10, there was no hope, not to mention Chun Hao and Tantai Lien. But at this moment, they seemed to have 1-6 at once. How great was this credit? But you're really choosing the Jiaxing sect? Are you sure you're not being impulsive? I'm sure. Senior sister, look at how happy you are. Is the reward very great? Tantai Lien Yang Fan. And the other three were once again surprised that Chun Hao actually joked. Very great. If it's true, it's really great. Then remember to share some benefits with us. Don't doubt whether it's true or not. The Jiaxing sect, what a domineering name. I didn't think much of it at first, but the more I think about it, the more it fits. Chun Hao said with a smile. At this moment, Tantai Lien and the other three suddenly wondered if the person in front of them was the original Chun Hao. Yes and no. Even Chun Hao himself didn't expect that after making this decision, his entire soul seemed to have undergone a baptism, as if the dark clouds had parted to reveal the sun and moon. He made this decision for the sake of Tantai Lien, Yang Fan, Li Yifeng, and I, Giant Pain. This also made him understand that the determination in his heart, the strong desire to become stronger, had sunk into the obsession of his former self. But unfortunately, he was no longer the person he used to be, and he couldn't be heartless at all. Fortunately, he chose to join a sect for the sake of the four of them. Even more fortunately, after making this choice, he understood that he had sunk into obsession. But now he was clear-headed, begging for monthly votes. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 186. 2 days later. The competition for the top 10 had been going on for 3 days. Every contestant had completed 6 matches. Among the groups with Divine Beasts inheritances, other than the 10th seeded contestant, Chen Hao, who had yet to meet the martial sage, Kong Linghong, who had obtained the Azure Dragon's inheritance, the other 4 groups had all fought against the seeded contestants. In the first group, Li Yu Ran, who had obtained the Black Tortoise's inheritance, met the first ranked Gao Jianfei. To everyone's surprise, they ended in a draw. In the fourth group, Ao Huaguang, who had obtained the Kailan's inheritance, defeated the seeded contestant, Yuan Hao. In the fifth group, Yu Qiyu, who had obtained the White Tiger's inheritance, defeated the seeded contestant, Run Yujiang. In the seventh group, Chu Liqin, who had obtained the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, defeated the seeded contestant, Xianyuan Hong. Other than Li Yu Ran, Ao Huaguang, Yu Qiyu, and Chu Liqin had all advanced to the martial sage realm. So far, 4 martial sages had appeared in the 100 Empire ranking. Furthermore, everyone knew that the 5th martial sage would be born very soon. That was Li Yu Ran. It was obvious that Li Yu Ran had not completed the first step of merging with the Black Tortoise. Otherwise, he would have advanced to the martial sage realm like the other 4. As for Chen Hao and Tantai Lien, who had obtained the Phoenix's inheritance, no one could be sure. After all, compared to the 5 divine beasts, the Phoenix was of little value. Tantai Lien, who had also obtained the Phoenix's inheritance, had already admitted defeat when she met Kong Linghong. Today, the most anticipated match was between Chen Hao and Kong Linghong. In the 10th group, number 4 Kong Linghong and number 8 Chen Hao, please enter the stage. Crash. Following the referee's announcement, the highly anticipated match was finally about to begin. Instantly, everyone looked at Chen Hao. Yes, they were looking at Chen Hao, because no one could be sure whether Chen Hao would fight or not. Whoosh! Chen Hao did not give the crowd too much time to wait. When Kong Linghong flew into the arena, he turned into a ray of light and landed on the arena. Lung Yihan, who had always been lazy, suddenly twitched his mouth. A small dimple appeared on his face. Dongfang Ting, Tantai Lien, and the rest were slightly nervous. Even Xian Xian was no exception. Fan Fong was also a little nervous, but he wasn't nervous about the outcome of the battle between Chen Hao and Kong Linghong. Instead, he was worried that Chen Hao would die at the hands of Kong Linghong. That would be too easy for Chen Hao. On the huge arena, Chen Hao's figure was as straight as a sword. Facing Kong Linghong, whose body was faintly flashing with 7-colored light, his face was calm, and no emotions could be seen at all. Only a pair of deep black eyes were shining faintly. I've finally encountered a battle that makes me somewhat excited. Chen Hao, come, I'll let you experience the power of a martial saint. When the referee announced the start of the match, Kong Linghong unhurriedly activated his 7-colored protective aura and said lightly. His expression was lazy and his tone was arrogant. It was obvious that he didn't see Chen Hao as an opponent, especially when it was said out loud. Only the strength of a martial saint. I advise you to use the power of the Azure Dragon inheritance, or you'll die a miserable death. Chen Hao's expression was still calm. His clear, but even more arrogant voice was transmitted to everyone's ears. At this moment, Chen Hao's aura suddenly soared. His body actually began to shine with a faint 7-colored light, circulating the 5 elements and the aura of yin and yang of heaven and earth, instantly spreading out. Bang! What shocked Lung Yihan, Dongfang Ting, Tantai Lien, and all those familiar with Chen Hao was that at this moment, Chen Hao actually made his move, brazenly charging at his opponent and attacking. How could this be? Didn't he know how to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses? This guy, what is he doing? Lung Yihan frowned. Even if Lung Yihan wanted to fight, he wouldn't dare to choose this method because of the difference in cultivation level and the difference in inherited divine beasts. Only by integrating with all things in the world and relying on the power of the wind attribute's true essence would Chun Hao have a better chance of winning. What was the difference between fighting head-on like this and seeking death? You're not qualified. I'd like to see who will die miserably. Before everyone's gazes, Kong Linghong stared at Chun Hao, who was rushing over like lightning. He was not in a hurry, and as he spoke, his body moved. Enveloped by the seven-colored light, he rose into the air. His expression became cold and disdainful, emitting a strong bone-chilling killing intent. It was true killing intent. In reality, Kong Linghong had never looked down on Chun Hao. Even though he was confident that he could easily defeat Chun Hao, he did not dare to look down on him. Chun Hao was only a rank 8 martial emperor before he started his training. In a short 9 months, he was able to distinguish himself among the geniuses of the 100 Empire ranking and stand on the highest stage as a seed. Who would dare to look down on him? Furthermore, Kong Linghong was certain that the sect's elders wanted Chun Hao much more than the disciples who obtained the inheritance of divine beasts and became martial saints. That was because Chun Hao's age, talent, battle power, and the aura of the 5 elements and yin and yang of heaven and earth on his body were not something that the inherited divine beasts could compare with. With an additional competitor, there would be a decrease in importance. Especially if they both chose the same sect, his radiance would be somewhat overshadowed by Chun Hao. Thus, as long as Chun Hao dared to accept his challenge, he would think of a way to kill him. Directly revealing the power of inheritance was clearly not suitable. Otherwise, if he were to directly admit defeat, the gains would not make up for the losses. Furthermore, he believed that merely by relying on the disparity between a martial saint and a martial ancestor realm, he would be able to kill Chun Hao. Boom! After Kong, Linghong spat out the word miserable. A resplendent 7-colored pillar of energy suddenly condensed in his palm. Frightening energy fluctuations immediately spread out. In an instant, they condensed into a resplendent pillar of energy that ruthlessly shot toward the incoming Chun Hao. Kong Linghong's frightening attack was as fast as lightning. Merely the energy fluctuations it emitted were sufficient to explode any martial ancestor realm expert. As soon as he attacked, Kong Linghong displayed the true power of a martial saint. Countless people in the spectator seats were shocked. With such power, how could Chun Hao, who was only at the martial ancestor realm, resist? Everyone's gazes were filled with shock, curiosity, and pity as they gathered on Chun Hao. No one had thought that Chun Hao would stupidly choose such a head-on attack. However, in the face of Kong Linghong's swift and fierce attack, Chun Hao's expression did not change in the slightest. He did not have any intention of dodging. His wildly dashing figure suddenly froze. His right palm drew an arc in front of him at lightning speed and crossed his waist. Then he exploded with a loud roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth as he violently struck out with his palm. Roar, roar, roar. The moment Chun Hao's palm struck out, the violent yuan power within a radius of several hundred feet instantly seemed to have been sucked away. What was even more shocking was that, in an instant, Chun Hao's palm actually spat out a total of 18 energy shadows that resembled divine dragons. They spiraled and danced as they whizzed out. The whizzing sound was like the roars of 18 huge dragons exploding at the same time. The momentum was extremely shocking. Rumble! Chun Hao's palm landed solidly on the oncoming light pillar. In an instant, accompanied by a frightening explosion, a strong wind that could collapse mountains and split the earth frantically swept out. The huge main arena and even the entire martial arts practice field trembled at this moment. Break! 18 huge dragons that contained the circulation of the 5 elements and the yin and yang of heaven and earth seemed to have condensed into substance. They coiled around the energy light pillar that Chun Hao had sent out and extended upwards. Then, with a low roar from Chun Hao, the energy light pillar that was enough to kill a 9th-grade martial ancestor realm was actually forcefully exploded by Chun Hao's palm under the shocked gazes of the crowd. This, who exactly obtained the inheritance of the Azure Dragon in the martial arts practice field? Countless people were dumbfounded and at a loss. Chun Hao, who was only a 9th-grade martial ancestor realm, was actually not at a disadvantage in his first direct confrontation. He had sent out 18 huge dragons with a palm strike. The frightening strength that he displayed caused countless people to feel that it was inconceivable. Even the eyes of the sect elders on the platform became heated. What kind of absolute skill was this? Are you qualified now? After the frightening energy storm, Chun Hao's proud and upright figure once again clearly appeared in front of the crowd. He stared at Kong Linghong, who was 100 feet away, and said with a cold and arrogant voice. Kong Linghong's pupils slowly shrank. A bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out. "Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish." A strong killing intent spread out from Kong Linghong's body. The temperature of the martial arts practice field seemed to have instantly dropped to the freezing point. At this moment, everyone could see that Kong Linghong no longer dared to underestimate Chun Hao. A sparkling and resplendent green light, accompanied by a strong killing intent, flashed out from Kong Linghong's body at a frightening speed. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. Above Kong Linghong's head, the phantom of a huge azure dragon that was dozens of feet long appeared. It circled around like lightning and directly merged into Kong Linghong's body. Kacha-kacha, accompanied by a strange sound, an extremely frightening aura suddenly soared from Kong Linghong's body. What shocked the crowd even more was that Kong Linghong's exposed skin was covered with green scales that emitted a crystal light at a frightening speed. His hands were also strangely enlarged by several times, as if they had become incomparably sharp dragon claws. Before he made a move, the crowd could clearly feel that Kong Linghong's body contained an explosive energy that was enough to shatter mountains and split the earth. Is this the true strength of the divine beast inheritance? Countless people looked at Kong Linghong in a daze and muttered. In the previous battles, other than Li Yuran, who had admitted defeat, the other 3 who had obtained the divine beast inheritance had already stepped into the martial saint realm. Even when they faced the seated contestants, they did not merge with the divine beast inheritance. As martial saints, they had easily won. At this moment, under the might of Chun Hao's palm, Kong Linghong had no choice but to display his true strength. Go to hell! Kong Linghong, who had turned into a monster covered in scales, had eyes like an ancient ferocious beast, emitting a monstrous killing intent. His body shook, and suddenly, with a whoosh, his entire person seemed to have turned into a divine dragon that soared through the 9 heavens. The energy of heaven and earth churned violently as a violent and powerful aura swept through the entire incomparably huge arena. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 187. What a powerful aura. Is this the true power of the divine beast inheritance? In the martial arts arena, countless cultivators stared at Kong Linghong, who seemed to have transformed into an azure dragon. They were extremely shocked, especially the disciples who still had to fight. When they felt the terrifying aura, they might not even be able to move, let alone fight. How could Chun Hao, whose aura was clearly much weaker, resist? In everyone's opinion, Chun Hao was courting death by forcing Kong Linghong to this extent. Chun Hao stared at Kong Linghong, whose aura reached the heavens, and his pupils abruptly shrank. He could feel that Kong Linghong's aura was at least 3 times more terrifying than before. It was not something that a simple first-grade martial saint could compare to. Even a 3rd grade or 4th grade martial saint would not have any chance of survival if they met Kong Linghong. It was indeed very troublesome. The power of the Azure Dragon inheritance is indeed terrifying. A trace of seriousness flashed through Chun Hao's cold expression. Azure Dragon sky-shattering claw. A terrifying aura engulfed the heavens and earth. Kong Linghong's eyes were cold. He did not give Chun Hao too much time to think. His mutated hand stretched forward. A dragon claw that was 100 feet long directly formed above Chun Hao and slammed down. The tyrannical aura contained an incomparably terrifying energy. It was suffocating. Perhaps in the next instant, Chun Hao's thin body would be torn apart by the dragon claw. Die! Seeing that the dragon claw had completely enveloped Chun Hao, Kong Linghong's killing intent surged. His 5 fingers suddenly grabbed at the air. The seemingly solid dragon claw suddenly grabbed at Chun Hao, who was completely enveloped. Boom, boom, boom. The entire arena exploded around Chun Hao. 5 huge cracks appeared on the incomparably hard ground, closing in on Chun Hao from the outside. Such a terrifying destructive power caused countless people to be dumbfounded. In your dreams, Chun Hao suddenly raised his head and felt the dragon claws that were like mountains converging towards him from all directions, and he coldly spat out 2 words. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground, and with a bang, his entire body actually rose up from the ground before smashing out with his fist. 100 steps divine fist. Break! Chun Hao let out a deep roar from his dantian. In an instant, the powerful fused energy was condensed to the extreme, causing Chun Hao's small body to suddenly shrink. An extremely condensed and terrifying aura rushed out from Chun Hao's fist like a meteor. Bang! Rumble! At that moment, Chun Hao's figure was completely surrounded by the dragon's claws. No one could see him. They could only hear Chun Hao's deep and angry roar. However, other than the true experts and Tantai Lien and the others who had absolute confidence in Chun Hao, almost everyone thought that Chun Hao would be destroyed by Kong Linghong's claw. No matter how strong a 9th-level martial grandmaster was, how strong could he be? How high could his battle prowess be? Under the encirclement of absolute power, no one could resist. However, following Chun Hao's roar, suddenly, a small fist shadow that could be ignored directly penetrated the core of the giant claw with a rumbling explosion. With an amazing speed, it directly blasted towards Kong Linghong, who was in the air. Such a small fist shadow actually broke through Kong Linghong's mountain-like dragon claw and directly penetrated it. What a condensed fist technique. It's clearly almost solid. At that moment, the experts on the rostrum all widened their eyes in shock. How could a 9th-level martial grandmaster be so strong? Lung Yihan, Meng Yi, Gao Jianfei, and the few disciples who had obtained the inheritance of the mythical beast and had the strength to compete for the championship all looked extremely shocked. Whoosh! Chun Hao did not give the crowd time to be shocked. The power of the 100 Steps Divine Fist, a unique skill of the martial arts world, under the stimulation of his own integrated energy, did not disappoint him. After breaking through the center of his opponent's terrifying dragon claw with one punch, it directly rushed out of the encirclement of the dragon claw like a cannonball and brazenly approached Kong Linghong, who had a shocked expression and scattered the remaining power of Chun Hao's punch. After a brief moment of shock, Kong Linghong's eyes flashed with a touch of anger. He snorted coldly and did not retreat at all. He took a step forward and, covered in scales, brazenly faced the attack. Bang! 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 Dense and muffled sounds of close combat immediately erupted on the stage. A human and a beast-like figure crisscrossed each other. Tens of thousands of fist shadows and claw shadows overlapped each other. The low and deep sounds of collisions did not seem like much at first. However, the area where the two figures passed by immediately exploded like thunder. Wave after wave of frightening energy storms caused the hearts of countless people to tremble in fear. Under the gazes of countless people, the two of them had already exchanged hundreds and thousands of blows in a short period of time. Chun Hao's slightly thin and small figure, in front of his opponent's monster-like figure, was actually not at a disadvantage at all. This scene not only shocked the audience in the martial arts practice field, but also the eyes of the elders on the rostrum. Their expressions were shocked. Just how strong was this Chun Hao's fleshly body? Especially at this moment, Chun Hao did not use the power of the Phoenix inheritance at all. He was completely relying on his own strength. This Chun Hao is actually so strong. This is too inconceivable. He still hasn't used the power of the Phoenix inheritance. Although it's of little value, what kind of concept would it be if he were to use it? He is only a rank 9 martial ancestor. To be able to reach the position of a seated participant as a rank 8 martial emperor, it's not strange for him to possess such battle power. The audience was dazzled by the battle. They were unable to see the movements of the two people at all. As they stared at the two figures, they began to discuss Chun Hao in shock. Dongfang Ting, Xian Xian, Tantai Lian, and the others who were familiar with Chun Hao were even more shocked, especially when they thought of how Chun Hao, in a short few years, had rapidly risen from a small county's sesame seed clan to the 100 empire ranking list and obtained impressive results. They were even more shocked. Bang! Bang! Right at this moment, the two figures fell to the ground at the same time. It seemed that after an intense battle, the two of them had to take a short breather. It was only at this moment that the crowd was able to clearly see the appearance of the two people. To the shock of everyone, Chun Hao's clothes were actually completely undamaged at this moment, and his extraordinarily handsome face flickered with a piercingly cold and arrogant expression. His gaze was even fierce like a sword, and his aura was still heavy. On the other hand, Kong Linghong, who looked like a monster, did not have much of his exposed scales. However, his clothes were already in tatters, revealing many sparkling and lustrous scales. Even though Kong Linghong's aura did not weaken in the slightest, nor did he show any signs of being injured, his appearance at the very least indicated that he was already at a complete disadvantage in the previous exchange. Your physical body and strength are indeed very strong. However, you are still delusional if you want to defeat me. You can't even break through my defense. Could it be that you want to compete with me, a martial saint, in terms of aura endurance? Kong Linghong stared gloomily at Chun Hao as he spoke through gritted teeth. Chun Hao's battle strength had indeed completely exceeded his expectations. However, that was all there was to it. This was because Chun Hao's powerful attack had only torn his clothes under the protection of the dragon scales of his green dragon transformation. It had not harmed him at all. It was absolutely impossible for Chun Hao to defeat him. A martial saint's aura was prolonged. The speed at which they devoured the energy of heaven and earth was not something that a martial ancestor could compare to. He believed that as long as the battle continued, no matter how strong Chun Hao was, he would be the first to weaken. Furthermore, with his absolute defense, he was definitely in an undefeatable position. Furthermore, he had yet to use his ultimate move. This was only the group stage. His goal was to become the champion. If he used it now, he would be exposed too early, especially when there were still 4 divine beast inheritors and martial saint experts waiting for him. Is that so? You seem to have forgotten that I have yet to use my sword. At this moment, the corners of Chun Hao's mouth curled up slightly as he spoke calmly. As he spoke, with a clang, a large sword shining with golden light appeared in his hand. The five elements golden sword. Humph, so what if I use my sword? Without absolute power, don't even think about breaking through my defense. Cut the crap. Take this. Hiss. Chun Hao's voice was cold as he took a step forward. He did not activate any sword light and was still going to fight head-on. What surprised the crowd even more was that Chun Hao was clearly attacking, but his aura did not increase. Instead, it was shockingly restrained. When Lung Yihan saw this scene, his pupils shrank and his eyes widened. Is this guy crazy? Of course, Lung Yihan knew what Chun Hao was trying to do. This was because at this moment, Lung Yihan had already sensed Chun Hao's aura that had merged with all things in the world. However, this kind of attack required one to conceal oneself and launch a surprise attack when the opponent was unaware. Only then would it be effective in killing the opponent in one strike. But Chun Hao attacking head-on like this, wasn't he courting death? One had to know that merging with all things in the world and restraining one's aura meant that one had given up on one's own defense. Any random attack from the opponent could be fatal. Before Lung Yihan could recover from his shock, he suddenly realized that Chun Hao's flying figure began to drift, leaving behind a series of afterimages. He seemed to be going left, then right, then forward, then backward. He seemed to be going left, then right. He seemed to be going right, then left. What kind of movement is this? This time, it was not only Lung Yihan who widened his eyes. Countless people in the martial arts practice field widened their eyes. This kind of movement did not rely on speed. It was truly ethereal and illusory, making it impossible for people to catch a trace of it. Kong Linghong, who was in the situation, was even more impressed. This was because he could not lock onto Chun Hao's aura at all. He could not determine which direction Chun Hao would attack from and which part of his body he would attack from. Bang! Kong Linghong did not dare to think too much. This was not the time to ponder over the mysteries of the secret techniques. Although he was not afraid of Chun Hao's attack, it would be inappropriate for him to be pierced by Chun Hao's sword. Therefore, at this moment, he did not care where Chun Hao would attack. It was important for him to move first and take the initiative. But poof! What everyone did not expect, including Kong Linghong himself, was that when he moved, he directly bumped into Chun Hao's sword. What was even more unexpected was that Chun Hao's golden sword pierced through the unbelievably strong protective energy of the dragon scales, like cutting through tofu. That heart-piercing cold made Kong Linghong's hair stand on end. He felt the terror of impending death. A terrified, furious, and earth-shattering scream suddenly erupted from Kong Linghong's mouth. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 188. At this critical moment, the dragon scales all over Kong Linghong's body began to compress from his limbs towards his heart. Cracking sounds came from within his body as his bones and meridians underwent a strange change. At the same time, a violent energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged out from his body in all directions with a loud boom. Streaks of sharp rainbow-colored light turned into streaks of terrifying sword light and blasted towards Chun Hao. Bang, bang, bang. Kaboom. Following the terrifying explosion, Chun Hao's ethereal figure was sent flying backwards under the shocked cries of countless people. While he was still in the air, arrows of blood had already shot out from his body. Kong Linghong was also sent flying backwards. Chun Hao's golden sword was still embedded in his left chest. Chun Hao, Tantai Lien, Yang Fan, Li Yifeng, and I Jian Pain, Dong Fong Ting, and Lung Yihan all stood up in horror and cried out. Xian Xian's face was also extremely shocked. She resisted the urge to cry out, but Fan Fong, who was beside her, smashed the hard stone table in front of him into powder with a bang. His eyes were dark and terrifying. With his high level of cultivation and amazing eyesight, he could naturally see that Chun Hao's body had been pierced by dozens of streaks of sword light. However, what surprised him was that the moment Chun Hao was pierced, his body seemed to twist strangely, and not a single one of the streaks of sword light had managed to pierce through his vitals. But with so many injuries and so much blood spurting out, even if he did not die, he would lose the ability to fight. And Kong Ling Hong had used his powerful green dragon transformation to forcefully deflect the sword that had pierced through his heart. Although he was also severely injured compared to Chun Hao, he was much better off. Moreover, Kong Ling Hong was now under the power of the green dragon inheritance and would definitely still have a terrifying fighting capacity. Such injuries would not affect him in the short term. What did this mean? It meant that Chun Hao would be faced with the enraged Kong Ling Hong and be blasted into pieces without being able to fight back. How could Chun Hao die at the hands of others? Unfortunately, no one could stop it, unless Chun Hao admitted defeat immediately. But at this moment, whether or not Chun Hao still had the ability to shout out the word, admit defeat, was a problem. Fan Fong's face was extremely twisted. This was definitely not what he wanted. Definitely not. I want you dead. The threat of death caused Kong Ling Hong to completely lose his mind. His gloomy and angry voice suddenly sounded like a thunderclap that resounded throughout the entire training ground. As he spoke, his body gradually rose under the cover of the seven-colored light. At the same time, two ferocious and strange claws were changing in front of him. In an instant, a spiraling cyan rune rose up. The rune was octagonal, and the divine beast Azure Dragon was like a phantom soaring in the ninth heaven. At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth in the entire main arena suddenly surged violently and gathered towards the terrifying rune. His aura became more and more terrifying. The golden sword was still trembling in front of Kong Ling Hong's chest. He did not dare to take it, and he could not take it. At least, he could only do so after he killed Chun Hao. Such a strange and terrifying scene. In addition to the fact that he suddenly displayed an ultimate move that contained an aura of destruction, undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes widened, filled with fear. Azure, Dragon, Seal, seeing that the claws had turned into sword fingers, and he was shouting out the name of the secret technique, and with each word, the aura of the octagonal seal became several times more terrifying. Kong Ling Hong's sword fingers also gathered a bit of power behind him. As the words left his mouth, the sword fingers suddenly pointed towards Chun Hao. Die! Tantai Lien! And the others screamed in horror. Everyone in the martial arts practice field widened their eyes and opened their mouths wide. Rumble! Roar! Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the Azure Dragon in the octagonal seal suddenly let out a dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth. It actually flew out as if it had condensed into a physical body and contained an extremely terrifying power. It rumbled and swept towards Chun Hao, who was lying on the ground. Everyone's gaze simultaneously looked towards Chun Hao at this moment. Tantai Lien, Dong Fong Ting, and the others' faces had already turned pale. This time, no matter how much confidence they had in Chun Hao, it was already useless. They had already lost all hope. How could Chun Hao, who was lying motionless on the ground and covered in blood, be able to resist it? Without a doubt, Chun Hao, who was like a resplendent rising star, would fall like a meteor in this battle. However, at this moment, what shocked everyone was that raging flames suddenly rose from Chun Hao, who was lying on the ground. Caw! A strange bird's cry suddenly sounded. Then, a rumbling explosion spread out. Raging flames instantly filled the entire arena, turning it into a sea of fire. Who said the Phoenix inheritance is useless? At this moment, Chun Hao's cold voice sounded from the sea of fire. No one saw his figure. They only saw that the sea of fire had transformed into a sea of blue flames that enveloped the roaring azure dragon. Terrifying explosions sounded continuously. After a full half a minute, there was finally no more sound. There was only the gradually weakening and dissipating flames, gradually revealing Chun Hao's figure. Other than that, there was nothing else. Yes, there was no Kong Ling Hong's figure. There was only floating ashes. Chun Hao's face was pale, and his body trembled. Even his black eyes had become dim and lifeless. He was battered and exhausted. But even so, everyone's gaze towards Chun Hao was still incomparably shocked. The entire martial arts practice field was unusually quiet. After the shocked referee announced Chun Hao's victory, the instant the arena's boundary opened, Chun Hao strenuously waved his hand in the direction of Tantai Lien, Yang Fan, and the other three. He shouted in a low voice, "Yang Fan, Tantai Lien used the fastest speed and the most covert method to wipe her eyes." With a whoosh, Yang Fan transformed into a streak of light and charged toward the arena. He directly used his energy to envelop Chun Hao and flew him back to the contestants' seating area. "Pills," Chun Hao said with difficulty. Tantai Lien immediately used her fastest speed to take out dozens of 8th-grade spirit pills. She directly used her mental power to envelop them into a string and flew them into Chun Hao's mouth. After swallowing the pills, Chun Hao directly entered into a state of cultivation. Tantai Lien, Yang Fan, Li Yifeng, and Ni Jian Pain looked at each other before placing their palms on Chun Hao's back. At this moment, the four of them were surging with emotions. In the short span of 1 minute, their emotions had risen and fallen, then risen again. They had won, although it was a Pyrrhic victory. But in the end, they had survived and won. No one knew that this was not Chun Hao's original intention. Chun Hao was not so stupid as to merge with all things in the world and charge head-on. He had many ways to battle with Kong Ling Hong, but he chose to use such a risky method. Not only was he severely injured, but he also used the final move of the Phoenix inheritance, which directly made him a pauper. All the pills, including his own, and those obtained from killing Fan Yin and the other disciples, were all turned into nothingness. Impressive. Impressive. So impressive. I can't believe I can be so powerful. Ha ha ha. Azure Dragon, crawl for me, or I'll whip you. Kikik. In Chun Hao's mind, the little bird placed its wings on its waist and puffed out its chest. Its human-like little eyes shone with a smug light as it stared at the weak behemoth in front of it and spoke with an arrogant smile. Impossible. Impossible. You two little birds are not my match even after joining forces. How is it possible? How can you defeat me and forcefully obtain the inheritance? How is it possible? The Azure Dragon's eyes shone with extreme shock, but it did not fear the Phoenix in front of it at all. It did not even change the way it addressed the Phoenix. Ignoring the bickering between the two, Chun Hao, who was immersed in healing his injuries, became even more curious about the existence in his mind. That existence had sent a message through the Phoenix, and Chun Hao had completely followed the will of that existence by merging with all things in the world. The golden sword had to be stabbed into the opponent's body. The opponent had to use the ultimate move, the Azure Dragon Seal, and completely summon the Azure Dragon True Body. He had to be severely injured and spit out blood essence. Chun Hao did not understand why this was necessary. He originally did not intend to agree, but the tempting conditions passed to him by the phoenix made him agree. Chun Hao originally did not know the purpose of this, but now he understood. Capture the azure dragon and forcefully obtain its inheritance. He also understood that existence was omniscient about his abilities and even knew more about them than he did. But why do I have to almost die? Chun Hao still could not understand. Isn't this question simple? Treasure hunting sword's spirit suddenly said when this thought appeared in Chun Hao's mind. Why? Of course, it's to increase your strength. That thing has power, but no strength. If you want it to unleash its power, it has to rely on your strength. You will understand this when you step into the golden elixir realm. This time, it directly burned all of your elixirs to capture the azure dragon. Naturally, it could not waste the opportunity to refine your body with the nirvana flame. The rebirth of flames of desire is best when your body is severely injured, but you brat actually managed to avoid your vitals, which reduced the effect a little. Fortunately, it did not affect your vitals much. You will understand when your injuries recover. Good. Very good. At this moment, Fan Fong seemed to be Chun Hao's friend. When he saw that Chun Hao had turned the tables in such a way, he said excitedly. However, the malevolence and evil in his eyes sent chills down the spines of those around him. The nirvana of the phoenix is so powerful. Isn't this an immortal body? Such heavy injuries. There were so many holes. Did you see? They are all gone now. It was only at this moment that the crowd began to discuss spiritedly. The elders on the rostrum were all frowning in confusion. The others could not see it, but how could they not see it with their cultivation? Chun Hao had clearly only summoned a phoenix, a single phoenix. However, the final attack had condensed the nirvana flame that could only be condensed when a phoenix was connected to its body. This was simply too strange. It was something that was impossible even in legends. Yet, it was happening right in front of their eyes. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 189. As the battle between Chun Hao and Kong Linghong came to an end, all the possible top 10 battles in the group competition were over. On the morning of the second day, the group competition was finally over, and the top 20 were decided. Gao Jianfei, who was ranked first on the Black Tower tablet, Meng Yi, and Lung Yihan, who was ranked third, as well as the inheritor of the mythical beast inheritance, all advanced. Tantai Lian originally had no hope of advancing, but because Chun Hao had killed Kong Linghong, she was once again lucky to advance as the second in the group. Yang Fan was ranked sixth in the group. Considering his cultivation level, this result was already something to be proud of. In the quiet training room, Chun Hao sat cross-legged. Dense qi shrouded his body, rippling with vigorous and pure energy. Walala, Chun Hao, who appeared to be calm, actually emitted the sound of flowing water from within his body. The liquid energy was like a small river that surged endlessly within his meridians. Moreover, it seemed to be moving faster and faster. Chun Hao's mind sensed the changes within his body that had started on its own, and he understood what this represented, causing a trace of excitement to faintly suffuse his heart. After that, he calmed down, and his mind became clear as he allowed his ocean-like dantian to erupt with a surging torrent that gushed into his meridians, and it grew and multiplied endlessly as it continuously completed circulation after circulation. The energy flowing into his meridians became more and more vigorous and pure, and its speed became faster and faster. After circulating through his meridians, it was as if 10,000 streams were returning to the sea, and when it returned to his dantian again, its speed was even more astonishing. The sound of flowing water gradually turned into the terrifying sound of raging waves beating against the shore. It was also at this moment that the liquid energy core in Chunhao's dantian suddenly set off an energy whirlpool, producing an extremely terrifying devouring power. Streams of energy that were rapidly flowing through his meridians suddenly stopped circulating under this terrifying devouring power and frantically rushed back into his dantian, one after another. Boom! An explosion occurred in Chunhao's mind and dantian at the same time. Even if the conditions were right, at this time, Chunhao did not dare to have the slightest bit of negligence. All of his mind merged into the upper dantian of his mind and the lower dantian of his dantian, and his body also began to hum and vibrate at high speed. Sounds of explosions, accompanied by the pain of his upper and lower dantian and meridians collapsing. Chunhao could clearly feel that the dual barriers of the fusion of martial arts and were gradually loosening under the continuous impact of the monstrous waves. Time passed second by second. Boom! After a full 2 hours, the fusion barrier, which was many times tougher than the barriers of ordinary cultivators, finally exploded with a boom. The surging energy in Chunhao's body, which was on the verge of exploding, suddenly burst out. A dazzling 7-colored protective aura also appeared around Chunhao's body with a boom. The surging energy suddenly seemed to flow into a wider channel. Although it didn't weaken at all, it turned into a slowly flowing river. The pain of Chunhao's body exploding gradually disappeared, and he returned to calmness. Chunhao let out a long breath, opening his eyes. 2 bright 7-colored rays of light flashed and disappeared. His handsome face had a trace of excitement, and the aura around his body was many times stronger. Chunhao felt the vigorous energy in his body, and with a trace of surprise, his eyes focused. He lightly struck out with his palm, and suddenly a 7-colored, incomparably condensed palm shadow slowly flew out, crossing a distance of more than 10 feet, and lightly pressed against the wall that contained the powerful restriction. Pung! Kacha-kacha. After a dull explosion, accompanied by cracking sounds, the wall of the training room actually began to crack like a spider web. The Saint level is so strong. Chunhao looked at the creeping cracks on the wall, his expression full of surprise as he murmured. Chunhao was very clear about how strong the walls of the training room were. These days he had not stopped attacking, but to leave a shallow mark was already the limit. And now he had only used 30% of his strength, and it had caused such a terrifying destructive power. It should be enough now, right? Chunhao said in his mind. It should be enough now, right? In Chunhao's mind, the little bird raised its head and repeated Chunhao's question. A moment later, its human-like eyes flashed with a touch of joy. Chunhao, it's barely enough. With the support of this phoenix and the Azure Dragon's energy, it should be enough. He said that you should try to restrain your aura as much as possible. Otherwise, if the opponent directly admits defeat, there will be no other way. I'll try my best. Chunhao said. After that, he withdrew from his mind. How could it be so simple to gather the 5 divine beasts? The others were not fools. After seeing him kill them one by one, who would dare to come forward? What's more, he was not a homicidal maniac. Although they were all competitors, Chunhao still felt a little uncomfortable using this method to improve himself. It did not matter if he killed Kong Linghong. He had asked for it. He had wanted to kill Chunhao in the first place, and his arrogant manner was also courting death. But what about the others? If they were not as arrogant and despotic as Kong Linghong, no matter how cold and ruthless Chunhao was, he would not have been able to do it. After all, these people had spent the blood and sweat of countless people to reach this point. They had also put in a lot of effort. Moreover, there was one more thing. The killing intent was too strong now. Perhaps even the elders on the platform would not be willing to see it. Although there were no restrictions in the rules of the competition, the disciples who had reached this point were all rare geniuses on the 100 Empire ranking. They were also disciples that these sects wanted to obtain. Chun Hao did not know that his state of mind had unknowingly changed a little after his sudden enlightenment, and it was this change that had brought him closer to the true Great Tao. The next day, the sky was clear, and the sun was like fire. The 100 Empire ranking had also reached the time of the true peak showdown. Who would be the champion of the 100 Empire ranking? The crowd still did not have a definite answer in their hearts. However, the few contestants who had the strength to fight for the championship had already surfaced. Lung Yihan, who had comprehended the law of space and had astonishing battle prowess, was one of the strongest contenders. Although Lung Yihan had not obtained the inheritance of a divine beast and had not become a martial sage, no one dared to underestimate him. His voice was the strongest. Someone who had truly comprehended the law of space was definitely strong. Furthermore, Lung Yihan's shocking sword move was truly breathtaking. Among the hundreds of thousands of spectators, there were many low-grade martial sages who could clearly sense great danger from Lung Yihan. Next was Chun Hao, as well as the inheritors of the Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Qilin Divine Beasts inheritances. Next was the Xuanwu inheritor, Li Yu Ran, who was an unknown factor. When Li Yu Ran met Gao Jianfei, he had chosen to admit defeat. However, he had not completed the first step of the Xuanwu fusion. The other inheritors of the divine beasts had already completed the fusion. Li Yuran should be able to complete it quickly as well. As long as he completed it before the battle of the top 20, he still had a high chance of winning. Aside from these people, even Gao Jianfei and Meng Yi were no longer in the list of contenders for the championship. Even though they were the first and second-ranked experts on the Black Pagoda steel, it was useless. They were only at the peak of martial ancestor realm. Although their battle prowess was strong, how could they resist a martial sage who had obtained the inheritance of a divine beast? The round robin of the top 20 officially begins today. In order to avoid wasting time and unnecessary deaths, the arbitration team has decided to first select the participants. The list of the top 20 will be based on the group that qualified. Gao Jianfei Li Yu ran. After Lu Wuxiang announced the top 20 participants, he continued, "Now, for the participants whose names I call out, please confirm your opponent and who you want to admit defeat to. Gao Jianfei." Hearing the referee's words, Gao Jianfei immediately stood up with a serious expression. "When I call out your name, you answer whether you want to fight or not. You understand?" "Understood." Gao Jianfei replied in a low voice. The so-called selection was to delete the battles that required the participants to admit defeat. This would prevent them from wasting time and also allow them to arrange the battles accordingly. Of course, the participants who had decided to fight could still choose to admit defeat when it was time to go on stage. After all, as the battle progressed, the participants would naturally be able to understand their opponent's true strength more clearly. Then, it would be reasonable to make a new decision. It was not necessary to fight at this moment. However, those who said they would not fight were already admitting defeat and could not be changed. Soon, all the participants were selected. As expected, the participants who decided to fight were Lung Yihan, Chun Hao, Li Yu Ran of the Black Tortoise Inheritance, Ao Huaguang of the Kirin Inheritance, Yu Qiu of the White Tiger Inheritance, and Chu Liqin of the Vermilion Bird Inheritance. The first choice was Gao Jianfei. Although he felt embarrassed, he still gave up the battle with Lung Yihan. He dared to challenge Lung Yihan back then, but Lung Yihan was now a martial ancestor realm. He was not an idiot and naturally did not want to die. Other than Lung Yihan, he also gave up on the other 5. Meng Yi also gave up on 6. Other than Chen Hao and the other five, Tan Tai Lien also gave up on Gao Jianfei and Meng Yi. The others made the same choice as Tan Tai Lien. The final result of the selection was the top 8. The top 6 were Lung Yihan and Chen Hao. The 6 did not fight, which was equivalent to 14 victories. The 7th and 8th were Gao Jianfei and Meng Yi. Of the top 6, the 2 of them had admitted defeat. The bottom 12 had all admitted defeat to them. Whichever of the 2 won would be 7th. In other words, the 2 of them only needed one battle to end all the matches on the 100 Empire ranking. After a while, the names of the battles were listed. The great battle officially began. The first battle, Gao Jianfei against Meng Yi. Please come to the arena. Whoosh! The 2 of them immediately flew to the arena as fast as lightning. Coward! Who was it that vowed to fight junior brother, Lung Yihan, on the 100 Empire ranking? Meng Yi said as he looked at Gao Jianfei with disdain after he entered the arena. Humph! A wise man submits to circumstances. Do you think I'm a brainless idiot like you? You want to use such words to provoke me? You're too stupid. Come, I'll show you the ranking on the pagoda stele. I, Gao Jianfei, am truly superior to you. This is the first update. Friends with monthly votes, please support Wushan. If you don't have monthly votes, please cast your daily recommendation votes. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qijian. Come to cast your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 190. This should have been the battle that everyone looked forward to the most. Unfortunately, the rise of Lung Yihan, Chen Hao, and the inheritors of the divine beasts made Gao Jianfei and Meng Yi, the 2 super geniuses who originally occupied the top of the pagoda and were feared by countless disciples on the 100 Empire ranking, seem a little boring at this moment. After a short bickering, the 2 of them started a vigorous battle. Their powerful strength and combat power were indeed unmatched within the martial arts grandmaster realm. Their ultimate skills were endless, causing the spectators with low cultivations to be shocked. However, compared to the battle between Chen Hao and Kong Linghong, it was still a level lower. The battle lasted for a full 10 minutes before it finally ended. The steady and solid Meng Yi defeated Gao Jianfei by a small margin and obtained 7th place, while Gao Jianfei was 8th. Immediately after, it was the battle between the weaker disciples like Tan Tai Lien. Tan Tai Lien displayed the power of the phoenix and easily defeated her opponent. After these people fought one after another, it was finally the battle between the 6 experts. The 8th battle, Li Yuran versus Ao Huaguang. Please come to the arena. Following the loud voice of the referee, Li Yuran and Ao Huaguang, who had obtained the inheritance of the Black Tortoise and the Qilin respectively, immediately flew onto the arena. The martial arts practice field, which had been silent for a long time, once again emitted a majestic vitality. Countless people raised their spirits and looked at the arena with bright eyes. Although Li Yuran was the last to successfully merge with the divine beast, he was only 2 or 3 days later than the others. Furthermore, his inheritance was the Black Tortoise, which had the strongest defense among the 5 divine beasts, against the Qilin inheritor, Ao Huaguang, who had the most powerful and terrifying power. No one could be sure who would win. Boom! Following the referee's command to start the battle, the 2 of them, who had cold expressions, did not waste any more words. Waves of abnormally powerful 7-colored origin power, radiance, immediately spread out like a tide. At the same time, the shadows of the divine beasts appeared above their heads. One of them was bone-chilling and instantly caused the temperature of the entire arena to drop below freezing point, stirring up gusts of strong wind. The other one was powerful, like a mountain, It emanated an aura that was heavy and vast like a mountain, and it was filled with strength. It forced the numerous strong gales to retreat 300 m away, and it was even to the extent that the icy cold aura was unable to approach it in the slightest. Before they even made a move, the powerful and terrifying aura and pressure from the two gods caused countless people to be shocked. Up until now, although Liu Ro and Ao Huaguang had displayed the power of the divine beast's inheritance, they had not used the power of the inheritance in their battles after they had advanced to martial sage. At this moment, facing a powerful opponent, the two of them no longer held back. Hiss! When the two people's auras were raised to the peak, two illusions of divine beasts appeared above their heads and immediately merged into their bodies. Liu Ro of the Black Tortoise Inheritance seemed to have put on a tortoiseshell armor. The tortoiseshell shone with an icy blue crystal light and aura. Just by looking at its appearance, one could tell how strong its defense was. But that appearance, however, he did not dare to flatter him. If that was not a living tortoise, what was it? On the other hand, Ao Huaguang, who was originally like an iron tower and looked like a ferocious beast, became even more ferocious and terrifying after the Qilin's illusion merged with his body. His entire body was covered with sparkling yellow scales, and his strength was extremely powerful. Come on, let's see if your tortoiseshell is harder or if my strength is stronger. As Ao Huaguang spoke, he took a step forward. Instantly, the mountain shook, and the earth shook. His huge body was like a small mountain that rumbled as he charged toward Liu Ro. A trace of coldness flashed in Liu Ro's eyes. Although the Black Tortoise Inheritance was good, it was indeed an existence that could not be discussed. Faced with words like tortoiseshell and asterisk, 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 he really did not have any temper. Therefore, he did not say anything. With a whoosh, he directly struck out a palm at Ao Huaguang as fast as lightning. Humph! Ao Huaguang's huge palm bent and stretched out, and an incomparably vigorous yuan qi condensed in his palm. It violently smashed Liu Ro's attack and advanced at high speed. The Qilin's strongest point was undoubtedly its strength, but its defense was equally strong. It actually relied on a pair of fleshy palms that were covered with scales to collide with Liu Ro's sharp and cold energy and rapidly approached. A terrifying explosion, accompanied by circles of strong wind, swept out. In an instant, the two of them were in close combat. The power of Ao Huaguang's huge fist rapidly expanded, forcing Liu Ro to continuously retreat. However, Liu Ro's expression did not have the slightest bit of fear. This level of strength, under the protection of the tortoiseshell, caused little damage to the body. So what if he was strong? It was really not possible to do anything to him. But unfortunately, Liu Ro also could not do anything to the terrifying strength of Ao Huaguang. Looking at the terrifying battle between the two of them, everyone was still trembling with fear at the beginning, but after a few minutes, they became numb. One of them had a terrifying attack, and the other had a strong defense. Unexpectedly, neither of them had a change in expression, and they could not hurt the other in the slightest. It made everyone feel that it was neither painful nor itchy. Finally, when the neither painful nor itchy battle lasted for a full 15 minutes, the fiery Ao Huaguang could not bear it anymore. If this continued, the one who would lose would definitely be him. Liu Ro, who was like a coward, did not even attack at this moment. It was obvious that he wanted to exhaust him to death. Therefore, Ao Huaguang did not continue. With a loud shout, his huge body suddenly rose up. With a rumble, his originally mountain-like body suddenly grew several times larger at this moment. Roar! A resounding bestial roar that was filled with endless pressure suddenly erupted. Ao Huaguang finally used the strongest move of the Qilin inheritance, Chilean seal. Immediately, a force that was like a mountain and an ocean filled the entire arena. The violent energy of heaven and earth crazily surged. A mountain that was hundreds of feet tall and hundreds of feet wide, shining with a dazzling earthy yellow light, quickly condensed above O Huaguang's hands. At this moment, Ao Huaguang was like a ferocious Hercules with a ferocious gaze and a ferocious face. The moment the mountain condensed, it fiercely smashed down on Li Yuro's head. Die! Accompanied by Ao Huaguang's loud shout, the huge mountain crashed down with a loud bang. In your dreams! Li Yuro, who was already prepared, activated the black tortoise seal at the same time when Ao Huaguang used his ultimate move. After a loud shout, his arms, legs, and head suddenly shrank into the tortoise shell, and at this moment, the tortoise shell expanded at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it was like an incomparably huge pot lid that was upside down on the arena. On it, a dazzling crystal light shone and was covered with black tortoise patterns. At this moment, everyone in the martial arts practice field widened their eyes and stared at the terrifying scene of the mountain smashing down on the pot lid. Without a doubt, after this attack, the victor would be decided. If the tortoise shell was smashed, then Ao Huaguang, who had exhausted all his energy, would win. If the tortoise shell was firm, then it might be a draw, because with such a terrifying ultimate move, even the defensive Li Yuro would definitely have exhausted all his energy. Bang! Rumble! The moment the mountain smashed down on the pot lid, the mountain shook, and the earth shook. The entire martial arts practice field, which was dozens of miles in radius, trembled violently. Some of the spectators who didn't have much cultivation were directly shaken half a meter from their seats and let out countless terrified screams. On the main arena, dust and smoke billowed. The huge mountain stood tall and upright, and the tortoise shell's shadow couldn't be seen. Smashed to death. At this moment, countless people thought in horror. This scene was obviously the tortoise shell being smashed flat, and Li Yuro, who was hiding inside, must have been crushed into a meat paste. However, a few seconds later, when the mountain formed by energy began to dissipate, what surprised everyone was that a large piece of the hard arena floor actually appeared. At the same time, it also gradually dissipated, revealing a huge, deep pit. In the pit, Li Yuro stood up with blood at the corner of his mouth, battered and exhausted. And Ao Huaguang, who was standing in the air, fell to the ground with a bang. His face was also pale, and he stood up shakily. The final result was a draw. No one had the strength to attack again. Godly tortoise! Mother, isn't this Li Yuro in an invincible position? If he tightens his tortoise shell, no one can hurt him. Too awesome. Fortunately, his attack wasn't strong. Otherwise, Ao Huaguang would definitely lose. Countless people in the crowd were discussing. The defense of a cowardly tortoise was really too strong, too shocking. One had to know that the floor of the arena contained extremely strong restrictions, and the material was precious but it was smashed into a huge pit that was several meters deep and tens of feet wide. And Li Yuro had only exhausted his strength and suffered some injuries. Chun Hao frowned slightly, staring at the huge pit, a faint light flashing in his eyes. Obviously, even Chun Hao wasn't sure if he could break Li Yuro's defense at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Chun Hao turned to look at Lung Yihan. He saw Lung Yihan also staring at the deep pit, but immediately after, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he lazily leaned back in his seat. It seems that his realm has increased again. Seeing this scene, Chun Hao couldn't help but think to himself. The last time he saw Lung Yihan, Chun Hao already knew that he was far inferior to Lung Yihan. At this moment, after half a year of training, Chun Hao was sure that he could catch up to Lung Yihan. But now, Lung Yihan's expression told Chen Hao that he had enough confidence to break Li Yuro's defense. Thinking of Lung Yihan's stunning sword, Chen Hao frowned slightly and thought to himself, what if these guys are killed by Lung Yihan in advance? If that's really the case, my chances will be even lower. Chen Hao hesitated slightly, but finally decided to greet him. Brother Lung. Chen Hao condensed his voice into a line and transmitted it to Lung Yihan, who was not far away. Lung Yihan was slightly taken aback and looked in Chen Hao's direction. Can I ask you for a small favor? Help. Of course, if you win against me, it'll be your request. If you lose, it'll be two of my requests. Anything is fine. Just say it. Lung Yihan's lips curled up slightly. He seemed to be very straightforward, but his words were very stingy. The reason for this was that Lung Yihan wasn't sure if he could defeat Chen Hao, who had completely exceeded his expectations. Second update. Requesting recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 191. Okay, if you meet Liu Ro and the other divine beast inheritors, don't kill them. Just defeat them. Chen Hao said readily. If he really asked Lung Yihan for help for no reason, Chen Hao would be embarrassed. After all, he only had a relationship with Lung Yihan because of the nameless old man. Moreover, Chen Hao knew that Lung Yihan was the kind of person who cared about fair exchanges. Otherwise, he would not have used the Yin origin stone to exchange for the statue. Don't kill them? Defeat them? What do you want to do? Lung Yihan looked at Chen Hao from afar. His eyes were as bright as swords, and he asked with a trace of doubt. It's useful. Since you agreed, it's settled. It's my turn. Okay. Lung Yihan frowned slightly and replied. At this moment, the referee called Chen Hao's name. The 9th match, Chen Hao against Chu Liqin. Chu Liqin, the inheritor of the divine beast vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was the divine beast closest to the phoenix among the 5 divine beasts. Not only were their energy attributes similar, but their appearances were also very similar. The vermilion bird's inheritance, compared to the phoenix's weakness of needing 2 people to work together, was naturally much stronger. If there was no battle between Chen Hao and Kong Linghong, there was no doubt that Chu Liqin's chances of winning would be higher in everyone's hearts. But at this moment, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Chen Hao's chances of winning were slightly higher. After all, Chen Hao's combat strength was stronger than Chu Liqin's. But it was only a little. If they both used their ultimate moves, it was really hard to say who would win. Chen Hao was able to defeat Kong Linghong, but it was just a narrow victory. Whoosh whoosh. Chen Hao and Chu Liqin appeared on the arena at almost the same time. Their eyes met, neither giving way to the other. Obviously, both of them were very confident, especially Chen Hao. This time, Tantai Lien and the others who were familiar with Chen Hao felt extremely surprised. A wisp of arrogance actually appeared on Chen Hao's handsome and extraordinary face. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and it was filled with an arrogant, evil, and cold aura. His deep black eyes were filled with naked provocation. Chu Liqin, you're just a puny vermilion bird, so you should just admit defeat obediently. Even the Azure Dragon was blasted into smithereens by my phoenix, so you're on par with him at best. If you don't want to die, then it's not too late. Otherwise, Chen Hao won't show mercy to the fairer sex. Chen Hao's lips slightly curled up as he spoke dismissively. That expression, that appearance, was simply arrogant to the extreme. He was the typical type of person who was looking for trouble. This scene made Dongfang Ting, Tantai Lian, and even Lung Yihan frown slightly, feeling very strange. Was this still the Chun Hao he knew? Humph. Are you trying to intimidate me? I, Chu Laqin, am not one to be intimidated. It's just a phoenix's nirvana. Others may not know, but do you think I don't know? No matter what secret technique you use, don't even think about defeating me. I'd like to see who's going to die. Chu Laqin said coldly. Her face shone with anger, and her fighting spirit began to soar wildly. If that's the case, then I'll send you to the afterlife. Chun Hao said casually, but his face began to shine with a trace of seriousness. In the eyes of the crowd, it seemed that Chun Hao really wanted to intimidate Chu Laqin into admitting defeat, but in reality, he had no confidence in defeating Chu Laqin at all. You talk too much nonsense. Chu Laqin said coldly when the referee announced the start of the match. As she spoke, there was a boom, and flames spewed out from her body. In an instant, her entire person was merged into the protection of the flames. At the same time, Chu Laqin opened her hand in the air. Instantly, a long river of flames spewed out from her palm and condensed into a huge flaming demon palm that rumbled toward Chun Hao. What a powerful energy! Chun Hao was slightly shocked. The aura of heavenly fire. At the same time, Little Bird's shocked voice sounded in Chun Hao's mind. She actually comprehended half a step into heavenly fire. Could it be that she has a fire spirit body? What do you mean? Chun Hao's figure suddenly floated up as he used the ultimate martial arts technique, the wave-like carefree steps, and asked in his mind at the same time. The flames of the vermilion bird and us phoenixes are nirvana flames. As the successor's fusion with us increases, the level of nirvana flames will also gradually increase. The highest level is nirvana heavenly fire. This can only be achieved at the 9th step of fusion. However, this successor is clearly only at the 1st step of fusion, but the flames she emits contain the aura of heavenly fire. There's only one possibility, and that is that her physical body is the fire spirit body that is most compatible with the vermilion bird's inheritance. Chun Hao, whether you can win this time will depend on whether you can withstand her flames. No wonder you're so confident. It's only interesting when there's a challenge. Chun Hao said, and cut off the connection with Little Bird. His eyes shone with a strong fighting spirit. Humph, you still want to use this kind of footwork to dodge. I'd like to see how you dodge. Sea of Purgatory Flames. Seeing that Chun Hao's figure was erratic and dodging her flaming demon hand, Chu Laqin snorted coldly. Her hands suddenly crossed in front of her and tore apart. Boom! In an instant, the flaming demon hand that mist exploded. At the same time, countless flaming demon hands shot out from Chu Laqin's hands like a string of cannons. They flew in all directions and exploded when they reached a certain location. Huff, huff, huff. In just a breath's time, the entire arena had turned into a sea of flames. Billowing heat waves swept out from the arena. Even the powerful restrictions of the arena were unable to completely conceal the heat waves. The temperature of the entire martial arts practice field suddenly rose by several times. An invisible pressure made the breathing of some of the audience members with weaker cultivations quicken. They felt as if they couldn't breathe. What a terrifying flame! Feeling Chu Laqin's terrifying power, many people's expressions became extremely shocked. The power that Chu Laqin displayed this time was much stronger than the sea of flames that she released when she was in the martial ancestor realm. Her aura was so terrifying even through the arena's protective boundary. How would Chun Hao, who was in the depths of the flames, feel? Split. In the arena, Chun Hao, who was engulfed in flames, stopped his erratic figure. He bent his knees, took a feint, opened his palms, and drew arc-like trajectories in front of him that seemed to be slow but was actually fast. His body moved with his palms. His body suddenly shook, creating afterimages in a small area, causing his body to become blurry. At this moment, Chun Hao's palms suddenly slapped outwards. Countless palm shadows condensed into an invisible barrier, forcibly blocking the surging flames. What was even more strange was that these flames actually began to revolve around Chun Hao under the gentle and smooth palm shadows of Chun Hao. They were actually unable to approach Chun Hao at all. In a moment, the flames around him became more and more condensed. They were especially bright in the sea of flames. Condense. Although Chu Liqin was shocked that Chun Hao had once again used a strange, unique skill to block her flames, she did not care at all. She had launched an all-around attack. She did not expect to be able to restrain Chun Hao at all. She only wanted to break Chun Hao's erratic and unpredictable magical footwork. At this moment, she had already achieved her goal. With a furious roar, under Chu Liqin's control, the sea of flames in the entire arena suddenly began to converge toward Chun Hao at an astonishing speed. One split, one condensed, and they erupted almost at the same time. Moreover, when the sea of flames appeared, the crowd could no longer see Chun Hao's figure. They only saw a ball of flames becoming more and more condensed. Because of this, except for Chu Liqin and Chun Hao, almost everyone in the entire martial arts practice field thought that Chu Liqin had used the flames to trap Chun Hao. With Chu Liqin's oppression, all the flames converged toward Chun Hao, completely imprisoning Chun Hao in the flames. Wow! Impressive! Impressive! What unique skill did Chun Hao use? It's too impressive. Azure Dragon, are you still not convinced? A master with such talent is much better than that fellow of yours. Ha ha! In Chun Hao's mind, the little bird, who was always on standby, spoke to the Azure Dragon, who was continuously providing it with energy. Even if I'm convinced, I'm not convinced by you. What are you so proud of? If I were you, I could save Chun Hao a lot of effort. You little bird with a small brain. Who are you scolding? You're just a little snake. Where's your high IQ? If you have the guts, say it. If it's useful to say it, you'll be number 2. You're the F** king number 2. Leave it to **** and Xiao Ke. They're more suitable. Anyway, I'm leaving. You can be your boss. Tell me, what's the plan? The little bird said. These fellows had been in contact with humans for too long. Although they did not have the temperament of humans, they had more or less assimilated some human habits. Therefore, they were rather proficient in scolding people in certain aspects. Are you an idiot? Don't you know how to provoke the vermilion bird? Provoking it will naturally affect the inheritor. As long as its power explodes to a certain level, the inheritor will be able to resist using the vermilion bird seal. That makes sense, Kiki. When the little bird heard the Azure Dragon's words, its eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness as it let out 2 strange cries. Immediately after, the little bird began to stimulate its energy in Chun Hao's body without asking for permission from Chun Hao. Boom! Chun Hao, who was using the fused energy to activate the Taiji mysteries of the pugilistic world's ultimate technique, suddenly spewed out intense flames from his body. In an instant, the phoenix's flames entered Chu Liqin's flames. The instant the 2 types of energy came into contact, the phoenix and the vermilion bird's senses were immediately connected. Little bird, Xiao Ke, number 2, if you have the guts, come out and fight this phoenix directly. Back then, this phoenix and the phoenix were on par with you, but now, this phoenix alone will defeat you. Kiki, bullshit, you and your lover aren't my match. And you alone? Dream on. If you have the guts, come out. Stop being so wishy-washy. Do you want to learn from that cowardly turtle? You seem very similar. Shao Ke. All right, just you wait. I'll make you wait another 1,000 or 10,000 years to find an inheritor. Boom. The irritable vermilion bird was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. Similarly, without Chu Lachin's orders, it madly gathered its energy. In an instant, Chu Lachin felt the flames in her body burn fiercely, as if her body was about to explode. This terrifying power caused Chu Lachin's fighting spirit to soar madly. She watched as all the flames gathered towards Chun Hao, but they seemed to be completely blocked by Chun Hao's strange method, unable to move forward at all. Under the terrifying rotation, she even felt as if she had lost control. Chu Lachin did not hesitate any longer. Kiki. A strange bird's cry that resounded through the heavens suddenly erupted from Chu Lachin's body, and the vermilion bird phantom flew out from her head. Third update. Brothers and sisters who still have monthly votes and recommendation votes, please vote for Dark Mountain. Thank you. I already have 23 votes today. Can I still have 17 votes? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 192. Let's see how you're going to block it. Chu Lachin stared at the rapidly spinning giant fireball. Following the explosion of the vermilion bird's energy, she took a step forward, formed a seal with both hands, and suddenly blasted it out. Vermilion bird seal. The moment Chu Lachin condensed the vermilion bird seal, violent flames erupted like a volcano. In an instant, the endless flames, containing terrifying power and pressure, swept towards Chun Hao. Boom! The flames that contained the aura of the heavenly fire were indeed extremely powerful. The moment the vermilion bird seal was used, its momentum was terrifying. The raging flames had completely turned a deep blue color. Even the space within the stage started to distort, rippling violently as if it could not withstand the high temperature of the flames, and was about to collapse. Go for me. Sensing that Chu Lachin had unleashed the vermilion bird seal, Chun Hao's expression was calm and unperturbed. Amidst the flames, his two palms were drawing graceful arcs. At this moment, his body suddenly trembled, and his palms instantly transformed into numerous afterimages. Softness turned to toughness as he abruptly struck out. Boom! The spinning giant fireball suddenly separated from Chun Hao's body like a tornado, setting off monstrous waves of fire. Ga! At the same time, the shadow of the phoenix flew out from above Chun Hao's head and let out a cry that resounded through the heavens and earth. The terrifying nirvana flame instantly condensed into the phoenix seal. It contained an incomparably terrifying energy as it whistled towards the vermilion bird seal. How is this possible? Sensing the power of the phoenix, the vermilion bird that had condensed the seal was filled with shock. Fire. It was the nirvana flames that were of a lower level than it, but the energy contained within was so vigorous that it had reached an inconceivable realm. What made it even more surprised was that it seemed to have caught a trace of familiar energy. That energy was definitely something that only the Azure Dragon possessed. The wood attribute was extremely derived from the wind attribute, and because of this, when the three types of energy were superimposed, fire would burn wood, and wind would blow fire, causing its power to increase by many times. How could the vermilion bird not be shocked? However, the vermilion bird seal had already condensed, and it was too late to stop. Whoosh! Just as the two ultimate moves were about to collide, Chun Hao was like a gust of wind that blended into the world. Using the carefree steps, he held the invincible golden crystal sword in his hand. Withstanding the endless flames that contained the aura of the heavenly fire, He was as fast as lightning, silently stabbing towards Chu Lachin's right chest. At this moment, all of Chu Lachin's attention was focused on activating the vermilion bird seal, and the energy in her body was being crazily extracted. How could she have known that Chun Hao, who had used the phoenix seal, could still withdraw? This was absolutely inconceivable. This was because any cultivator would not be able to divert their attention when they performed such an ultimate technique that completely surpassed their own level. Not to mention, he had to multitask to escape and attack the enemy at the same time. But Chun Hao did it. This was because not only did he have the Azure Dragon's energy to support the little bird, he also had the mysterious existence in his mind to control it. However, Chun Hao's figure had indeed disappeared from the spot. Chu Lachin's eyes widened, and all the hairs on her body stood on end. Although she did not understand how Chun Hao did it, she knew that she was now in absolute danger. Someone who had used the phoenix seal and still had the energy to attack her body. How could she resist? I concede, without any hesitation, Chu Lachin frantically activated the vermilion bird seal, and at the same time she could not move, she cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, before she could say the word lose, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in front of her. Chu Lachin's eyes widened in shock, and her eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. Risking the backlash of the vermilion bird seal, she sent out an attack behind her. Poof! But even so, her full and round breasts were still pierced through by the treasured sword behind her. A dazzling golden sword tip was revealed, and then it disappeared. The sword was drawn and sheathed extremely fast. The moment the sword was drawn, Chu Lachin felt a terrifying, devouring power that caused the essence blood in her body to spurt out, turning into a blood arrow that flew towards the vermilion bird seal. Right chest, not the left chest. This was the only thing that made Chu Lachin feel fortunate, but also slightly puzzled. Without a doubt, her desperate attack had been effective, and it had hit Chun Hao. But Chu Lachin was clear that in the process of the vermilion bird seal crazily absorbing energy, her attack was not very effective. Chun Hao clearly could have pierced his heart. So why did he avoid it and let her go? Rumble, the two strongest attacks, finally collided. Dazzling and terrifying flames filled the entire stage, and the ground shook. The temperature of the entire martial arts practice field suddenly rose by several times, causing the air to churn terrifyingly. Gusts of wind suddenly rose in a radius of 10 miles. Chu Lachin's eyes widened. The moment the vermilion bird seal exploded, all the energy in her body had been sucked dry. At the same time, because she had also received the backlash of the vermilion bird seal, she fell onto the stage with a bang. Chun Hao, who had received Chu Lachin's attack, also tumbled down from the sky. The phoenix seal, or more accurately, the phoenix seal, had also sucked out all of his energy and fell onto the ground. Ga. After a loud and clear cry, a figure that seemed to have exhausted all of its energy disappeared into Chun Hao's body. The battle ended. You're very strong. Unfortunately, you underestimated your opponent too much. When the flames disappeared, the two figures appeared on the stage. They were in a sorry state, and they struggled to stand up. Chun Hao stared at Chu Lachin, who was clutching her chest as she struggled to stand up. However, at this moment, Chu Lachin's expression changed drastically, and her heart was filled with shock. It was not because Chun Hao had spared her life, nor was it because she had lost the battle, but she could no longer sense the aura of the vermilion bird divine beast's inheritance. She wanted to question Chun Hao, but she forcibly suppressed the urge to speak. Yes, she could not speak. If Chun Hao gave her a definite answer, what would the result be? Everyone would know that she had lost the vermilion bird divine beast's inheritance. With her current ranking and cultivation level of the martial sage realm, she could choose any of the sex present. But what about after entering a sect? The treatment would probably be two different concepts. Moreover, she could not be sure if the vermilion bird divine beast's inheritance was really gone. It could also be that the injury was hidden in the depths of her mind, right? Chu Laqin quickly forced herself to calm down and stared at Chun Hao without batting an eyelid. This match is a draw. Sensing the aura of the two, the referee immediately announced, "A draw, it's actually a draw again." It seems that the power of the divine beast's inheritance is about the same, and no one can do anything to the other. In fact, Chun Hao's inheritance is much weaker. What's strong is his combat strength, which makes up for the weakness. If he did not use his strange movement technique and risk the Phoenix Seal's backlash to stab with his sword, I'm afraid it would not be a draw. Indeed, the Phoenix inheritance is originally of little value. For Chun Hao to use it to such an extent, I'm afraid only a super abnormal talent like his would be able to do so, right? When Chun Hao and Chu Laqin returned to their seats, countless people's eyes focused on Chun Hao as they discussed. No one knew that Chun Hao was actually not injured at all. His current appearance was completely faked. In this battle, he did not even reveal his aura as a saint because the color of his elemental energy did not change. Moreover, Chun Hao's powerful soul power had even fooled the elders on the rostrum. Chun Hao did not kill Chu Laqin on purpose. He thought of all kinds of possibilities and finally chose this. Perhaps this was the only way to quietly capture all the inheritances of the five divine beasts without scaring anyone. Moreover, Chun Hao was sure that if Chu Laqin was not stupid, she would not reveal that the vermilion bird's inheritance had disappeared. The only regret was that although Chun Hao had the highest chance of collecting all the inheritances of the divine beasts, he might lose to Lung Yihan in the 100 Empire rankings. But there was no other way. Chun Hao could only do this. Although he did not know what Lung Yihan's conditions were, the two of them had agreed not to force each other. Therefore, Chun Hao did not care much. The last battle of the day, the 10th battle, Lung Yihan versus Qiyu. Please enter the arena. While the crowd was still discussing, the referee's voice rang out again. Yu Qiyu, the inheritor of the divine beast White Tiger, among the five divine beasts. If the black tortoise's defense was the strongest, then the White Tiger's attack was the strongest. Not in terms of strength, but attack. The White Tiger was a metal-type divine beast. Its strength was not as vast as the Qilin's, but its attack was the sharpest and most invincible. The enchanting and seductive Qiyu flew into the arena with a serious expression. Among the five people, whether it was Qiyu or the others, the one they did not want to meet the most was Lung Yihan. Lung Yihan, who had comprehended the true essence of space and was extremely powerful, could be fatal when he attacked. Even if he was only a 9th grade martial grandmaster, no one knew if his martial sage realm and inheritance could withstand Lung Yihan's attack. Even Chun Hao could not be sure before they fought. The only person who was not worried was the black tortoise inheritor, Li Yu Ran. He did not know if the others could do it, but he had absolute confidence in the defense of the black tortoise shell. When the referee announced the start of the match, Yu Qiyu did not hesitate to bring up layers of protective aura. It was the 7-colored protective aura that symbolized the martial saint realm. However, there was a slight difference. Her 7-colored aura was filled with majestic golden energy. It was obvious that the metallic energy had taken the dominant position. The White Tiger Phantom also merged with Yu Qiyu's body at the fastest speed. The sharp and unparalleled aura was like an invincible sword light. It carried a cold aura and pierced into the hearts of the crowd. The crowd that was still discussing suddenly quieted down. They all held their breaths and stared at the arena with wide eyes. However, what surprised everyone was that Lung Yihan's figure, which was as straight as a sword, did not release any aura. Only his sharp and soul-stirring eyes were staring at the enchanting Yu Qiyu. He said lightly, "Make your move. Let me see how powerful the White Tiger's attack is. Last 3 days, I beg for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 193. For 2 whole minutes, Lung Yihan did not use his mysterious space attribute True Essence. Instead, he relied on his own powerful combat power to fight Yu Qiyu head-on. What surprised Chun Hao and the others was that Lung Yihan's attacks were so fierce that he seemed more like the inheritor of the White Tiger inheritance than Yu Qiyu. He actually suppressed Yu Qiyu. Yu Qiyu had no choice but to admit defeat without even using her White Tiger seal. She knew that even if she used the White Tiger seal, she wouldn't be able to stop Lung Yihan, who had comprehended the space attribute. Thinking of Lung Yihan's stunning sword, Yu Qiyu didn't need to joke around with her life. After the day's battles, everyone had a clear idea of who was stronger and who was weaker. Lung Yihan, who could force Yu Qiyu to admit defeat, had undoubtedly stood out from the other 6. He was the most likely contestant to win the championship without much suspense. There were only 2 matches left that everyone looked forward to the most. One of the matches was originally between Yu Qiyu of the White Tiger inheritance and Li Yuran of the Black Tortoise inheritance, but now it was between Lung Yihan and Li Yuran, whose attacks were more aggressive. The second match was between Lung Yihan and Chun Hao. Although Chun Hao had the Phoenix inheritance, Chun Hao was stronger in his own unique skills, realm, and battle strength. Moreover, he had comprehended the wind attribute. Perhaps only the battle between Chun Hao and Lung Yihan would be the most exciting battle. Without a divine beast seal that surpassed their own realm, the 2 were destined to display their true battle strength. The next day, after Tantai Lian and the other 3 teams finished their 6 matches, the 7th match was between Lung Yihan and Ao Huaguang. The battle went as expected. Lung Yihan used his terrifying battle strength to defeat Ao Huaguang, who had used the Qilin seal. What made Ao Huaguang grateful, what made the audience confused, and what made the elders on the rostrum nod their heads slightly was that Lung Yihan, who had the ability to kill Ao Huaguang, actually broke Ao Huaguang's Qilin seal, and only placed his sword on Ao Huaguang's neck, who had lost his energy. At that moment, everyone knew that if Lung Yihan wanted to kill Ao Huaguang wouldn't have the time to admit defeat. The 8th match was between Chu Liqin and Li Yuran. To everyone's surprise, Chu Liqin actually admitted defeat. His complexion didn't look good, as if he hadn't recovered from his battle with Chun Hao the day before. When they thought about Li Yuran's abnormal defensive capabilities, they did not find it too strange. The 9th match was between Chun Hao and Qiyu. This time, as everyone expected, Yu Qiyu and Chun Hao both used their divine beast seals and finished the battle. It was a draw, and both of them were seriously injured. The 3rd day was a little strange. The first match was between Chu Liqin and Qiyu, after the referee called out their names. What no one expected was that both of them actually said, "I admit defeat," in unison. Both the referee and the audience were confused. The 2 of them looked at each other in surprise. Their eyes contained a trace of surprise, which gradually turned into deep frowns. A draw. A moment later, the 2 of them spoke at the same time. They actually shook hands and made peace in such a miraculous way. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that they had already fought to this point and no longer had the heart to compete? The second match of the top 6 was between Chun Hao and Ao Huaguang of the Qilin inheritance. The final result was the same as Chen Hao's previous 2 matches, a draw and a serious injury. Ao Huaguang, who was as majestic as an iron tower, was extremely embarrassed and confused as he was taken off the stage. The 3rd match finally ushered in the most anticipated match, Lung Yihan versus Li Yuran. Originally, everyone thought that Lung Yihan would most likely draw this match, but to everyone's surprise, Lung Yihan actually ended the battle in half a minute, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The incomparably hard turtle shell defense was like nothing under Lung Yihan's sharp sword. It was directly penetrated. Li Yuran, who was extremely confident, broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Lung Yihan only seriously injured him and did not take his life. Perhaps it was deliberately arranged by the arbitration team to make the most anticipated battle between Chen Hao and Lung Yihan the last day. Therefore, on the 4th day, Chen Hao met the last divine beast inheritor, Li Yuran. No one noticed that Chu Liqin, Yu Qiyu, and Ao Huaguang were exchanging glances from time to time. Occasionally, they would look at the calm Chen Hao, but the 3 of them revealed extreme fear in their eyes. Others might not understand, but the 3 of them had encountered the same thing. Moreover, with Chu Liqin and Yu Qiyu's performance yesterday, the 3 of them were enlightened. That was, all the divine beast inheritors who fought Chen Hao had their divine beast inheritors destroyed. The 3 of them were well aware, but no one said it out loud. Of course, if they knew that Chen Hao did not only destroy their divine beast inheritors, but also obtain their divine beast inheritors, they would be even more terrified. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Chen Hao to expose himself. In the first 2 matches, Chu Liqin directly admitted defeat against Lung Yihan. Ao Huaguang and Yu Qiyu shook hands again and chose to draw. Chen Hao and Li Yuran appeared at the same time. Lung Yihan could break Li Yuran's attack. It could only be said that Lung Yihan was too abnormal. Li Yuran did not think that Chen Hao could break his defense. So far, except for Lung Yihan, the others were all tied. Moreover, in everyone's opinion, this match should also be a draw. But unexpectedly, when Chen Hao's sea of fire engulfed the divine beast tortoise shell, Chen Hao's figure flashed across like a stream of light. A sword, like Lung Yihan's sword, easily pierced through Li Yuran's tortoise shell. When Li Yuran's essence blood spurted out, the raging fire burned even more fiercely, and the phoenix seal was fully released. Li Yuran was like a dead pig. Chen Hao carried him by the neck and escaped the sea of fire. At least his life was saved. At this time, everyone was shocked to find that Chen Hao, who had also used the phoenix seal this time, was actually not exhausted. His figure was as straight as a sword, and on his peerlessly handsome face there was a faint smile. Chen Hao won, except for Chu Liqin and the other 2, and Lung Yihan. No one thought that this would be the result, and that the battle would end so quickly. When Chen Hao leaped down from the arena, the crowd in the entire martial arts practice field was incomparably shocked. With a hubbub, they started to discuss animatedly. It had to be said that although the battles in the past few days were exciting, there were no unexpected situations. Everything seemed to be within everyone's expectations. On the other hand, Chen Hao's unexpected performance finally caused a ripple. Could it be that Chen Hao had been hiding his strength? Not likely. Who didn't want to be ranked higher? Who didn't want to be the champion? For experts like Chen Hao, entering a sect was already at the point where they could choose freely. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward of the 100 Empire ranking. Moreover, the 100 Empire ranking was very famous even in the cultivation world, especially the champion of the 100 Empire ranking. It not only symbolized glory, but also the importance of entering a sect. Moreover, whichever sect the champion chose was also a matter of pride for that sect. How could it not be important? Therefore, Chun Hao shouldn't have been hiding his strength on purpose. Instead, he had grown rapidly during the battle, especially that sharp and terrifying sword, which was exactly the same as Lung Yihan's. Because of this, the battle between Lung Yihan and Chun Hao, which had been relatively clear, became even more confusing. According to the points, Lung Yihan was already in first place. Even if Chun Hao could defeat Lung Yihan, he wouldn't be able to shake his position. However, if Chun Hao could win, Lung Yihan's title as champion would undoubtedly be much lighter. It would even be overshadowed by Chun Hao's second-place glory. Therefore, whether it was for Chun Hao or Lung Yihan, the championship was no longer important. What was important was who would win the battle between the two of them. This most important battle was not held as scheduled. Instead, it was scheduled for the last battle of the 100 Empire ranking competition by the judges. 3 days later, Tantai Lien and the other contestants' round-robin matches were finally completed. Tantai Lien, who was an 8th grade E-Grandmaster and had the inheritance of the Phoenix, won 11 matches without much suspense. She was only second to the top 6, Meng Yi and Gao Jianfei, and ranked 9th. The sun was shining brightly in the clear sky. Under everyone's anticipation, Lung Yihan and Chun Hao's names finally came out from the judge's mouth. Chun Hao and Lung Yihan looked at each other and flew into the air at the same time. Chun Hao turned into a gust of wind and landed silently on the arena. Lung Yihan, on the other hand, flashed and appeared before Chun Hao. Both of them wore white robes and were equally handsome, but Chun Hao was more masculine. Lung Yihan's thin lips curled up slightly, but he looked extremely feminine. Coupled with his terrifying eyes that were as sharp as swords, he gave off a chilling aura. When the judge announced the start of the match, neither of them moved. Neither of them even increased their fighting spirit and energy. How about another bet? Chun Hao suddenly said. Lung Yihan frowned slightly and said, "You already owe me twice. Let's bet twice this time. If we lose, I'll owe you 4 times. If we win, we'll call it even." Chun Hao said with a smile. "Don't worry about having too many debts. You can say that. Why are you scared?" Hearing Chun Hao's words, Lung Yihan's slender eyebrows twitched slightly. He glanced at Chun Hao and said, "I'll satisfy you." Hiss. As soon as Lung Yihan finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared from everyone's sight. Boom. At the same time, Chun Hao's body exploded with a roar. A bright rainbow light suddenly shone, and a majestic and terrifying aura suddenly spread out in all directions. At this moment, Chun Hao's expression became extremely serious. His mind was completely released, sensing Lung Yihan's aura. Lung Yihan. When Chun Hao first met Lung Yihan, he didn't have any chance of winning. But now, Chun Hao, whose realm and strength had increased countless times, still didn't have any confidence. This battle was definitely the most difficult battle Chun Hao had ever encountered. The speed of the space attribute's true essence, as well as the aura of merging with all things in the world that was higher than his own realm. This made Chun Hao's fighting spirit soar wildly. He didn't dare to be careless. Second update. Monthly votes, recommendation votes. There's a third update tonight. These 2 updates are very, very slow after the 100 Empire rankings. The real exciting cultivation world will begin. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 194. However, Chun Hao did not intend to use the power of the divine beast's inheritance. First, he had not mastered them yet. Second, he was able to absorb all 5 mythological beasts into his body. It was more or less thanks to Lung Yihan. Using them against Lung Yihan now was unreasonable. Third, he could not expose himself. Otherwise, it would be too shocking. It was already very shocking to be able to destroy the other party's divine beast's inheritance, let alone forcefully take it. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew. Chun Hao, who was surrounded by a dazzling 7-colored light, slowly opened his palms. A golden sword appeared in Chun Hao's right hand in front of him. He lowered his center of gravity and took a step forward. A gentle wind blew. His aura, at this moment, was clearly in a state of battle, but it gave people a feeling of extreme calmness, lightness, elegance, and otherworldly. The gentle wind blew his bangs, and the majestic, protective, upstanding Qi became soft and agile like a docile lamb. Even Chun Hao's originally fierce gaze seemed to have entered into a profound state at this moment, and it was devoid of sorrow or joy. It was even to the extent that it didn't reveal the slightest trace of battle intent. Lung Yihan also disappeared without a trace. Such a strange atmosphere made everyone in the martial arts practice field hold their breaths. Everyone knew that these two super geniuses who stood out in the 100 Empire ranking had entered the calm before the storm. It was fine if they did not make a move, but when they did, it would be earth-shattering. Martial Saint. He's actually a martial saint. How is this possible? Did he become a martial saint yesterday? In the silent martial arts practice field, countless people were shocked when they saw the 7-colored light on Chun Hao's body. Although they did not dare to break the silence, they were extremely shocked. 1 minute, 2 minutes, after a full 3 minutes, the martial arts practice field was still silent. At this moment, some ordinary cultivators felt that they were about to suffocate. However, the two of them still did not make a move. On the combat arena, only Chun Hao's figure that was composed and at ease still maintained his agile posture, and the breeze still blew by him. As for Lung Yihan, who seemed to have disappeared, there was no aura at all. Everyone knew that the two of them had entered a stalemate before they even made a move. The seemingly passive Chun Hao seemed to be unable to find any flaws in Lung Yihan's attacks. Could it be that even Lung Yihan, who was extremely fast and fierce, was unable to break through the silent Chun Hao? Hiss! At the 4th minute, a sword light that was 1,000 feet away from Chun Hao seemed to have caught the gap in the wind. It suddenly flashed with a sharp sword light, as if it had torn the void, and attacked Chun Hao at a terrifying speed. In an instant, it had reached Chun Hao's back. No one could describe how fast this sword was. At least, none of the cultivators below the martial god realm were confident that they could be so fast. No one thought that their attacks could be so fierce. Terrified screams erupted from the throats of countless people the moment Lung Yihan's sharp sword light appeared. However, before the screams could be heard, the sword light that was 1,000 feet away was only 10 feet away from Chun Hao's back. Bang! Ding! Boom! The moment Lung Yihan's sword light pierced through Chun Hao's protective qi, Chun Hao, whose hair stood on end, moved as fast as lightning. He turned around, swung his sword, and returned to his original position. It was all done in an instant. At this moment, the screams of the crowd finally rang out. However, Chun Hao and Lung Yihan's first probing exchange had already ended. In the eyes of the crowd, Chun Hao didn't seem to have moved at all. Only the exploding sword light and the terrifying explosion of energy made the crowd understand that Lung Yihan had already launched an earth-shattering attack. And Chun Hao was the first person to block Lung Yihan's attack. Amazing! Using inaction. Chun Hao, you're the first person to block my sneak attack. However, this alone isn't enough. Be careful. Lung Yihan's voice could only be heard but not seen. Lung Yihan's voice seemed to come from all directions. The position of each word was different. Moreover, Chun Hao really couldn't sense any of Lung Yihan's aura. Although Chun Hao blocked Lung Yihan's first attack, he was still extremely shocked. His mind was in the perfect state of Tai Chi and virtuous as water. Without a doubt, his reaction was the sharpest at this moment. He was as still as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. However, even so, Lung Yihan's sword light still broke through his protective chi before he could block it in time. If he had been a little faster, he would have been stabbed. Moreover, from the aura of Lung Yihan's sword light, Chun Hao could clearly tell that Lung Yihan had reached the state of controlling the sword light from a distance. This state was not something that Chun Hao could compare to. Hearing Lung Yihan's words, Chun Hao frowned slightly. What if he's a little faster? Although I can react the fastest by remaining still, I'm still in a passive position. His speed is already unbelievably fast, and I have to reach him first. No. Whoosh! Chun Hao instantly changed his strategy. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose around him, and Chun Hao's figure disappeared from the arena. The breeze within 100 feet turned into a gust of wind that swept through the entire arena. Sensing Chun Hao's disappearance, Lung Yihan, who was hidden in the void, revealed a smug smile. I'm not afraid of you moving. I'm afraid of you remaining still. Silence, especially Chun Hao's posture, made it difficult for Lung Yihan to find an opening. What did it mean to be in a stalemate for 5 minutes? It meant that Lung Yihan had a headache. Because he was traveling through space at this time, it consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, Lung Yihan had no choice but to attack. In the eyes of the audience, this was the first time they had fought, but could it be that the sword light had integrated all of Lung Yihan's knowledge, the true essence of the space attribute, and the energy of merging with everything in the world was displayed to the extreme? The only thing lacking was that the attack was a little weak. In addition to his own words, Chun Hao could not hold it in any more. Of course, Lung Yihan was pleased. Although he had used a little trick, didn't Chun Hao still hide the fact that he had entered the martial saint realm? Otherwise, he would have been prepared. There was no need to use a trick now. If he moved, there would be an opening. If there was an opening, he could break through. The weak defeated the strong. Yes, the weak defeated the strong. Lung Yihan was only a 9th grade martial grandmaster. Moreover, he could sense that Chun Hao's energy was far more powerful than other martial saints. It was terrifyingly powerful. Lung Yihan was sure that even a 4th grade martial saint's energy would not be as powerful as Chun Hao's. Lung Yihan's innately powerful perception immediately spread out. In an instant, he caught sight of Chun Hao's aura in the colorless and formless wind. How could the true essence of the wind attribute be hidden from him? Merging with everything in the world was even more impossible. This was because Lung Yihan's realm of merging with everything in the world was much higher than Chun Hao's. Chun Hao was naturally aware of Lung Yihan's abnormal perception. He had already known this when he was searching for spiritual herbs in the endless sea. At that time, he had also merged with the wind, but Lung Yihan had still directly locked onto him. However, Chun Hao still did it. There was no other way. Moving was always more active than waiting passively. At least, after seeing Lung Yihan's terrifying speed, Chun Hao felt that he had to do it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation appeared in the space amidst the wild wind. Strands of twisting, snake-like strands surged towards Chun Hao from all directions without any particular order. Radiant sword technique, 100 sword slash. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At the same time, Lung Yihan's cold voice suddenly rang out. As the word slash left his mouth, the twisting space turned into streaks of cold and sharp sword light. Containing extremely condensed energy, there were at least 100 streaks that shot toward Chun Hao at a terrifying speed. Faintly, they formed a crisscrossing sword net that seemed to divide the entire space into pieces. Each piece was only 2 feet in size. Who could dodge it? Other than rats that could dig holes, no one could dodge such a dense and sharp attack. What pure and condensed energy! The elders on the rostrum exclaimed when they saw Lung Yihan's attack. It had to be known that the more powerful the energy, the more intense the ripples would be. However, Lung Yihan's sword net was like a cold sword light. It did not cause any ripples in space, nor did it spread any energy in all directions. It was like a 3-dimensional net made of thin lines. Any person or object would only explode the moment they touched it, and the crisscrossing energy was undoubtedly 100 swords combined into one. This kind of attack had the attribute of an all-around attack. However, if there was only one person within its range, it would become a single-target attack. From this, one could see how powerful he was. It seemed that Chun Hao had no other choice but to take it head-on. After Lung Yihan made this attack, his figure finally appeared in the void. At the same time, the aura around him soared crazily, shining with incomparable light. What surprised everyone was that a wave of extremely cold energy instantly spread out. The tyrannical pressure made everyone tremble in fear. It was obvious that Lung Yihan did not expect the 100 sword cuts to defeat Chun Hao. That was just an appetizer before his real attack. When the 100 sword cuts collided with Chun Hao, it was time for him to make a shocking attack. It took a long time to describe, but in reality, it all happened in an instant. But shrink. When Lung Yihan gathered the terrifying cold energy, Chun Hao also exploded with a clear shout. He, who had merged into the wind, had indeed appeared under Lung Yihan's all-around blockade. After all, merging into the wind did not mean that his body could really turn into air. If he did not appear, he would only be cut into pieces. Therefore, Chun Hao appeared. But following his shout, what made everyone dumbfounded was that the moment the dense sword net pierced through his body, Chun Hao's body trembled and twisted at a terrifying speed. Accompanied by extremely strange cracking sounds, Chun Hao's body strangely shrunk into a ball. With a swoosh sound, he turned into a stream of light and shuttled through the dense sword net. He did not touch any of the sword lights. The moment he passed through, his entire body suddenly stretched and stretched. Incomparably violent energy instantly gathered in his body. Third update: monthly votes, recommendation votes. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 195. There's more than a day left. Begging for monthly votes. Recommendation votes. There will be 4 chapters today. Please, everyone. What kind of secret technique is this? In the martial arts practice field, countless eyes stared at Chun Hao's figure in shock. Even Lung Yihan and the elders on the platform were no exception. That contraction and expansion was simply too inconceivable. How much had he shrunk? No one dared to imagine. Martial artists, even if they were at the saint level, were only at the innate realm. They were far from the realm of transformation. But just now, Chun Hao had shrunk his body by several times. His head seemed to have shrunk into his chest, and his limbs were folded and shrunk into a small ball. Without giving the audience much time to be shocked, Chun Hao's energy reached its peak. He took a step forward, and with a whoosh, he attacked Lung Yihan with his sword. At this moment, Lung Yihan, who had also raised his yin energy to its peak, had reached the point where he had no choice but to release it. Ding, 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 ding. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the two figures intertwined, shuttling back and forth in the space of the martial arts practice field. Their movements and attacks were so fast that the audience was dazzled and unable to take it all in. Every move of the dazzling and terrifying sword light contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. In just a few breaths of time, the entire arena was already in a state of devastation. Numerous fine but deep sword scars crisscrossed the arena, and even the incomparably powerful ceiling barrier had cracks appearing on its surface. It was easy to imagine how condensed their energy was. With a flick of Lung Yihan's wrist, there were several hours of sword strikes. Hundreds of sword strikes were so fast and fierce that it was beyond Chun Hao's imagination. But Chun Hao's attack also shocked Lung Yihan to the core. Chun Hao's speed was far inferior to his, and it was not even a third of his speed. However, his sword moves were skillful and skillful. There was no defense, only attack. Moreover, every move was aimed at his flaws and places that he had to save, and he occupied the initiative in every aspect. It made Lung Yihan feel that every attack he made was completely predicted by Chun Hao, and his speed advantage was completely nullified. The saying that speed was unbeatable in the same realm had been overturned by Chun Hao. Everyone stared at the arena, their expressions full of shock, especially those who had fought Chun Hao to a draw. They were even more terrified, not to mention that their divine beast inheritances had been destroyed. Even if they still had them, they knew that it would not be difficult for either Chun Hao or Lung Yihan to kill them. To be exact, it would be a piece of cake. The sword glows, and the pressure that seeped out from the arena allowed them to clearly understand that if it was them, they would not be able to block such an attack at all. This was simply a battle of energy realm. If this goes on, I will definitely lose. Under Chun Hao's fierce attacks, Lung Yihan thought to himself. He is fighting like he doesn't care about his life. He only attacks and doesn't defend. If I don't save myself, I will be killed by him. He is only seriously injured. If I avoid the battle, it will be a draw at most. Lung Yihan believed that with his space attribute true essence, if he really chose to defend and wander around the martial arts practice field, Chun Hao would not be able to do anything to him. He did not need to constantly travel through space. The martial arts practice field, which was close to 1,000 feet wide, was enough for him to hide from Chun Hao. However, being chased by Chun Hao like a mouse was not Lung Yihan's style. It seems that I can only rely on external forces. Lung Yihan's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. He was arrogant and had never used external forces when facing opponents of the same level or even higher level. He had always relied on his own strength to fight. But now, because of Chun Hao's martial sage realm cultivation and powerful combat strength, Lung Yihan, who could not afford to lose, had no choice but to rely on external forces. Ding, ding, ding. Boom, boom, boom. Bam. Along with the dense and terrifying sword cries, Lung Yihan's body suddenly flashed with a pitch-black light. A terrifying aura instantly filled the air. The black light even covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, the entire arena was plunged into a temporary darkness. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. With an explosion, the bright sword light once again broke through the darkness. Chun Hao and Lung Yihan's bodies suddenly rolled back and separated. You lost. Chun Hao, who had spat out 3 arrows of blood, stabilized himself after rolling back a few hundred feet. He stared in Lung Yihan's direction and said, however, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly stopped. He frowned and looked at Lung Yihan, who had stabilized himself before him. How is this possible? Chun Hao was shocked. The moment darkness fell, Chun Hao could clearly feel that Lung Yihan did not defend himself under his fierce attacks. Instead, He did not change his sword stance and stabbed him 3 times. Of course, Chun Hao would not change his sword stance to save himself. He had originally used the solitary sword technique, which did not have any moves. Furthermore, he had used a barbaric fighting style that could kill 1,000 enemies, but hurt 800 of his own to restrain Lung Yihan's terrifying speed. How could he save himself? Lung Yihan's 3 sword strikes were not fatal, but his sword strike was fatal. However, Chun Hao did not intend to kill Lung Yihan, so he moved slightly away. He believed that Lung Yihan knew that he had been merciful. It was also because of this that Chun Hao said that he had lost after he stopped. But what shocked Chun Hao was that at this moment, Lung Yihan was standing in the air. His white robe had disappeared, and he was wearing a set of soft armor that emitted a dark light. Mysterious golden runes covered the black soft armor, exuding an incomparably powerful aura. How could there be any injury to his heart? Chun Hao, you hid the fact that you had become a martial saint, so I used the black iron battle armor. Isn't that fair? Your fighting style obviously won't work for the next attack. My black iron battle armor not only has a powerful array, but it also has the ability to condense the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. In other words, my energy consumption will be next to nothing. Be careful. Hiss. Lung Yihan's lips curled up slightly with a smile as he spoke. The moment he spoke, his entire person disappeared. Perhaps it was because Lung Yihan still felt a little embarrassed in his heart, but his tone of voice became a little strange. When he smiled, a small dimple uncontrollably appeared on his handsome but feminine face. Others might not have noticed, but Chun Hao's attention was focused on Lung Yihan. When he disappeared, Lung Yihan's expression, appearance, and aura all appeared clearly in his mind. Those small dimples made the originally feminine face give Chun Hao a charming feeling, coupled with the way Lung Yihan looked at Chun Hao. Even Chun Hao, who was in the middle of battle, couldn't help but shudder. This guy can't be homosexual, right? Hiss. The bright and sharp sword light interrupted Chun Hao's goosebumps. With a loud shout, he waved his sword and retreated. Ding! Rumble! Lung Yihan, who was wearing the black iron battle armor, was like a shadow. His fierce attacks became much bolder and more powerful. This increased the pressure on Chun Hao by several times. Almost in an instant, the two were once again in a frenzied battle. However, unlike last time, Chun Hao could no longer suppress Lung Yihan like before. Instead, he was suppressed in every way. Puff, puff, puff. In just a few breaths, blood splattered all over Chun Hao's body. Lung Yihan's sword moves were 3 times faster than his, and he didn't need to defend himself. He immediately displayed a terrifying combat strength. Chun Hao's expression became extremely serious. Chun Hao, admit defeat. If this continues, you won't be able to hold on for long. Lung Yihan, who had the absolute advantage, said as he looked at Chun Hao, who had numerous wounds on his body. He was very clear about Chun Hao's abnormal recovery ability. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all. Moreover, he still couldn't assassinate Chun Hao's vital points. Chun Hao, dare to fight, and I will never admit defeat. Hiss. What shocked Lung Yihan was that when Chun Hao's cold voice rang out, he actually merged with everything in the world right in front of him. Wasn't this courting death? It's fine if it's someone else, but I'm Lung Yihan. My realm of merging with everything in the world is much higher than yours. If you want to defeat me so desperately, I won't give it to you. Open for me. Hiss, Lung Yihan shouted, and the sword light suddenly pierced into the void. Puff, ding, boom. What shocked everyone was that Chun Hao and Lung Yihan were sent flying once again. What shocked Lung Yihan even more was that Chun Hao, who had merged with everything in the world, suddenly changed his form the moment his sword pierced through. His body twisted strangely, and he forcibly avoided a vital point attack. There was also a pure and terrifying energy that blocked his sword. At the same time, Chun Hao's golden sword pierced through his black iron battle armor. Unfortunately, Chun Hao failed to comprehend the profundities of the profound heavenly battle armor in that split second of time. This terrifying showdown caused everyone to be shaken to the core. And this was under the circumstance that they didn't understand the real battle. If they knew that the two of them had merged with everything in the world in such a short moment and were in such a dangerous situation, their eyeballs would probably fall to the ground from shock. This black iron battle armor, could it be condensed by the nameless old man? Chun Hao, who had been sent flying, was extremely shocked. His desperate attack had definitely taken a huge risk, and it had exposed his identity as a dual cultivator to Lung Yihan. This was because what blocked Lung Yihan's sword was pure mental energy that had no effect on the physical state of the body. But the moment the golden sword touched the black iron battle armor, Chun Hao found that the black iron battle armor's trajectory was completely unpredictable. How could he find it in an instant? No, with this black iron battle armor, he's practically invincible. It also has the ability to condense the spiritual energy of the world. If I continue to waste my energy, won't I be exhausted by him? F***CK. This guy must be gay. Two conditions are already incredible. If he turns them into four, won't I be disgusted to death? Absolutely not. I can't lose. At least I have to break even, and today it will explode. Begging for monthly votes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 196. Second update. There are still 2 chapters left at night. There is still a little more time left in the last day. I sincerely ask those of you who still have monthly votes to vote for Dark Mountain. Thank you. He's actually stabilizing himself. Lung Yihan stared in shock at Chun Hao, whose expression was flickering. Spiritual power, pure spiritual power. In order to merge with all things in the world, one needed to restrain one's physical strength. Any strand of energy that was scattered in one's meridians, bones, muscles, and so on had to be retracted into one's dantian. Otherwise, one would not be able to merge. However, Chun Hao, who had merged with all things in the world, was still able to release energy to block his attack. What did this mean? Only the spiritual power that was detached from the physical body and attached to the mind alone could do it. Dual cultivation. No wonder his energy is so terrifying. Lung Yihan bit his thin lips. 2 sharp sword intents flashed in his eyes. With a hiss, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. With the profound iron battle armor, I want to see what you can do to me if I launch a sneak attack. I must win. When the will is there, the chi is there. When the chi is there, 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 the chi is there. Under the immense pressure, Chun Hao's mind became clear as he immersed himself in the profoundness of the ultimate martial arts. To everyone's surprise, Chun Hao and Lung Yihan were once again facing each other. One stood motionless while the other hid in the void. At first, they were only surprised, but after a moment, looking at Chun Hao on the stage, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The entire martial arts practice field could no longer maintain its calm. What is Chun Hao doing? Countless people asked in surprise. No one understood what Chun Hao wanted to do. Even the elders on the rostrum were unable to understand. They all frowned and fell into deep thought. In the arena, Chun Hao stood in the middle, and the protective aura that covered his entire body actually slowly disappeared. Even his aura could no longer be sensed any trace of energy fluctuation. What was even more shocking was he slowly closed his eyes. His appearance and expression seemed as if he'd been immersed in a state of sudden enlightenment. But this was a battle, a competition. His Lung Yihan, who was wearing the black iron battle armor, had his mind melded into the world after a short time. He was silent, colorless, and formless, like a poisonous snake hiding in the night. In a short minute, he suddenly appeared 3 meters behind Chun Hao. The dazzling and sharp sword aura was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. It was as fast as lightning as it pierced towards the back of Chun Hao's heart. It wouldn't endanger Chun Hao's life, but if it did, it would mean that Chun Hao had failed. Just like when Chun Hao attacked Lung Yihan. Neither of them intended to take the other's life. As long as the winner was decided, that was enough. Who could dodge such a fierce attack at such a close distance? Before anyone could cry out in alarm, Chun Hao had already moved. His body trembled strangely. Suddenly, a wave of pure energy condensed in front of him. The moment the tip of Lung Yihan's sword was about to reach him, he actually blocked it. His body was like a willow in the wind, drifting away. At the same time, the sword aura in his hand buzzed and fiercely attacked Lung Yihan, who had appeared like a ghost. Ding! Boom! The two figures suddenly separated. Lung Yihan disappeared again, and Chun Hao's eyes were still closed, returning to his motionless state. Other than the experts in the martial god realm and above, no one saw the exchange between the two clearly. Only the terrifying sound of the explosion made everyone understand. In that split second, the two of them had completed a surprise attack, defense, counterattack, and block. After a short silence, the sword aura appeared again, but it was no different from the first time. The two seemed to be in a stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. This made Lung Yihan grit his teeth. He really couldn't understand how Chun Hao's reaction speed was so fast. If he had known, he would have activated the dark iron battle armor from the beginning and attacked with everything in the world. With the first sword, Chun Hao's reaction speed would have been enough to defeat him. But it was too late now. Chun Hao seemed to have comprehended something in the process of the battle. It made his reaction speed and perception much sharper. Chun Hao, after a full hour, Lung Yihan finally couldn't take it anymore. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you. Let's call it a draw. Okay. Chun Hao slowly opened his eyes, and the mysterious aura on his body instantly disappeared as he said straightforwardly, if this dragged on, it would be difficult to determine the winner. Chun Hao used very little energy in this state and recovered quickly, and Lung Yihan had the dark iron battle armor, so he didn't use much energy either. As the two's battle drew to a close, the 100 Empire ranking competition had officially ended. The huge black tower steel once again shone with a bright golden light and appeared in the center of the main arena. All the names of the 100 Empire ranking contestants shone with a bright light. From bottom to top, they were fixed one by one. Lung Yihan was first with the highest number of points. Chun Hao was second, and Tanta Lien was ninth. The top 20 contestants all received great rewards from the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Lung Yihan, who was first, received 1 million level 8 spirit pills. Chun Hao, who had become a pauper, received 800,000 pills. The third place received 600,000 pills. The 4th to 10th place received 500,000 pills each. The 10th to 20th place received 300,000 pills each. After the award ceremony, it was finally the most Crucial moment for the 100 Empire ranking contestants, the selection of the sect. Whoosh, whoosh. Following the words of Lu Wuxiang, the manager of the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce, more than 3,000 disciples of the 100 Empire ranking rose into the air and landed on the huge main arena according to their respective rankings and areas. The 50 sect elders on the rostrum also stepped on auspicious clouds and released their auras as they arrived on the main arena. The 3 elders of the 7th grade sect stood in the middle with smiles on their faces. They stared at Lung Yihan, Chun Hao, and the other top 20 contestants. Obviously, in their opinion, these top 20 contestants would be divided among them. The others were fine, especially Lung Yihan and Chun Hao. Even the 3 of them would have to compete. The Myriad Pill Pavilion elders, who were treated the best, were undoubtedly the most confident. Everyone, according to the rules of the 100 Empire ranking, the 50 sects will take turns to select disciples from the top to the bottom. 10 will be selected each time, and only one of the top 50 can be selected. As for the other 9, you can choose at will. If the chosen disciple has a sect that he likes, he can refuse. Okay, now the 7th grade sect, the Myriad Pill Pavilion, will choose first. After everyone was in place, Lu Wuxiang's majestic voice sounded. Ha! As soon as Lu Wuxiang finished speaking, the elder of the Myriad Pill Pavilion chuckled with a touch of arrogance on his face. He looked from Lung Yihan and Chun Hao to the entire martial arts practice field and said, I am Lu Xiang, the great elder of the Myriad Pill Pavilion's outer sect. I think everyone should know about our Myriad Pill Pavilion. Although we are a 7th grade sect, in reality, the treatment of our disciples is not worse than that of 8th grade or 9th grade sections. Our Myriad Pill Pavilion only wants 50 disciples this time. The ranking is not very important. What is important is talent. So, disciples who are confident can wait for me to choose. The top 20 are not bad, and there are a few in the top 100 who are not bad. Ha! As the elder of the Myriad Pill Pavilion laughed, his eyes quickly scanned all the disciples. He gave a clear look to those he liked. Especially when he looked at Chun Hao and Lung Yihan, his eyes were burning. Such an obvious hint made the elders of the other sects look ugly, but there was nothing they could do. Anyone who went up would do the same. Choose one of the top 50. Lung Yihan and Chun Hao are not bad. Old Man likes them very much. After the 2 of you enter our Myriad Pill Pavilion, Old Man can guarantee that you will be treated the same, and you will become the focus of the outer sect disciples. But this time, you can only choose one. Old Man will choose according to the ranking. Lung Yihan will be first. Lung Yihan, come over first. Elder Lu Xiang smiled and looked at Lung Yihan and the other 2. This was obviously an explanation for Chun Hao. The meaning was to let Chun Hao not think too much. He was as important as Lung Yihan. It was just that he could only choose one at a time. There was no other way. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lung Yihan's face. Countless people were incomparably envious. A 7th grade sect, the Myriad Pill Pavilion, and to become the focus of the training. These conditions were definitely very tempting. Perhaps only the top 10 disciples could make Lu Xiang make such a promise. If the chosen disciple agreed, he would have to walk out of the camp and stand behind the sect elder. Lung Yihan smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, Elder Lu, for your kindness." After that, he turned his head and looked at Chun Hao meaningfully. His figure flashed, and he went behind Lu Xiang. Lung Yihan was obviously more than happy to join the Myriad Pill Pavilion. Although he did not care much about the sect's grade, it was necessary to receive good sect benefits after entering. The Myriad Pill Pavilion was rich and was naturally the best choice. As for the secret arts, he did not care. He had the Tao imparted to him by his master. Chun Hao shuddered and avoided Lung Yihan's gaze that invited him to join the Myriad Pill Pavilion. This made Lung Yihan frown slightly. Could it be that this guy had a problem with him after the draw? Or was he dissatisfied with him using the black iron armor? Then Lu Xiang called out 3 names out of the top 50 and did not choose any more. The disciples who were called out were naturally flattered. One had to know that Lu Xiang had said that he would only choose 50 people this time. With their rankings, they were naturally excited to be chosen. They all stood behind Lu Xiang like Lung Yihan. Then it was time to choose from the 7th grade sect, Celestial Peak sect. This elder, like Lu Xiang, first talked about how good Celestial Peak sect was, then clearly pointed out the disciples he liked. Then he looked at Chun Hao with a burning gaze and said, "Chun Hao, your talent is very suitable for our Celestial Peak sect's secret arts. As long as you join our Celestial Peak sect, Old Man can guarantee that you will be treated as an inner disciple. Moreover, with the protection of our sect, I believe that no matter who wants to deal with you, you will be safe." Second update. Monthly vote. There are 2 more updates tonight. Please. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 197. Whoosh. The elder's words made the eyes of all the disciples on the 100 Empire ranking shine. The countless spectators in the martial arts practice field exclaimed in surprise. What did it mean to become an inner disciple? Although the Celestial sect was not as rich as the Myriad Pill Pavilion, it was still a 7th grade sect. The treatment of its inner disciples was much better than the outer disciples of the Myriad Pill Pavilion. It should be known that the so-called inner disciples could only be promoted to inner disciples after breaking through the innate realm and reaching the golden core realm. Lu Xiang looked at the elder of the Celestial sect with an embarrassed expression. He did not expect the other party to offer such exaggerated conditions. Then he looked at Chun Hao with a little worry. "Thank you for your kindness, Elder Zhu. I'm sorry, but I already have a sect I like." Chun Hao bowed and cupped his fists with an apologetic expression. Hearing Chun Hao's words, Lu Xiang smiled with relief. Lung Yihan also curled his lips slightly. Obviously, except for Tantai Lien and the others, everyone thought that Chun Hao had his eyes on the Myriad Pill Pavilion. According to the selection rules between sects and disciples, Chun Hao could not go in advance before the star-picking sect made their choice. This was also to protect the interests of many sections. What's more, during the star-seizing sect selection, Chun Hao was going to be in the top 50. The elder of the Celestial sect looked very embarrassed, but he did not say anything. He then chose Yu Qiu of the White Tiger Inheritance. Yu Qiu walked over. Then, the elder of the Celestial sect chose 4 disciples from the top 50. He did not choose again. Next was the 7th grade Nirvana Valley. After the 7th grade sect, there were 5 6th grade sects. They all offered very generous conditions to the contestants in the top 10. Tantai Lien was also approached by a few sects, but, as expected, they were all rejected by her. This was within everyone's expectations. She shared the Phoenix inheritance with Chun Hao. There was no doubt that she would be in the same sect as Chun Hao. In everyone's opinion, this also meant that 3 of the top 10 were destined to be obtained by the Myriad Pill Pavilion. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing his own ability. Although the previous 7th grade and 6th grade sects were the same as the Myriad Pill Pavilion and expressed their preference for disciples, except for Chun Hao and Tantai Lien, as long as the top 20 disciples were the first to be chosen, very few would disagree. There were still many people who would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Moreover, the grade of the sect was indeed not the most important thing. However, there were exceptions. Yang Fan, who was outside the top 50, was one of the most outstanding. Since he had comprehended the true essence of the wind attribute, he was very popular. He had been called upon many times, but without exception, he had rejected all of them, including those from rank 6 sections. When one reached the 5th rank, the situation was similar to that of the 6th rank. However, when it came to the 4th rank sects, it would be difficult to pick a disciple from the top 50. The chances of being rejected would also increase. As for the rank 4 sects, the first choice was basically all rejected. You can only choose 10 people after the top 50. But even so, there were still quite a number of people at the top of the rankings who refused. Finally, it was the rank 3 sect. The star-picking sect was the strongest among the rank 3 sects and was the first to appear. The outer sect's Grand Elder, Elder Wu, had already learned of Chun, Hao, and the others' choices from Dongfang Ting. Therefore, from the moment the old man began to make his choice, his old face was beaming with joy. Chun Hao, I choose you for the first one. We are only a rank 3 sect, but old man can guarantee that we will treat you like a treasure. To everyone's surprise, the elder of the 3rd rank sect looked directly at Chun Hao and said, "You're not going to waste any more time on him." The elder of the 4th rank sect didn't waste any more time on Chun Hao. There was no substantive promise. He only said that he would treat him like a treasure. What did that mean? What was considered a treasure? It was too much of a bluff. In everyone's opinion, there was something wrong with the old man's head. However, what made everyone dumbfounded was that Chun Hao actually smiled and nodded. His figure flashed, and he appeared behind Elder Wu. Lu Xiang of the Myriad Pill Pavilion was originally looking at the overconfident Elder Wu with a mocking gaze, but now he was completely stunned. Lang Yihan also frowned at Chun Hao. Clearly, he had not expected Chun Hao to make such a choice. Elder Wu's face was flushed, as if he had never felt so good before. After looking at Tantai Lien and nodding slightly, he ignored everyone's shock and chose Yang Fan first, then Ni Jianpain second, and Li Yifeng third. Tantai Lien could only be kept for the next round. There was no other way. Tantai Lien was ranked 8th and belonged to the top 50. Then, after a long time, another 6 were chosen, making a total of 10 people. Round after round continued, and the later it got, the faster it got. Before the sky turned dark, all the disciples on the 100 Empire ranking finally had their respective destinations. Chun Hao, don't forget my 2 conditions. When the 50 elders were about to leave with their chosen disciples, Lang Yihan stared at Chun Hao and transmitted his voice. I won't. What are the conditions? I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it later. Let's settle down first. After a while, I'll go find Master. I'll look for you then. Up to you, Chun Hao said. Elder Wu, Dongfang Ting, and the low-level disciples of the Jiaxing sect who were participating in the Shunwu relic trial, along with Chun Hao and the other new disciples of the 100 Empire ranking, began to teleport through the enormous transmission formation of the 1,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. In less than an hour, they entered the city closest to the Jiaxing sect. This city is called Star City. It's only 40,000 miles away from the star-picking sect. It's also one of the cities under the jurisdiction of the star-picking sect. After coming out of the teleportation array of the Myriad Treasure Chamber of Commerce's branch, Elder Wu, who was flying in the air, said to the new disciples, gazing at the huge city below them and the endless mountain peaks in the distance, many of the disciples on the 100 Empire ranking had a trace of excitement in their eyes. After walking all the way from the dynasty to today, they were finally going to start their real life in the cultivation world. Even Chun, Hao was a little excited. Senior brother Chun, Hao, we'll be brothers in the same sect from now on. Please take care of me in the future. I'm Bai Shuang, a low-level disciple of the outer sect. While everyone was flying quickly toward the star-picking sect, some disciples greeted Chun, Hao, and the other new disciples. Of course, most of them greeted Chun Hao. He was the runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking and a super genius who had tied with the champion. Everyone could imagine what kind of status Chun Hao would have after entering the star-picking sect. Moreover, with Chun Hao's talent, his future achievements would be incomparable to theirs. Chun Hao was neither warm nor cold. He responded indifferently to the disciples who came over to curry favor. The only thing that made Chun Hao depressed and Tantai Lien blushed was that almost everyone who came over to greet them would cup their fists and nod to Tantai Lien. It was clear that they treated Chun Hao and Tantai Lien as Dao companions. After 2 hours, they had traveled 40,000 miles in a flash. The mountain peaks pierced through the sky, extremely tall. Compared to the Shao clan's back mountain, Tianlu Mountain, they were many times taller. They were as straight as swords and abnormally steep. Strange flowers and herbs covered the peaks, and many palaces stood among them. White clouds floated at the foot of the mountain. The sky was blue, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was extremely abundant. This is our star-picking sect. Every mountain is more than 10,000 feet tall. There are 3,600 mountains in a radius of hundreds of miles. There are 36 main mountains, and they are nearly 30,000 feet tall. This is also the origin of our star-picking sect's name. As everyone gradually approached, numerous waterfalls, icy jade-colored lakes, mountain streams, waterside pavilions, towering old trees, and strange flowers and plants appeared successively before their eyes, causing Chun Hao and the others to be extremely shocked in their hearts. Especially the vast, powerful, and profound aura that enveloped an area of almost 500 kilometers was far from something any sacred grounds in the mortal world could compare to. The world of cultivation is indeed the world of cultivation. How can the secular world compare to such a unique cultivation environment? The blessed paradises of the secular world are practically everywhere in this world, with blessed paradises everywhere. Yes, our star-picking sect is only a third-grade sect. What are those 6th grade and 7th grade sects like? Some of the disciples on the 100 Empire ranking whispered in shock. As they approached the first towering peak, several streaks of flowing light on auspicious clouds shuttled through like lightning. The leader was actually riding a strange bird that was several feet long. This strange bird's feathers were sparkling and translucent, like sharp knives lined up side by side. The top of its head was golden, and its claws were like hooks emitting a metallic luster. Elder Wu, welcome back. I heard that this time the 100 Empire ranking got a super genius who tied with the champion. A young disciple was sitting on the strange bird. He rushed to the front of the crowd and scanned the new disciples on the 100 Empire ranking with lightning speed. He quickly locked onto Chun Hao, who was beside Dongfang Ting, and asked, "It's you, right?" "Yes, this is Chun Hao." Elder Wu smiled and said, "Has everything been arranged?" "Yes, it has been arranged." "These are their tokens," the young man said. At the same time, 58 tokens floated to Elder Wu. When Chun Hao and the others stepped into the Jiaxing sect to officially report in the Xuanwu Imperial Palace, the Emperor of the Xuanwu Empire, Mu Qing, and the leaders of the kingdoms and forces that Chun Hao and the others belonged to, who had been waiting in the depths of the palace for more than 10 days, finally looked excitedly at the huge teleportation formation. Rays of mysterious light flashed out, and a figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Greetings, immortal Hou, the emperor of the Xuanwu Empire, Mu Qing, and the others immediately bowed to the old man who appeared. Congratulations, your Xuanwu Empire has done very well in the 100 Empire ranking this time. Hua, hearing the words of the messenger from the Cultivation World's Wanzhen Chamber of Commerce, everyone present was pleasantly surprised. Immortal Hou, what's the situation? Did you enter a high-level sect? Xian Songfeng, the emperor of the Xuanwu Empire, asked impatiently. Sigh. The old man sighed and shook his head. Everyone's excitement from hearing the old man say that the results were very good immediately changed. Your Xuanwu Empire has a super genius, Chen Hao. Unfortunately, what happened to Chen Hao? Zhao Xingchen, who had arrived early, asked in a panic. He was the runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking and tied with the champion. What? Hearing the old man's words, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They could not believe what they had heard. Third update, requesting monthly votes. At the crucial moment, Wushan is going to drop the ball. The fourth update was promised, but it can't be fulfilled. I just received a call from my cousin and sister-in-law in my hometown. They said that they are sending their niece to school and have been in Lijiang for a few days. They just arrived in Kunming and are about to arrive at Wushan. I definitely won't be able to write later. My cousin is an alcoholic. He's over 40 years old and has to drink a glass of tempered white wine for breakfast. I probably won't be able to escape later. At this crucial moment, Wushan is also very helpless, but there's no other way. They came all the way to Kunming, so I have to accompany them. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 198. We're about to be destroyed. We've persisted for 30 days. This is the last day. Can't we persist? Dark Mountain continues to write. Everyone, please persist and see if there are any monthly votes left. After today, they'll be useless. Vote for Dark Mountain. Thank you. It's a pity that he rejected a 7th-rank sect and chose the 3rd-rank sect, the Zhaixing sect. As for the other 4, Tantai Lian is ranked 9th. She received the Phoenix's inheritance with Chen Hao, which is also very good. It's a pity that Tantai Lian followed Chen Hao and chose the Zhaixing sect. Yang Fan is ranked 68th, and I Jian Pain, and Li Yifeng are also ranked in the top 200. They all chose the Zhaixing sect. The old man continued to speak about everyone's situation in one breath, causing Xian Songfeng, Mu Qing, Zhao Xingchen, and the important people of the Dashing Kingdom to be dumbfounded. The Phoenix's inheritance, shocking rankings, strange choices, every single one of them was like a huge hammer knocking on everyone's heads. However, you don't have to worry too much. The rank of a sect isn't very important. Since they chose the Zhaixing sect, they naturally have their reasons. A true genius will shine in any sect. This Chen Hao is a rare genius on the 100 Empire ranking. As long as nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely bring great glory to the Xuanwu Kingdom. Many thanks, Spiritual Master Ho, Xian Songfeng, and the others said respectfully. Within a day, the news of Chen Hao being the runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking, fighting to a draw with the champion, and receiving the Phoenix's inheritance was sent back to the Jinyuan Kingdom by Zhao Xingchen at the fastest speed. The Dashing Kingdom that Tantai Lian belonged to was no exception. The Xuanwu Kingdom and the other 2 kingdoms were in a state of celebration and rewards, especially the Xiao family that Chen Hao belonged to. Not only did they receive the full support of the Jinyuan Kingdom, they were also personally rewarded by the Emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom, Xian Songfeng. The Phoenix's inheritance. In the royal new show hall of the Jinyuan Kingdom, a graceful figure stood in a separate courtyard and stared at the night sky as she murmured. The cold moonlight poured down on her body, causing her beautiful face to become as cold as the moon. However, at this moment, the girl bit her lips and frowned. Her delicate body trembled. Almost 10 months. Only 10 months. However, he had already become a martial sage and had obtained the Phoenix's inheritance together with that woman called Tantai Lien. What about himself? Hellion Woozy, who had madly cultivated for 10 months, could no longer remain calm after receiving Chun Hao's news. He didn't blame Chun Hao. He only blamed himself for being too slow, even though she had become the head disciple of the Royal New Show Hall. Even though she was a rank 9 martial emperor, there was still nearly a year before the rookie rankings would begin. How much could she improve? Unknowingly, a faint sense of bewilderment appeared in her heart, and it began to become chaotic. She bit her lips until they bled, but she didn't feel it at all. After an unknown amount of time, Hellion Woozy's pair of eyes gradually became ice-cold and persistent. With a clang, she took out the moonlight sword and violently released one terrifying attack after another. Rumble! The terrifying sword light directly destroyed countless trees and pavilions in the small courtyard. After a terrifying chasm appeared on the ground, Hellion Woozy soared into the air and left the Royal New Show Hall in the blink of an eye. So, what if it was the Phoenix inheritance? That was opportunity. That was luck. That was the choice of the heavens. As long as it wasn't his, the world of cultivation. In next year's new talent competition, the 100 Empire ranking, she would definitely enter the world of cultivation. Furthermore, she would enter the world of cultivation with results that were not inferior to his. Phoenix inheritance. In the world of cultivation, celestial mists curled up. In a palace that resembled a paradise, a figure stood within the clouds. Her eyebrows were long and dark. Her gaze was clear, and her figure was graceful. She was like a fairy from a painting, especially those eyes. They were as clear as a lake. As her gaze moved, it sparkled, and there were layers upon layers of ripples. Star-picking sect. He's not participating in the dragon transformation rankings? The young girl muttered. Even though she had been grounded after sneaking out of the sect and had not left the mountain even now, she had been paying attention to the news regarding the 100 Empire ranking and had her maids inquire about it. After receiving the news that Chun Hao had obtained second place on the 100 Empire ranking and had tied with the champion, she was naturally happy for Chun Hao. However, the Phoenix inheritance made her frown. Although she was naive, she understood the Phoenix inheritance. Although she did not know what her relationship with Chun Hao was, she still felt that Chun Hao had such an intimate relationship with another woman. Ultimately, she felt that someone had stolen something from her. Furthermore, Chun Hao had given up on the dragon transformation rankings and chosen the star-picking sect, which was only a third-grade sect. This made her feel even more wronged. Star-picking sect. Chun Hao and the other new disciples were divided into 10 groups and brought to the 10 mountain peaks where the outer sect disciples resided and cultivated. Chun Hao, Tantai Lien, Yang Fan, and I Giant Pain, and Li Yifeng were naturally in one group. Furthermore, it was the main peak where the star-picking sect's outer sect disciples focused on nurturing. Chun Hao, you and Tantai Lien will be in the same courtyard. Is that okay? Elder Wu and Dongfang Ting asked after personally bringing Chun Hao and the other 4 to the main peak of the outer sect. No, Chun Hao and Tantai Lien said in unison. Although we both received the inheritance of the Phoenix at the same time, this inheritance is not what you think it is. It seems to have mutated. Little Lien and I are only friends. Chun Hao explained after frowning slightly. If he did not explain now, It seemed that the two of them would have to live together. How could Chun Hao accept this? Of course, Tantai Lien could not accept it either. Oh, there's such a thing? That means the two of you haven't… Very well. If that's the case, once the two of you start dual cultivation, your improvement will be even more shocking. No wonder you could execute the Phoenix's nirvana on your own, Elder Wu said with a hint of excitement. It was not uncommon for divine beasts to mutate after receiving inheritances. Furthermore, once a divine beast mutated, it meant that its abilities would become even more terrifying. Seeing the awkward expressions on Chun Hao and Tantai Lien's faces, Elder Wu did not continue speaking. He directly arranged individual courtyards for the 5 of them. The 5 of you can rest first. The 5 of you, especially Chun Hao and Tantai Lien, will definitely receive special rewards from the sect. Now, you will be treated as the focus of the outer sect disciples' training. Everything, including the sect's introduction and regulations, has been placed in your rooms. Familiarize yourselves with the Jiaxing sect. If you need anything, you can find me at my mountain peak. Dongfang Ting said to Chun Hao and the rest as she bid them farewell. The so-called courtyards were actually huge palaces. Each of them occupied one. After Chun Hao stepped into the palace, he saw his sect's items in the hall. There were 2 sets of white Taoist robes and a treasured sword that exuded an ancient aura. The Taoist robes were inlaid with thin golden threads. There was a seal on the chest that represented the Jiaxing sect's disciple insignia. Just by feeling, Chun Hao knew that the Taoist robes were not ordinary clothes. They were Taoist robes that contained countless runes and magical uses. The treasured sword was ordinary, but it was still an inferior grade spirit weapon. It should be something that every disciple in the sect had. Apart from the Taoist robes and the treasured sword, there were also a few books made of unknown materials. There were detailed introductions to the sect, basic techniques for the Jiaxing sect below the Khanate stage, and sect regulations. The Jiaxing Taoist robe is made of hundreds of types of spirit silk. It contains 36 types of runes. It dispels all poisons, dispels miasma, is impervious to fire and water, and is invulnerable to ordinary weapons. Chun Hao picked up the manual beside the Taoist robes and read softly, "The world of cultivation is indeed extraordinary. Just this Taoist robe alone is a priceless treasure in the secular world." Chun Hao took out the treasured sword and examined it. It was indeed an inferior grade spirit weapon that was of no use to him. However, it was a must-have weapon for Jiaxing sect disciples. He casually put it away in the Xianhuang bracelet. Chun Hao quickly looked through all the items and picked up a thick book. This was the first book that all disciples who had entered the world of cultivation had to read, The Essentials of the Eastern Continent. Flipping through the catalog, there were hundreds of pages and thousands of catalogs. This caused Chun Hao's mind to be greatly moved, and his eyes shone with an excited light. The boundless continent is vast and boundless. It was impossible for this book to cover all the details. It's a must-read for disciples who have just entered the world of cultivation. It's a compilation of generations of experts from the Jiaxing sect. It's a must-have in the world of cultivation. When Chun Hao read the opening paragraph, he knew that this was a basic lesson that disciples of the Jiaxing sect had to familiarize themselves with after entering the world of cultivation. It was also a guidebook for the world of cultivation. Among the tens of thousands of sects, there were righteous and evil. The righteous path was called the immortal path, while the evil path was called the demon path. Apart from the immortal path and the demon path, there were also the demon path. The introductions to these sects and factions were extremely detailed, including their ultimate techniques, powerful treasures, top experts, genius disciples, branch locations, and so on. There were also introductions to many powerful itinerant cultivators and demons. Apart from that, there was also information on the super dynasties of the entire Eastern Continent's cultivation world, merchant guilds, perilous lands, legendary paradises, mysterious realms, precious mines, spirit herbs, and so on. There was nothing that was lacking. It took an entire day for Chun Hao to completely imprint the thick book of information into his mind. Phew, what an exciting world. Strange and variegated. So, this is it. Chun Hao muttered to himself. As he spoke, he picked up the other secret manuals and walked to the cultivation room. In the cultivation room, there was a huge round mattress formed by a frost jade ice bed. It was surrounded by formations and runes, causing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to be extremely dense. As a disciple of the star-picking sect, I naturally have to cultivate the star-picking sect's martial arts. Chun Hao's figure flashed, and he sat cross-legged on the cold jade ice bed. Wisps of cool air immediately entered his body from the ice bed and cleared his mind. There were a total of 4 secret manuals: the ultimate technique condensing essence technique, the ultimate technique star shaking fist, the soaring cloud steps, and the flowing cloud sword technique. Star shaking fist. This should be the complete star shaking fist, right? Chun Hao said with a smile as he picked up the star shaking fist manual written in immortal characters. Obviously, the incomplete version of the star shaking fist in the Royal New Show Hall of the Jinyuan Kingdom must have come from Dongfang Ting and been sent back to the Jinyuan Kingdom. These were all Xiantian martial arts techniques that surpassed the level of the Jiaxing sect. Although they were only the basic martial arts of the Jiaxing sect, Chun Hao was still looking forward to learning them. After all, although his ultimate martial arts techniques were powerful, they still required the support of this world's energy techniques in order to unleash their full power. Before he entered the Golden Elixir stage, he needed these martial arts techniques very much soon. Chun Hao had grasped the star-shaking fist and began to study and cultivate it. First update. Please vote for me. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 199. Dong dong dong. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Chun Hao, who was immersed in cultivation, suddenly heard a hurried, knocking sound from the door of the palace. He hurriedly calmed his mind and walked out of the cultivation room that was not closed in the first place. Senior sister, is the reward here? After seeing Dongfang Ting, Chun Hao smiled and said, "It's here." Elder Wu reported to the sect leader. "The sect leader is very impressed with your talent. The reward was beyond senior sister's imagination. However, is there a condition?" Chun Hao asked directly. "Yes, the Jiaxing sect has close to 10,000 outer disciples. Among them, there are 7,000 low-level disciples, 2,000 mid-level disciples, and 1,000 high-level disciples. You should already know the details of the sect, right?" Dongfang Ting asked Chun Hao as she looked at him. "Yes, I do," Chun Hao said. The so-called low-level outer disciples were at the martial ancestor realm, mid-level disciples were at the martial sage realm, and high-level disciples were at the martial god realm. After surpassing the god realm, one could become an inner disciple. Every year, among the low-level, mid-level, and high-level outer disciples, there are 10 who are qualified to enter the first, second, and third levels of the 7-star grotto heaven to cultivate for 3 months. These disciples are all elites of their respective realms. The competition for this spot is very intense. This time, the sect leader's reward for you is to enter the 7-star grotto heaven to cultivate. You can choose the first level directly. No one in the martial ancestor realm can defeat you. It shouldn't be a big problem. If you want to enter the second level, it will depend on you. It will open in 3 months. You have 3 months to make a decision. Chun Hao looked slightly excited. He had already understood the 7-star grotto heaven from the sect's detailed introduction. It was as Dongfang Ting had said. Only the truly gifted geniuses among the outer court disciples were qualified to enter. Not only was the energy of heaven and earth extremely dense, but it also contained extremely powerful laws of heaven and earth. Although it was only for 3 months, any disciple who entered would definitely improve tremendously. Especially disciples with extremely high comprehension abilities, they might even be able to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. From the first level to the third level, the difference in power was not small. Chun Hao was now a saint, so it was naturally better for him to enter the second level. However, Chun Hao didn't have the confidence to obtain a spot among the saint-level experts. Chun Hao was not so blind as to think that he could defeat a rank 9 martial saint. Fortunately, Chun Hao still had 3 months. "All right, we'll see when the time comes," Chun Hao said. Also, after the sect master found out about the conflict between you and Fan Fong, he told you not to go out on your own. Even if you want to go, you have to tell me in advance. The sect master will send an expert to protect you in secret. However, I suggest that you cultivate in the sect for the time being. After all, you need some time to settle down after the 100 Empire battle. Furthermore, if you wish to engage in a battle, you can head over to the dueling ring area anytime you wish. Don't worry, Chun Hao said with a smile. As for the arena area that Dongfang Ting mentioned, he had already learned about it from the sect's information and had long since made plans for it. It's good that you know. This is part of the reward. I exchanged it for body-tempering elixirs, mind-refining elixirs, and mind-clearing elixirs. There are 100 of each elixir, which will be very useful for your current realm. As for the rest, I will give them to Tantai Lien and the rest. Of course, I will get the lion's share. "Ha, senior sister, you really took it seriously," Chun Hao said with a smile, but his hands deftly took the 3 jade bottles from Dongfang Ting's hands. Body-tempering elixir, mind-refining elixir, and mind-clearing elixir were special elixirs that the innate realm needed. Any one of them was worth 1,000 level 8 elixirs. These 300 elixirs were equivalent to 300,000 level 8 elixirs. Although Chun Hao didn't know how big the reward that Dongfang Ting had received was, it was not small at all. The runner-up of the 100 Empire battle, the 1,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce, had only rewarded him with 800,000 level 8 elixirs. Dongfang Ting stared at Chun Hao and said, "Now that you are a martial saint, you can directly enjoy the treatment of a middle outer disciple. The sect master has already promised. However, the time limit is 1 year. After 1 year, it will still depend on you. Whether you can continue to enjoy such benefits will depend on whether you can prove your ability. The competition will be very fierce. The ranking in the arena area is one of the main factors." Dongfang Ting continued. "Don't worry, the things in my hands will never fly away. There will only be more and more." Chun Hao said confidently. 1 year? It was very long. His goal was to enter the second level of the 7 Stars Hollow in 3 months. That meant that he would have to fight with a middle outer disciple. He would definitely have to face a level 9 martial saint. Although he was only a level 1 martial saint, he had the confidence to fight. The outer disciple arena area would undoubtedly be the first place for him to rise in the star-picking sect. Chun Hao had started cultivating when he was almost 12 years old. He was now 16 years old. In a short 4 years, he had advanced to the martial saint level and possessed powerful combat strength. Even among the many genius disciples with a strong foundation in the cultivation world, he could be considered outstanding. Otherwise, when the sect was selecting disciples, they would not have given him such generous conditions. After entering the star-picking sect, Chun Hao immediately became a middle outer disciple. Coupled with the title of the 100 Empire ranking runner-up and the champion, there was no doubt that all the disciples in the star-picking sect did not know about Chun Hao. However, this was not enough. To Chun Hao, this was far from enough. He, who had reached the peak of many fields, had a natural pride that ordinary people did not have. If he did not do something, he would not do it. If he did, he would do it to the best of his ability. His goal, to most people, was absolutely unprecedented, extremely grand, and unimaginable. The obsession of the other him in the past to pursue immortality still existed. Now, he realized that if he reached the peak of cultivation, he might be able to achieve it, become an immortal, and live forever. He believed that as long as he continued to advance towards this goal, his life would be magnificent and exciting. Body tempering elixir, tempering the physical body. My physical body should be very strong, right? Let's test the effects first. After Dongfang Ting went to find Tantai Lien and the others, Chun Hao asked her to tell them that he was going into seclusion. Then, he used the token to activate the palace's restriction and closed the door to the cultivation room. At this moment, Chun Hao took out a body-tempering elixir from a jade bottle and said, "Take 3 elixirs at the same time for the best effect. Body-tempering elixir, tempering the physical body. Spirit-refining elixir, tempering the mind. Clear mind elixir, understanding one's nature and condensing one's will." At this moment, the voice of the treasure-hunting sword spirit sounded. "However, your physical body is indeed very strong. Take 2 body-tempering elixirs, 1 spirit-refining elixir, and 1 clear mind elixir each. Test the effects first. Put aside the star-picking sex cultivation technique. For now, you'd better deal with those 5 fellows of yours first. Damn it, they're so noisy. They're always bothering me. Do I need you to tell me that? Of course I'll deal with them first. 3 months is really a short time. I wonder how much I can improve." Chun Hao said. As he spoke, he put 4 elixirs that exuded majestic medicinal power into his mouth, according to the number of elixirs mentioned by the treasure-hunting sword spirit. As the 4 elixirs entered his body, Chun Hao felt his mind and Dantian tremble at the same time. His mind suddenly became exceptionally clear. A vigorous heat also began to spread throughout his body, a numbing sensation, as if countless little bugs were biting at Chun Hao's mind, appeared in his mind. It was not very painful, but it was very painful. Not only did his physical body feel this way, even his soul felt like it was being bitten by countless bugs. Moreover, his mind was becoming clearer and clearer, and he could not cut off this feeling at all. If possible, Chun Hao would rather endure the heart-wrenching pain than endure the pain of having his heart bitten by tens of thousands of bugs. Forcefully enduring the numbness in his scalp and the urge to bang his head against the wall, Chun Hao immersed himself in his cultivation. After a full 6 hours, the medicinal efficacy was finally completely refined. That painful feeling also disappeared, and in its place was an extremely comfortable feeling of bitterness and sweetness. Phew, it's actually so powerful. Just 4 elixirs are actually equivalent to a month of my cultivation. No wonder there are so many experts in the cultivation world. It seems that 3 months is enough, right? Chun Hao felt that in a short 6 hours, his dantian and meridians had actually expanded by a little. He was extremely shocked. Although he knew that there would be an effect, he did not expect it to be so great. It's not as good as you think. Any elixir will only have the greatest effect the first time it is used. after consuming it to a certain level and reaching the maximum effect of the elixir. Consuming it again will no longer have any effect. It can only be treated as an ordinary elixir to refine one's energy. The treasure hunting sword spirit said, challenging a 9th grade martial saint in 3 months is still very difficult. Only when there's difficulty, there's a challenge. All right, go do what you need to do. I'm going to start my closed-door cultivation. Chun Hao naturally knew about the effects of the elixirs, so he did not mind at all, since he could obtain such a good effect the first time. Even if the effect weakened in the future, it would still exceed Chun Hao's expectations. It was enough. Azure Dragon, let's start with you. Hiss! Chun Hao's consciousness immediately sank into his mind. Majestic and resplendent green light began to shine from Chun Hao's body. At the same time, under Chun Hao's control, the Xianhuang ring and the 5 treasured swords flew out from between his eyebrows and surrounded Chun Hao. What he needed to do was not only to complete the fusion of the 5 divine beasts' legacies, but also to merge the 5 divine beasts into the 5 treasured swords and combine them with the Xianhuang ring. This was the thought that the mysterious existence conveyed to Chun Hao through the phoenix. A spiritual artifact would advance along with its owner's strength. Only such a spiritual artifact would have a higher degree of compatibility with its owner. After reaching a certain level, it would be able to produce an artifact spirit that truly belonged to itself. It would not be a weapon spirit that was left behind like the treasure hunting sword spirit. Wow, is this Tantai Lien? She's really powerful. Yes, she has won 10 matches in a row. I'm afraid that this month's champion title will be hers. That's not necessarily true. The top 10 low-level disciples haven't appeared yet. It's only the beginning of the month. But one thing is for sure, the end of the month will definitely be very exciting. I'm really looking forward to the scene of 2 great beauties competing on the same stage. That's true, but I actually prefer Tantai Lien, TSK. If I can have such a Tao companion, after becoming an inner sect disciple, I'll definitely advance at lightning speed. What are you dreaming about? Tantai Lien is the Tao companion of Chun Hao, the runner-up of the 100 Dynasties ranking. The Phoenix legacy is obviously, I know this. I don't want Tantai Lien. I'm talking about someone like her. But that Chun Hao is really low-key. After entering the sect, he went into seclusion. It's been more than a month now, and he hasn't shown up. Could it be that his reputation is undeserved, and he's afraid of challenges? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 200. That goes without saying. Chun Hao has already reached the martial saint realm. If he were to participate in the arena challenge, he would have to do it in the intermediate arena. Although he has the Phoenix's inheritance and is said to be very powerful, he is only a rank 1 martial saint. He would not be able to do well in the intermediate arena. Such super geniuses are usually very conceited and would not allow themselves to be defeated. How could he do something he is not confident in? That's true. If it were me, I would not do it either. In the star-picking sect, on a towering mountain peak between the 10 peaks of the Outer Court disciples, many Outer Court disciples were gathered in the huge martial arts practice field on the peak, watching the 9 arenas. In the center, the 9 arenas were divided into 6 low-level arenas, 2 middle-level arenas, and 1 high-level arenas. They were also the arenas where the Outer Court disciples of the 3 ranks interacted with one another. The so-called interacted with one another meant that one was not allowed to deliberately kill or harm one another. However, it did not mean that one could not fight to their heart's content, because every arena was guarded by experts of the sect. Once an uncontrollable accident occurred, they would intervene. At this moment, most of the disciples, including the middle and high-level disciples, were gathered around a low-level arena, discussing it. It was because of Tantai Lien. She was ranked 9th on the 100 Dynasties ranking, had the Phoenix's inheritance, and was an 8th rank Izong. With these 3 identities, any one of them would attract attention in the 3rd rank sect, the star-picking sect. Moreover, Tantai Lien's stunning appearance had undoubtedly created a great beauty effect. 10 days ago, Tantai Lien, Yang Fan, and the others had started to challenge the arenas to train themselves. However, only Tantai Lien could dominate the arenas. She had not tasted defeat for 10 consecutive days, and had already obtained the qualifications to be the arena master of the low-level arena. On the ranking list of the low-level disciples at the edge of the arena, Tantai Lien had already risen to the top 100. This ranking was based on the ranking of the strongest opponent she had defeated. What Tantai Lien wanted to do was to enter the top 10 and shut everyone's mouth. This was because she had also obtained the sect master's reward to enter the first level of the 7 Stars Paradise. At this moment, there were less than 2 months before the opening, although she would definitely be able to enter, according to Dongfang Ting's intention. Even if she obtained special permission, she would still occupy a spot. Therefore, it would be best if she could enter legitimately. Moreover, Tantai Lien also possessed this strength. 8th grade Izong, in addition to the powerful battle strength of the Phoenix inheritance. Among the low-level disciples, there was still a high chance of entering the top 10. Even if he couldn't make it into the top 10, he would still be able to get some points if his ranking was close. Whoosh! Just as Tantai Lien was fighting with a low-level disciple, a stream of light streaked across the sky and appeared above the arena mountain. He immediately locked onto Tantai Lien, who was in the midst of a great battle. Immediately after, his powerful senses spread out and quickly found the auras of Yang Fan, Li Yifeng, and Ni Jian Pain. This figure was none other than Chun Hao. To Chun Hao's surprise, Yang Fan and the other 2 were all wounded. They were seated cross-legged in the outer area of the arena, cultivating themselves. "What's wrong with you 3? After quietly appearing in front of the 3, Chun Hao asked aloud. "Ah." Yang Fan and the others immediately opened their eyes in surprise. "You're out?" "Yes." Chun Hao looked at the injuries on the 3 of them and replied with doubt. "Ha ha. Following your wishes, the 3 of us are slightly weaker. Thus, we've been defeated repeatedly and have continued to challenge. After all, there are no restrictions in this arena. If you lose, you can't go up. Furthermore, there are 6 low-level arenas. We can take turns." Li Yifeng said. "Not bad. Your ranking has risen to within the top 3,000. 7,000 low-level disciples. That's considered above average." Hearing their words, Chun Hao looked at the low-level disciples ranking in the distance and said he wasn't surprised to see that Tantai Lien had risen to the 97th rank. The highest cultivation level of a low-level disciple was a 9th rank martial ancestor. Furthermore, there weren't many of them. There shouldn't be many who could threaten Tantai Lien. "Chun Hao, you're going to start too?" Li Yifeng asked. Yang Fan and Ni Jian Pain also looked at Chun Hao with doubt. "Of course. We naturally have to make use of such good cultivation conditions. Don't just fight blindly. Every time you fight, you have to comprehend something." "Understood," the 3 of them said. Originally, they wanted to say something. However, when they thought of how abnormal Chun Hao was, they didn't say anything. So what if he was a first-rank martial saint? In the middle-level arenas, the 3 of them felt that although Chun Hao would definitely meet a strong opponent and lose, No one would be able to stop his rapid improvement. Xiaoyan's battle is over. Tell her to wait for me. I'll go play first. Chun Hao glanced at Tantai Lien, who had firmly gained the upper hand. He directly turned into a stream of light and flew to an intermediate ring in the distance, where the winner had just been decided. Who else wants to fight? The victorious disciple exuded a strong aura as he faced the crowd below the arena and asked, "Come down, Senior Chai Yi. If you're not a disciple in the top 100, no one can defeat you. You should wait until the end of the month to challenge again. This time, Senior Chai Yi will definitely enter the top 100. Below the arena, a disciple shouted at the young disciple on the arena. Haha, of course. Last month, I almost succeeded. This month, I'll definitely succeed. Is there really no one else? Chai Yi's face revealed a smug smile. There was a hint of loneliness of an expert, although he knew that this was only the beginning of the month and no real experts had come. Being able to perform in front of so many fellow disciples was a rather mighty thing. Within the sect, how did one make a name for themselves? It was by relying on strength and the arena. I'll go. Just as Chai Yi was about to jump off the arena, a voice suddenly sounded. Chun Hao's figure was like a gust of wind as he floated onto the arena. HM? Chai Yi looked at the unfamiliar youth in front of him and slightly frowned. Who is this? Below the arena, many disciples also revealed astonished expressions. Those who dared to challenge Chai Yi were basically all middle-level disciples who were rank 7 or 8 martial saints. More or less, they should have some fame among the middle-level disciples. However, none of them had ever seen such a handsome young man before. Furthermore, looking at his age, he was clearly a few years younger. At most, he looked to be 17 or 18 years old. Junior brother, forgive me for being blind. How should I address you? My name is Chai Yi, rank 8 martial saint. I'm ranked 107th among the middle-level disciples. Chai Yi faintly thought of something, but did not dare to be sure. He slightly cupped his fist and revealed a smile on his face as he asked, Senior Chai, it's normal that you don't recognize me. My name is Chun Hao, a new disciple. Chun Hao cupped his fist and said, Chun Hao. So, it's you, huh? Chai Yi immediately laughed and said, Chun Hao. He's Chun Hao. Wah, awesome. Isn't he a rank 1 martial saint? He hasn't appeared for more than a month, and he dares to challenge Senior Chai Yi. He's indeed very handsome. The crowd immediately burst into a buzz of discussion. Everyone looked at Chun Hao with burning gazes. The sudden commotion caused the disciples in the nearby arenas to hear it. Immediately, chaos. In an instant, countless disciples in the entire martial arts practice field swarmed toward the arena that Chun Hao was in. Although Chun Hao had not appeared for more than a month, it did not affect his fame in the star-picking sect. During this period of time, not to mention Tantai Lien, even without her, Chun Hao would have become the person that everyone wanted to meet. For a rank 3 sect, like the star-picking sect, to be able to recruit the second place of the 100 Empire ranking and draw with the champion, it was definitely a sensational matter. Quick! Chun Hao is going on stage after hearing the news. Some of the disciples from the 100 Empire ranking in the low-level disciples area called out to familiar people and quickly ran over. As they were all from the 100 Empire ranking, they naturally felt a sense of closeness in the sects of the cultivation world. After all, the majority of the disciples in the sects were natives of the cultivation world. In the eyes of these natives, there was no doubt that they were inferior. Therefore, the more dazzling Chun Hao was, the more face they felt for the disciples of the 100 Empire ranking, who said that we disciples from low-level empires, were inferior to you natives. Quick, go and inform senior brother Kai Jin that Chun Hao has appeared. Go and inform senior brother Nalen that Chun Hao has appeared, just as the crowd swarmed towards the arena where Chun Hao was located. A few figures flashed and disappeared. These figures were the disciples that were ordered to wait for Chun Hao's appearance. The people they were going to inform were those ranked close to the top 10. They had long since received news that the sect master's reward for Chun Hao was the first or second floor of the 7 Stars Paradise. Moreover, the exact news was that as long as Chun Hao could rank in the top 20 of the middle-level disciples, he would be able to obtain a spot to enter the 2nd floor. This was something that concerned their own interests. How could they not care? Junior brother Chun Hao, it's not bad that I, Chai Yi, obtained your maiden battle. I know that your battle prowess is very strong. However, I heard that you're only a rank 1 martial saint. So be careful. I, your senior brother, will not hold back on the arena. Of course, I will try my best to not injure you. Chai Yi said with a slight smile. There was not a trace of disdain or ridicule in his eyes. Thank you, senior brother. Chun Hao said with a slight smile. Yao made a gesture of invitation. Just at this moment, the middle-aged expert in charge of supervising the arena also stood up. His expression revealed a trace of expectation and seriousness as he looked at Chun Hao, who was about to start the battle. In this period of time, all the experts in charge of supervising the middle-level arenas had received Elder Wu's reminder. Once Chun Hao appeared, they must ensure his safety. After all, although there were experts overseeing the arenas, there would still be accidents sometimes, especially when there were participants that suddenly erupted with their strength. They would be caught unprepared. By the time they reacted, they would have already lost their lives. And Chun Hao dared to challenge Chai Yi, a rank 8 martial saint. It was truly too shocking. It even made this expert feel that Chun Hao's confidence had reached the level of being arrogant and blinded. The majority of the crowd held this thought. The only ones that were filled with anticipation were Yang Fan and the other disciples that came out of the 100 Empire ranking. It was because they were the only ones that had seen Chun Hao's abnormal battle prowess, especially those powerful absolute skills that came out one after another. They firmly believed that the rank 1 martial saint Chun Hao would have a shocking performance. Furthermore, he had only become a rank 1 martial saint over a month ago. Who knew if such an existence with such abnormal talent had improved again? Third update, last 2 hours. Friends who still have monthly votes, please vote for Dark Mountain. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 201. A month has finally passed. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your tips and monthly votes. On the last day, it still exploded. Unwilling to accept it, I can only accept it. My brothers and sisters have done their best, and Wushan has also done their best. After working hard for a month, my body is in serious condition. This month, I will still work hard, but I can't work so hard. Otherwise, I really don't know when I will die. In a month, I smoked 7 cigarettes, used 2 bottles of essential bombs, and had a good night's sleep. This month, I really can't be like this. I need to adjust. Therefore, this month, I will ensure that the last 2 chapters with intermittent outbursts. Today, the update will be late, probably at night. In the morning, I will go to acupuncture my shoulders and neck. At the same time, I will ask for a guarantee for the last month. Thank you, friends, for your tips this month. The list is as follows. Cool breeze scent drizzle luo, she's beloved deng, ting tariff shiju summers, quiet lone wolf, in the woods fallen sun of heaven wine powder, the cold moon is blue heaven you. Sword to horizon weasel, 22 wind travels, above third young master, waist-weighing drunken red two snakes dust, wind, of the far north small pocket jean wagolf. Pin jean wagu drunken love for wushank flows chin, you passionately in love carrot book friend, 110331075350055 lonely star, and moon drifting with the wind chuan, liangwizerengska godly, celestial love ching fong chinny king of hell in the forbidden city books, and Lin Fei Delolo the autumn waters last forever. Day by day, Nanwa 517 melody, nagging 1289 kiss baby, 520 to find the best books under heaven, walking the world with spear brother Ling Feng by broken sky rising, above the windy fong, 9 drunk in the wind newcomer's invitation broken SKYDJ, 793678 Yuling, Mu Yilvlin Sabiri heaven's destruction cloaked, in darkness throbbing heart is lonely, Mu Mo Liobai book friends, 100408221515238 a scoundrel Wong village rosy cheeks homing tree. The dream has come Truyan Fian Aurora _ asterisk master of Tingsha. House 0, I said goodbye. Ray 1886 book friends 0904302140511832 crazy tiny book friends 0904302140511832 book friends 12083019305097 looks Junin infuriating youth sky 4 ubes prairie. Fakdo of memory of the beautiful Muinzan Kayuane dream of old. Sinus Lectuan book friends 1105-18221-71920 as Qing Dragon God, Empire of the Divine Domain Immortal descends to the mortal world Shunger seriously. God Bug 007, 3 Fingers Yeben Shushan Freak Night. 0-1 Mirage Wind, Sword God, Wander What Coward Dap White Clothes, Falling Inko with the Flow Book Friends, 114477 Sirium, Vane, Fine Young, Masterwind Spirit, Fairy Like Ice, and Firing, Woo the Greatest Spot, Ovo Spot, Ling, Xiaoru, Violet, Promisee Edwin Peaceol, Demon. 6th, Young Master, you are the only one in my heart happiness brings. You beyond the 3 realms, a startled reflection in a dream wine fragrance forest. The curtain is silent reading of the shadow tiger gossip. Flowing flame, I still miss slippery wings Azrael dragons floating in the 4 seas. Rustle a tadpoles in the sea lonesome moon leaf worship the heavens and see the world a tear in war earth Solfgrif gear. 1073-149042 Demon King tears me, that never changes a wordless scavenger, a low-key brat fong Tianlong King Yama of the forbidden Sidonian 1314. There may be some omissions, please don't blame me. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 202. The afternoon sun shone on the mountains of the star-picking sect. Because of Chun Hao's appearance, the outer disciples' arena was bustling with activity that had never been seen before at the beginning of the month. One figure after another flew from the 10 peaks to the arena as fast as light. Cold Gleam Sword. In the arena, when Chai Yi and Chun Hao's auras soared to the peak, the great battle finally erupted. Chai Yi shouted, and a 3-inch long short sword appeared in front of him in a beam of light. Although this short sword was only 3 inches long and appeared to be more like a dagger, its appearance was extremely exquisite. It was exactly the appearance of a treasured sword. As soon as it appeared, a sharp and fierce aura spread out. It was glittering like a crystal, causing people to be unable to look at it directly. Everyone felt waves after waves of sword chi surging over, surging and surging with an extremely terrifying might. It can't be, right? Why did Senior Brother Chai Yi take out the cold gleam sword? Seeing this scene, many disciples who knew Chai Yi revealed shocked expressions. They were clear that this cold gleam sword was Chai Yi's greatest reliance. It was a treasure he had obtained from a fortuitous encounter in an ancient remnant. It was a flying sword with an artifact spirit. Although it was a medial grade spirit artifact, it was extremely powerful, especially among the outer disciples. It could be considered a famous treasure. In the past few days, Chai Yi had not used it. However, because of Chun Hao, he had actually taken out the cold gleam sword. Could it be that Chun Hao was already worthy of Chai Yi's caution? The crowd could not understand. This was because the aura that Chun Hao emitted in the arena was far from enough to make them feel terrified. It seemed like he was only an inferior grade martial sage. Junior Brother Chun Hao, be careful. Chai Yi's expression turned grave as he spoke. Others could not sense it. Similarly, he could not sense how strong Chun Hao's aura was. However, he, who was facing his opponent head-on, relied on his sharp intuition to sense a dangerous aura from Chun Hao. When he thought of the rumors about Chun Hao, he did not dare to be careless. Xiao, xiao, whoosh, whoosh. Along with Chai Yi's words, the short and exquisite cold light sword seemed to have a mind of its own. It streaked across the sky like a stream of light, and under the joint control of Chai Yi and the artifact spirit, it directly spiraled and danced at a terrifying speed, condensing into a light shield completely composed of sword light. In an instant, it wrapped Chun Hao in it, sealing him from all directions and constantly closing in. Senior Apprentice Brother Chai Yi is too much of a bully. He used his ultimate move the moment he made his move. Seeing this, someone in the crowd said, "What bully? That was how it should be." Isn't this Chun Hao merely the runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking, a brat from a low-rank dynasty of the secular world? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and dares to challenge a rank 8 martial saint. Does he really think that we are the same as those idiots on the 100 Empire ranking? From the looks of it, Senior Apprentice Brother Chai Yi just wants to teach this kid a lesson. Ha ha! Suddenly, a wild howl that reverberated through heaven and earth interrupted the laughter of the person who was speaking. Within that howl, there were surging fluctuations of origin power. It even exploded with a terrifying aura that was as vast as the mountains and seas, spreading out from Chun Hao's body. Countless people suddenly widened their eyes and let out cries of disbelief. How is this possible? The disciple who spoke just now had an even more astonished expression. Rank 9 martial saint. On the stage, the eyes of the expert who was prepared to save Chun Hao flickered with a bright light. He was extremely shocked as he stared at Chun Hao. In the entire martial arts practice field, countless pairs of eyes were firmly staring at Chun Hao, who was howling madly. At this moment, Chun Hao, who was proudly standing on the stage like a mountain, had his star-picking robe fluttering. His hands were spread open, and he raised his head towards the sky. In between his brows, there seemed to be a heavenly gate that could tear apart space. Waves of terrifying aura surged out. Chun Hao's entire body slowly floated into the air. His incomparably valiant strength was like 10,000 horses galloping, like a flash flood erupting. He actually used absolute strength to forcibly crush the cold sword aura that Chai Yi had condensed. At this moment, Chun Hao was looking down at Chai Yi from above. His handsome face emitted the arrogance of a ruler descending upon the world. Rank 9 martial saint. He actually advanced to rank 9 martial saint. How is this possible? This is rank 9 martial saint. That's right. Only a rank 9 martial saint can open the heavenly gate and begin to connect heaven and earth. He actually advanced to rank 9 martial saint. It's only been a little over a month. At this moment, all the disciples were stupefied. They stared at the proudly standing Chun Hao and simply did not dare to believe their eyes. What kind of monster was this? Even Yang Fan and those who were familiar with Chun Hao opened their eyes wide in shock. No one had thought that Chun Hao would be able to advance to such a realm in a little over a month's time. In fact, even Chun Hao himself did not expect this. The treasure-hunting sword spirit also did not expect this. In the month of seclusion, Chun Hao had started from the Azure Dragon. In 7 days, he had completely comprehended and refined it. Furthermore, he had integrated it into the wood attribute spiritual sword. What surprised Chun Hao was that after truly obtaining the Azure Dragon's inheritance, he had broken through the first grade and stepped into the second grade martial saint level. According to Chun Hao's estimation, the energy required to step into the third grade from the second grade was several times more majestic than the energy required to advance from the first grade to the second grade. Even after comprehending and refining the white tiger, it was impossible for him to break through again. However, he had only used 5 days to complete the white tiger. What surprised him was that he had actually broken through to the third grade martial saint level. Moreover, the vermilion bird and the black tortoise that followed had also allowed Chun Hao to break through a grade. At this time, Chun Hao was already very surprised. However, after completing the Qilin, something even more shocking and exciting happened. After the 5 divine beasts had completely integrated into the 5-direction spiritual sword, and the Xianhuang ring, a terrifying power that was almost unimaginable to Chun Hao, actually erupted. It began to circulate through the Xianhuang ring on its own, allowing Chun Hao to break through the barrier with irresistible force. When he reached the 9th grade martial saint level, it finally calmed down, not to mention Chun Hao. Even the experienced and knowledgeable treasure-hunting sword spirit did not expect this kind of terrifying advancement. With the 5 elements divine beasts gathered in one body, coupled with the Xianhuang ring, there was a superimposed effect. It was like the additional attributes that appeared after a complete set of combined spiritual weapons had completely erupted in Chun Hao's body in a short period of 1 month and 10 days, a miraculous advancement. If it weren't for Chun Hao's special body, if it weren't for the 300 body-tempering pills, soul-refining pills, and mind-clearing pills, Chun Hao really didn't know if his Dantian and Meridians would be able to withstand such a drastic improvement. On the entire mountain peak, there was a huge uproar. Every disciple, including those who had already rushed over, was hysterical, incomparably envious, and crazily jealous in their hearts, especially the disciples who were prepared to watch Chun Hao's show and ridicule him. At this moment, they were as silent as cicadas in winter and did not even dare to fart. 9th grade martial saint, Senior Chun Hao, Chai Yi admits that he is no match for you. I will not make a fool of myself. Chai Yi finally came back to his senses, withdrew his cold gleam sword, and said while clasping his fists. Originally, he called him junior brother, but now he directly became senior brother. In the sect, the strong were respected, and those who had reached the top were respected. Those with higher cultivation were the elders, regardless of who entered the sect first. Chun Hao slightly smiled, clasped his fists in return, and did not say anything. Instead, he turned around and looked below the stage. His black eyes were shining with a bright light. No one dared to look at him directly, because everyone knew that the current Chun Hao was waiting for his next opponent. This was only the beginning of the month, and at this moment, Chai Yi was already considered a top expert. Who could be his opponent? Who dared to fight him? 9th grade martial saint, Let me fight you. After a moment of silence, an indifferent voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. A figure slowly rose up, and immediately after, countless disciples burst into bursts of exclamations. Senior Brother Kai Jin. It's actually Senior Brother Kai Jin. Phew, there's a good show to watch now. The crowd immediately burst into a buzz of discussion. No one thought that one of the top 10 experts of the middle disciples, Kai Jin, would appear at this time. Kai Jin, 9th grade martial saint, ranked 10th among the middle disciples of the outer court. If there were no accidents, this year he would be qualified to enter the second level of the Seven Stars Paradise. However, Chun Hao's appearance threatened his position. Originally, he thought that there was no need for him to make a move. The disciples ranked 10th to 20th would be able to step on Chun Hao and enter the first level. But now, the strength that Chun Hao displayed caused some of the experts who had just arrived to have ugly expressions. They did not dare to act blindly without thinking. It was obvious that they did not have the confidence to defeat Chun Hao, and no one wanted to be the first to make a move. This was because Chai Yi, who was ranked 97th, had not tested Chun Hao's true strength. The gazes of these disciples were all focused on Kai Jin. Thus, when he saw Chun Hao standing proudly on the stage, Kai Jin had no choice but to make a move. Although these people were his competitors, they were also his helpers. It was inevitable for him to test the waters. Otherwise, even if Chun Hao defeated them, he would still be able to push Kai Jin down. After all, he had received accurate information that as long as Chun Hao entered the top 20, he would have the qualifications to replace him. In a short month, he has advanced to rank 9 martial saint. He does indeed have some ability. However, I believe that the sect master must have given him enormous benefits. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance so quickly, pulling up seedlings to help them grow, building castles in the air. No matter what, I must seriously injure him, or even kill him. This is the safest way, right? Kai Jin's expression was calm, but his eyes were flickering with a threatening light. He stared at Chun Hao as he slowly descended onto the stage. The killing intent in his heart was hidden extremely well. Originally, he did not have the intention to kill Chun Hao. However, at this moment, Chun Hao had suddenly advanced to rank 9 martial saint. This was something that he did not expect. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. There was no sense of security when one's fate was in the hands of others. If Chun Hao was only a rank 1 or 2 martial saint, it would be one thing. Kai Jin believed that the disciples ranked within the top 20 or even the top 50 would be able to defeat him. However, it was clearly impossible now. Thus, he could only rely on himself. Although there were experts in the arena, accidents could still happen. Especially for disciples who had the intention to kill their opponents, there was a high chance of success. Even if he succeeded, it would not affect him. The responsibility would be on the expert guarding the stage. Part 1. I was frightened today. The doctor said that my entire back is stiff. First, I used fire treatment, then I applied medicine and scraping sand. Next, I let out blood. I used needles and stabbed several areas on my back. Then, I placed a transparent fire pot on it. The blood really spurted out. The entire fire pot was dyed red. Although it was frightening, I felt that my back was much more relaxed after the treatment. I also felt more energetic when I wrote. I will try to finish the second chapter before 12. Finally, please recommend me and guarantee me a monthly vote. It's not very strong, but if you want to support Dark Mountain, then you should vote for Dark Mountain to encourage them. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 203. The runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking is indeed extraordinary. You chose the Jiaxing sect over the generous offer of a 7th rank sect. You must be here for the 7-star grotto heaven, right? I'm Kai Jin, ranked 10th. If you want everyone to be convinced, you'll have to defeat me first. Kai Jin stared at Chun, how as his expression turned cold and stern. Please. Chun Hao smiled and cupped his fists. He did not seem to mind Kai Jin's provocation at all. The 7-star grotto heaven was indeed famous in the cultivation world. Even 7th rank and 8th rank sects did not have it. The benefits for Khanate realm cultivators were unparalleled. If it were not limited to the Khanate realm, the Jiaxing sect would have gotten rid of the title of a 3rd rank sect. There were close to 10,000 disciples, and only 30 spots were available for the 3 levels every year. One could imagine how fierce the competition was. Especially for the large number of low-ranked disciples, the competition was even more intense. Chun Hao could directly enter the 1st level as a reward. This was far more attractive than the inner disciple benefits promised by the 7th rank sections. Otherwise, the Jiaxing sect would be too ungrateful and shabby. Moreover, because of the heavenway rules in the 7-star grotto heaven, some high-ranked disciples even deliberately suppressed the advancement of their cultivation level and confined themselves to the Khanate realm. Otherwise, once they entered the Golden Core realm and became an inner disciple, they would no longer be able to enter the 7-star grotto heaven. One could imagine how important the 7-star grotto heaven was. Kai Jin already had the ability to enter the martial god realm half a year ago. However, like the 9 people ranked before him, they did not choose to break through the barrier. Instead, they suppressed the vigorous energy in their dantian and waited for the opening of the 7-star grotto heaven. If they could enter the grotto heaven to cultivate for 3 months and break through the martial sage realm and enter the martial god realm, they would become a high-ranked disciple. Their strength would increase rapidly, and the benefits they would gain would be far greater than the loss of half a year. Moreover, after becoming a high-ranked disciple, they would have a greater chance of breaking through to the 3rd level of the 7-star grotto heaven. The sect leader of the Jiaxing sect was well aware of this. It was also because of this that he did not directly reward Chun Hao with the right to enter the 2nd level of the 7-star grotto heaven. Very well. Boom. As Kai Jin spoke, the resplendent and vigorous protective aura unrestrainedly erupted. He had lost half a year of suppression, and the qualification that was within his reach was snatched away by Chun Hao. How could he swallow this anger? He was very clear about the situation of the top 9. For the time being, he had no hope of winning. There wasn't much hope for the people behind him to challenge him. Although he was clear that someone was definitely hiding their strength, how could he not? Therefore, the biggest threat to him was Chun Hao. Top 20. As long as he could enter the top 20, he would be able to take away his qualification. Hiss. As Kai Jin used his energy, strange sounds of the air being torn rang out around him. In the blink of an eye, the protective aura around him became thicker and thicker, becoming purer and purer. Soon after, it actually condensed into a layer of solid armor around him. Sword light flickered on the armor like countless sharp and fine needles. Anything that approached would be instantly pierced and destroyed. Kai Jin snorted coldly. A crescent-shaped broadsword appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and turned into a stream of light, charging viciously at Chun Hao. He was like a steel demon, extremely violent. Seeing Kai Jin's weapon, Chun Hao was slightly taken aback. In the secular world and the 100 Empire ranking, Chun Hao had seen people who used swords as their weapons. Other weapons were extremely rare. More people used broadswords. However, it was the first time he had seen a broadsword like Kai Jin's, which was more than 10 feet long. His aura and appearance were definitely extremely valiant. Moreover, this crescent-shaped broadsword had a cold and strong murderous aura. Obviously, it was one of the more powerful middle-grade spiritual weapons. Immediately, Chun Hao, who had been prepared, raised his palm and opened his 5 fingers. Then he grabbed at Kai Jin, who was charging wildly at him. Clatter! The surrounding energy of heaven and earth was instantly activated by Chun Hao's own energy. The heavens gate opened, and Chun Hao, who already had a trace of the power of heaven and earth, actually forcibly turned the energy of heaven and earth into a liquid that seemed to have substance. It was like layers of sticky glue that welcomed Kai Jin. "Break for me!" Kai Jin roared angrily and slashed with his broadsword. Instantly, a terrifying energy as vast as the mountains and seas tore apart, the energy condensed by Chun Hao. The terrifying broadsword light cut the ground of the arena with a rumble. Along with a deep and constantly extending gully, it slashed at Chun Hao. What a powerful force! If it was a month ago, I wouldn't have been able to resist this move. Chun Hao thought in his heart. However, his palms did not stop as they continuously waved out. The vigorous and majestic energy turned into fused energy at this moment. Under the control of his powerful mental energy, the viscous energy that had been cut apart immediately closed up once again. In an instant, it had surrounded Kai Jin from all directions. "Trying to trap me? In your dreams." Although Kai Jin was shocked, he let out a roar and completely went crazy. He roared as he waved the broadsword in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Countless terrifying saber lights spread out. The seals that Chun Hao had formed were constantly being slashed apart, but they continued to fuse together. Accompanied by Kai Jin's crazed roar, all the disciples below the arena were shocked, especially when they saw the calm and collected Chun Hao. They were even more shocked. Kai Jin was an expert ranked 10th, and Chun Hao actually lifted something heavy as if it was light and forced Kai Jin into a berserk state. How could he be so powerful? "I'm already a half-martial god. After suppressing my strength for half a year, my energy is extremely condensed. How could I lose to him in terms of absolute strength? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Kai Jin roared in his heart. He had completely lost his mind. The only thought in his mind was that he could not afford to lose. He could not afford to lose. If he lost, he would not be able to make up for the loss that he had put in for half a year. Bang! Just as Chun Hao's energy was about to confine Kai Jin from all directions, the protective aura around Kai Jin suddenly exploded. A terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth erupted like a broken dam in Jianghu. Following Kai Jin's beast-like roar, the energy that Chun Hao had unleashed dissipated instantly. The energy of the heavens and earth on the arena that was covered in the rules of space and covered an area with a circumference of over 1,000 zhang under the barrier surged toward Kai Jin. At the same time, Chun Hao was shocked to find that even the energy he sent out had instantly lost control. It was cut off from his mind and crazily surged toward Kai Jin, who was like a terrifying black hole that could devour everything in the world with the heavenly gate wide open above his head, ranking up to the martial god realm. At this moment, Chun Hao, the experts guarding the ring, and the countless disciples below the ring all let out cries of surprise. Saber-shattering, the 8 desolates. Before anyone could react, Kai Jin, who had scattered Chun Hao's energy like a demon god, let out a crazy roar, as if he hadn't sensed his breakthrough. He leaped high into the air, raised his saber with both hands, and slashed down at Chun Hao. Crap! The expert guarding the arena was astounded. He could tell how powerful Kai Jin's attack was. Chun Hao was extremely dangerous. If he was killed, how was he going to explain it to the patriarch? Gasp! Without any hesitation, the expert raised his hand and waved at Chun Hao with his outstanding cultivation of the Golden Core realm. At that instant, a mystical rune emitting a terrifying energy transformed into a glowing barrier encapsulating Chun Hao. Its speed was significantly faster than Kai Jin's saber glow. As long as it encapsulated Chun Hao, his safety would be guaranteed. However, right at this moment, Chun Hao's face flashed with a trace of cold and powerful fighting spirit. He flipped his palms outwards and pulled them back. Suddenly, he let out a wild howl and slapped out like lightning. Ayo! 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 Energy surged out, whistling as it condensed into 18 lifelike dragons, as if real dragons had descended from the sky, stirring up a violent airflow. With an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth, they met Kai Jin's terrifying saber light head-on. Boom, 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 boom. When the runes released by the Gold Core realm expert enveloped Chun Hao, the 18 dragons collided with the blade light at almost the same time. Terrifying explosions rang out unceasingly, and a large area of the entire arena collapsed. Even the protective barrier had countless cracks. The huge mountain peak shook violently. If it wasn't for the fact that the entire mountain peak contained a powerful restriction, it might have directly collapsed. When 8 of the 18 dragons were destroyed, Kai Jin's terrifying saber glow also disappeared. The remaining 10 dragons were still whistling toward Kai Jin. Merely, they had already lost Chun Hao's control and lost their agility. Their attacks had also become much slower. They were easily killed by Kai Jin's continuous saber glow. Stop! At the moment when Kai Jin was charging toward Chun Hao like a madman, the expert guarding the arena let out a loud shout. Then, a mysterious rune immediately enveloped Kai Jin. Kai Jin, you've already become a martial god. You still want to fight? The middle-aged expert descended between Chun Hao and Kai Jin. He stared at Kai Jin and spoke with a stern voice. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. He was not shocked that Kai Jin had become a martial god at such a time. Instead, he was shocked that Chun Hao, who was only a rank 9 martial emperor, had sent out a palm strike that contained power that surpassed Kai Jin, who had become a martial god. If it wasn't for the protective barrier he had sent out that caused Chun Hao to lose control of his palm strike, Kai Jin would likely have been knocked back. Martial god, the middle-aged expert's voice was like the evening drum and morning bell. It contained a heart-calming power that woke up Kai Jin from his madness. He, who was still frantically struggling, was immediately woken up. His complexion immediately turned deathly pale. Then, he looked to Chun Hao with an incomparably ruthless gaze. Blue veins were bulging on his face. He clenched his fists tightly, and his body started to tremble violently. Below the arena, everyone was watching this scene with stupefied expressions. As for those disciples with lower rankings like Kai Jin, they were filled with astonishment and lingering fear. Everyone knew that although that expert had protected Chun Hao and stopped the battle, if he hadn't intervened, Kai Jin, who had become a martial god, would likely have been defeated by Chun Hao. To be able to force Kai Jin into a state of madness, make him forget to suppress his own energy, and break through the barrier to become a martial god, what sort of strength did one need? To be able to block Kai Jin's frantic attack with 8 dragon-shaped energies, what sort of concept was that? Second update. Please recommend me. Give me a monthly vote. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to give me a recommendation vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 204. Not bad. Junior sister, tell him later that if he's willing tomorrow night, he can follow me to the serious demonic area. In the air above the arena, two figures stared at Chun Hao, who had defeated Kai Jin. One of the figures said with a tinge of admiration in his eyes, "Serious demonic area? Senior Sister Yi, can he do it?" The other figure said in surprise. This figure was Dongfang Ting. The other figure who spoke was a core disciple of the star-picking sect, Yi Feishue, a true genius. In a short month, he was able to advance from a first-grade martial saint to a ninth-grade martial saint. Moreover, his energy is vigorous, comparable to a third- or fourth-grade martial god. This is not something that can be done with talent alone. If I'm not wrong, he must have had a fortuitous encounter. This kind of person is someone who has great luck and fortune. It won't be easy for him to die. If he follows me, he might be able to advance by leaps and bounds again. You don't have to worry. With me here, I can guarantee his safety. Under the gazes of countless disciples, Kai Jin gritted his teeth and left the stage filled with anger and humiliation. Chun Hao stood on the stage, but no one dared to challenge him. As the crowd discussed, Chun Hao, Tan Tai Lian, and the other four returned to the mountain where they lived. For now, he had achieved his goal. There shouldn't be any problems entering the second floor of the Seven Stars Paradise. Moreover, he was different from Kai Jin and the others. He did not need to suppress his cultivation. Even if he became a martial god in a month, he believed that the sect leader would not deprive him of the right to enter the second floor, just like when he was allowed to enter the first floor. Now, he could break through to the third floor. It was difficult, and very difficult. After all, even if he became a divine, it would be impossible for him to enter the top 10 of the advanced disciples. The reason why martial saints could advance so quickly was because of the inheritance of the 5 divine beasts. After entering the divine realm, there were no divine beasts to merge with. Senior sister? When the 5 of them flew to the top of the mountain, a figure standing on a cloud appeared before Chun Hao and the others. After a month of closed-door training, you've actually become a rank 9 martial saint. I really don't know how you did it. Dongfang Ting lightly smiled and said, "You're all pretty good too. Don't compare yourself to him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if you lose your confidence." "Ha, senior sister, if you want to compete with him, how can you still see us? You would have already died in a corner." Li Yifeng laughed. "Senior sister, is there any good news?" Chun Hao stared at Dongfang Ting and asked, "For you, I guess so. Senior sister recommended you to a core disciple, Senior Sister Yi Feishue." "What do you mean?" Chun Hao was slightly stunned. "Let's talk in the room." Dongfang Ting said, "Do you know why Xian wanted you to join the Imperial Sword Sect?" After everyone entered the palace where Chun Hao was located, Dongfang Ting looked at Chun Hao and asked. However, before Chun Hao could answer, she continued, "In addition to receiving rewards from the sect, she actually wants to strengthen her forces. It shouldn't be long before she becomes a core disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect. In any sect, to become an inner disciple, one must first step into the Golden Core realm. As for core disciples, there are usually only a few dozen of them in each sect. Becoming a core disciple means that you will be the focus of the sect's nurturing. In the future, you will be the leader of the sect and the main figure. Basically, you will be a super strong person who stands out among the core disciples. Therefore, in any sect, the core disciples have to establish their own forces and supporters. This is the real reason why Xian wants you. Our Zhaixing sect currently has 24 core disciples. The inner disciples are also divided into 24 factions, which gather around the core disciples. Among the outer disciples, Only those who are strong and talented will be chosen by the core disciples. They will receive good karma in advance to help you cultivate. When you are promoted to inner disciples, you will become part of their forces. To you, this will be an additional benefit. You'll have a backer in the sect. Senior Sister Yifei Xue is one of the core disciples, ranked 6th, nascent soul advanced stage. Senior Sister belongs to her faction, so she recommended you to her. You don't have any objections, do you? No. Since Senior Sister is in her faction, it is only right for me to join. What about Xiaolian and the other 3? Chunhao asked. They are still low-level disciples now. They must at least step into the intermediate stage. Don't worry. One more thing. Senior Sister, Yi wants me to ask you. Tomorrow night, she will enter the Heavenly Wolf Demon area to do something. She said she can bring you in. Will you go? Demon area? Chun, Hao was slightly surprised. Yes, there will be several martial god, advanced disciples, and golden core experts with her. Just be careful. With Senior Sister Yi, you should not be in any danger. It will be a good opportunity for you to gain experience. Sure, no problem. Chunhao agreed readily. Good. Tomorrow, you will meet Senior Sister Yi at Flying Snow Peak before 9 o'clock. That's settled. The demon area was an underground space in the cultivation world. It was filled with countless demon Dao experts. Like the cultivation world, there were countless demon Dao sections. There were detailed records in the summary of the Eastern continent, but only the stronger sects and regions of the demon area were recorded. There was no mention of the Heavenly Wolf demon area. It should not be very strong. Otherwise, Yifei Xue would not have dared to bring Chun Hao and several martial god advanced disciples in. After Dongfang Ting left, Chun Hao wanted to keep Tantai Lien and start a special cultivation method that the mysterious existence in his mind had passed to him through the phoenix. As long as he mastered it, he would be able to let the phoenix enter Tantai Lien's body without yin and yang intercourse. However, Chun Hao scratched his head when Tantai Lien said that men and women should not touch each other. Then, she left with Yang Fan, and the other 2. Chun Hao was depressed, so was Little Bird. They could only wait for the right opportunity. Whoosh! At the end of the evening, the sky was bright, and the moon hung high in the sky. A stream of light flashed across the mountains of the Zhaixing sect. Chun Hao held the Zhaixing sect token in his hand. The token shone with a faint aura and guided him to Flying Snow Peak. Flying Snow Peak was named after Yifei Xue. In the Zhaixing sect, each core disciple had their own peak. The peak was named after the core disciple. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Chun Hao slowly descended toward a towering peak that was obviously taller than the surrounding peaks. Chun Hao. Just as Chun Hao landed in front of the gate at the edge of the peak, a young disciple guarding the gate smiled and asked, "Yes, greetings, senior brother." Chun Hao cupped his fists and said, "You're welcome. We'll be on the same side from now on. I'm Tan Ming, an outer court advanced disciple. Let's go. We're only waiting for you." Tan Ming stared at Chun Hao with bright eyes without any arrogance. The runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking became an intermediate disciple right after entering the Zhaixing sect. Furthermore, he rose from 1st grade Martial Saint to 9th grade Martial Saint and defeated Kai Jin, who had broken through to Martial God. Who would dare to look down on him? It was good enough that they did not curry favor with him. Okay? Thank you, senior brother. Chun Hao followed Tan Ming and quickly walked through the gate. Many majestic palaces stood on the peak. What surprised Chun Hao was that he actually sensed the auras of countless powerful cultivators. Senior brother Tan, isn't this peak senior sister Ye's peak alone? Why are there so many people? Ha! It's true that this peak is Senior Sister Yes. However, Senior Sister Yi has close to 1,000 inner court disciples. There are cultivation areas on her peak. When you become an inner court disciple, Senior Sister Yi will also specially condense a palace for you. We inner disciples are constantly fighting amongst each other. Only by being able to unite as one will we be able to gain a foothold. I see. As they spoke, the two of them entered the core of the peak. It was the most majestic palace. More than 10 figures appeared in front of Chun Hao. Everyone's gaze instantly gathered on Chun Hao. Greetings, Senior Sister Yi. Greetings, senior brothers and senior sisters, Chun Hao said in a deep voice. Facing everyone's scrutinizing gaze, his expression was calm. Yi Feishue, who was sitting in the middle, looked at Chun Hao and smiled. She said, Chun Hao, you're not bad. Senior sister, let me introduce you. As Yi Feishue spoke, she introduced more than 10 people to Chun Hao one after another. Including Chun Hao and Yi Feishue, there were a total of 16 people. 5 of them were Golden Core realm experts who had just become inner court disciples. 9 of them were outer court high-rank disciples. Only Chun Hao was a middle-rank disciple. As for the 9 high-rank disciples, their cultivation was between grade 4 and grade 6 martial god realm. This time, I'm going to the serious demon area to kill a demon Dao loose cultivator expert. There are many low-rank earth demons that should be suitable for you to train. At that time, you just need to follow me. If there's an accident, I can remedy it in time. Okay, let's go first. After Yi Feishue finished introducing the people present to Chun Hao, she continued. As she spoke, she waved her hand. Lines of talismans were released from her hand and wrapped around Chun Hao and the others. With a whoosh, Chun Hao felt a violent fluctuation in the space. Everyone had already flown out of the palace. There was a vague, mysterious force that condensed everyone into one body and went straight into the clouds. Immediately, the night wind whistled and the white clouds rolled, condensing into a huge, auspicious cloud below everyone. The moment the auspicious cloud condensed, the strong wind disappeared. Everyone turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon at a speed of 1,000 miles in a breath. So fast. Chun Hao was slightly shocked as he spoke. Dongfang Ting had also brought him to fly on the clouds before. However, their speed was far from comparable to Yi Feishue's. A nascent soul realm core disciple is really powerful. Okay, the entrance to the Sky Wolf Demon area is below. Let's go down. In less than an hour, under Yi Feishue's lead, everyone had already crossed a distance of nearly 100,000 miles and arrived at a desolate mountain range. The thick fog made it impossible for everyone to see the scene below them. After descending for several thousand feet, a huge and deep crevice appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was pitch black, and they couldn't see the bottom. Whoosh! Everyone directly drilled into the crevice. Immediately, bats and flying insects filled the sky and swept out. Open! After descending for another 1,000 feet, Chun Hao felt a strong demonic beast aura. At this moment, Yi Feishue lightly shouted. She took out a pitch-black talisman with both hands and abruptly activated her energy. P.S. First update, looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you, Top Laver Brother, for your reminder. Tan Ming's realm was mistaken by Dark Mountain and has been corrected. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.